Now, everybody was quite excited. I was really excited. I mean, this is something that a lot of you have. It's, in fact, call it like the most requested interview in my history of covering the Big Brother show. Yeah. A lot of you kept on requesting that I bring him on. A lot of you kept on asking Glory Tell Faith to come over. And so when I saw your excitement last night, it was quite infectious. I mean, of course, I was already excited, but seeing how thrilled you all were, oh my goodness, I was really excited. I was really happy. Yeah. And guys, it wasn't a lie. It wasn't a joke. It wasn't a prank. That interview was going to happen today by 3 p.m. For those of you that have been in this community for the longest time, you know that Glory Elijah would never joke about such a thing. I will never come and pull your legs and tell you that something is going to happen when it's not going to happen. I will never come and lie to you and tell you that I'm going to do something when I know I'm not going to do it. No, it's either I do it or it's either I do not do it. So, yes, for a fact, that interview was planned and ready to happen today by 3 p.m. WAT. But unfortunately, something changed. Something came up this morning and the interview had to be cancelled. And I knew that I did not want to wait till 3 p.m. to come and tell you all that, oh, Faith is no longer coming. No, that's not going to be good. Yeah, it's not going to be a good look, of course. So I had to put out another poster across all my platforms again. Hectic. Yeah, but I had to. I had to put out another poster across all the platforms where I had already announced that Faith was coming. I had to re-announce again that the interview had been cancelled. And I saw how disappointed a lot of you were. I saw how heartbroken a lot of you were. And the part that really killed me the most was the many of you that said that you had things planned up, you had scheduled things that you had to literally cancel just to be around for this interview today. I feel so bad and I take accountability for that, guys. It is my fault. So please, of course, I've already been receiving a lot of jabs and drags. So if you have more stones to throw at anyone, please throw those stones at me. It is my fault. I take full responsibility for that. I am really sorry. I deeply apologize for ruining your day. I deeply apologize for distorting your entire itinerary for today. I take full responsibility for it. And if there was any way I could make it up to you, I would make it up to you right now. But I don't even know how to do that because there's just so many of you. I cannot count how many DMs I have received today, this morning alone. I am overwhelmed. I'm not even going to lie. I am overwhelmed. So, guys, I am deeply sorry. All right. If there's any blame to be passed on to anyone, throw it to me. I am tough enough to take it. I am really sorry. All right. Circumstances surrounding the cancellation, it's beyond my control. All right. So I am really sorry once again. My sincerest apologies for those of you, especially who had serious engagements for today and you had to cancel. I am so sorry. I am so sorry. I don't even know how to make it up to you. I am so sorry. Please accept my heartfelt apologies. All right. Please, if anything changes in the nearest future, I will announce, I will let you all know. All right. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Also, I saw some speculations, actually a lot of speculations, but there's quite a okay, this particular one, some people are speculating that the organizers threatened me. Guys, please, nobody threatened Glory Elijah. No, nobody. All right. Nobody threatened me. Nobody put a gun to my head or a knife to my head and said, oh, if you interview Faith, blah, blah, blah. No, nothing of that nature happened. So please, let's lay such speculations to rest. All right. Let's lay it to rest. Nobody threatened me. Nothing diabolical happened. So don't worry your head over nothing. All right. So yeah, once again, my sincerest apologies. All right. And I want to thank all of you for understanding. I appreciate all of you. That is why we're a community. All right. Things happen and we give explanations. And I really do hope that this explanation actually works. I really do hope. All right. And yeah, today's conversation is going to continue. All right. Because prior to Faith's interview being scheduled for today, I already had planned already a conversation for today. Someone had sent me an email during the week, a very, very interesting email, which, oh my goodness, I read the email and oh my God, my head was going to explode. I actually extended an invitation to this amazing individual. I really wanted her to be here. She's one of our community members from South Africa. She's a media personality. She is also an ardent viewer of the Big Brother show, be it Big Brother Naija or Big Brother Nzamzi. She's an ardent viewer of the show. And she sent this very interesting email, and it's, I mean, of course, it's something I've been thinking about, but the fact that somebody else sat down where they were and they saw it felt like we were sharing the same lenses, right? She saw through what exactly I was seeing and possibly must have talked about a lot of times about the show. It was quite intriguing to me, and I really wished that she was here today. I don't know if she's around. What's her name again? Deli Sikle, if you are here, I would really love to have you on stage so that we can have this conversation. So it's the conversation surrounding gender bias in gender-based violence. Yeah. And this is with regards to the Big Brother show. This is a topic that a lot of people actually shy away from, and I wonder why. And you see, with regards to Big Brother Naija in particular, 2 seasons now, there's been a blatant disregard for the feelings of the boy child in certain violent situations. Season in, season out, 2 seasons in particular now, we've actually been witnesses to episodes where the female gender, that's the female housemate, have actually made threats, have actually said the most diabolical things to a fellow housemate who is just male, just a different gender from them. But they had actually gotten away scot-free. But then, for the male housemates, the reverse has been the case. And it's not even the fact that the organizers of the show blatantly turn a blind eye to this situation, right? Because at the end of the day, as we've always said, it's a business. The show is a business. For them, they are out to recoup their funds, their resources that they have actually spent to bring alive the show. So most of the things that we actually do expect them to call to order, they will not call to order, all in the name of entertainment, all in the name of generating traffic and engagement for the show, right? But then when it comes to the viewers, because as I said, when it comes to the organizers, of course, you can say what you want to say from now till thy kingdom come, and they will not necessarily move an inch. They will not do the needful. They will not give attention to what they should give attention to. But the people that actually do shock me the most are the viewers. A multitude of the viewers of this show, the way they condone things that on a normal day in their daily lives they will not condone, it is quite shocking. There's a cult following of the Big Brother show. No matter how Glory Elijah explains it, from now till thy kingdom come, no matter how Glory Elijah wants to analyze the situation, trust me, if the organizers were to announce a new season of Big Brother come next year, I kid you not, there are people that are still going to be dancing and jumping for joy about how they cannot wait to be a toxic defender of their fave, of how they cannot wait to be a troll to other housemates, all in the name of defending their fave. The organizers of the show, they released some very interesting write-ups, over the week. They released the polls, the voting polls. By the way, those people that have been dragging me over the polls, I don't understand. Those polls, do they actually pay my bills? I don't think so. But anyways, that's on the side. They released some very, very interesting comments on their website, and people were tagging me to this particular paragraph because, to be very honest, I did not bother to check. I wasn't really interested, but people were tagging me to this particular part, and I'm going to read out from this particular excerpt. It's an excerpt from what they posted on their website, so I'm going to read out from this excerpt. Now, they were giving accolades to the winner, Imisi, for the type of game that she played. For them, everything Imisi did was entertainment all through and through. And this is actually coming from the organizers. All right? Yeah. So this is the part that people were actually tagging me to. I mean, as weird as it's gonna sound, people were actually tagging me and say, "Oh, come and tag that Glory Elijah that is actually castigating or saying that what Imisi did is wrong. Tag her, let her come and see that the owners of the show, they were actually giving her accolades and flowers for what she did." This is what they wrote on their website. They wrote, "Wager nights proved the separation. Theatrical, yes, but never a crutch. She worked timing and breath." Okay, that's really weird because I don't understand who wrote this. "Pivoting from silly to sincere, like a comic with range and an actor with subtext." The Spoon Saga. This is the crux of this excerpt here. The Spoon Saga. Premium petty, staged with clean blocking and a tag that owned the feed for days. When pressure spiked, she stood on business. Confrontations handled with chest, not cruelty, no sheep dependency, no storyline crutches, just persona, craft, receipts. This is what the organizers of the show actually wrote about that Spoon Saga that Imisi pulled off. When we had our 8 hours live conversation last week, I read out my conclusion right here, and I still have it. Give me a second. I still have my conclusion. In my conclusion, I read that the show lacks morals, as everything toxic is enabled and encouraged for traffic, content, and engagement. Biggie is the biggest enabler of violence on the show for not stopping it as soon as it begins. Yeah. And then his question of, so what do you intend to do about it, encourages housemates to act and react. When I saw this excerpt, I gave myself a pat on the back because I said, Glory Elijah, you read these people through and through. I'm gonna ask you a question. The Spoon Saga, and for those of you who do not know, let me reiterate, where Thelma was head of house in week 8 and Imisi, out of spite, because she, Isabella, and Sultana had a plan to steal alcohol during the pool party, but then Thelma had sabotaged their plan, and then Sultana had removed herself from the situation. And then it was left with just Isabella and Imisi. And then Imisi, out of anger that she was not able to pull off the heist that she wanted to pull off with Isabella, she had gotten upset, and then she had gone ahead to seize all the cutleries and all the utensils in the house. And then she had gone to hide it in a box. And after 2 days, she had brought it out with unused sanitary pads, padding the spoons together. That is the saga that the organizers of the show are actually applauding and giving all of these accolades. Now, I'm not surprised because I've told you all before that Anyways, I mean, come on. It's here. My conclusion. I've told you all before that when it comes to the biggest enablers of violence and toxicity of the show, it is actually the owners of the show. All for engagement, all for traffic. And of course, they are not going to come to the public eye and come and tell people that, okay, we were wrong. We should have called that out. We should have called. No, they're not going to do that. They will never take accountability for their action. But then the question I have, still on this topic of conversation we're discussing today, the question I have is, in week 7, Faith was head of house. Emisi had vowed to sabotage his reign as head of house. She would not listen to instructions. She would not abide by the rules of the house. She would make it tough for him. She had said it. Isabella had heard. Isabella had aligned thoughts with her that was what they were going to do. Yeah. And then she had started, taking bread when they were all sharing food, not wanting to pay attention to the instructions of how things were actually supposed to proceed that evening. There was also the washing of the plate saga. That one I've talked about, that one I called out Faith, that Faith should have just allowed that one slide or told Culture to wash it. We talked about that one. But anybody who has been following the season, they knew that Emisi knew exactly what she was doing. She wanted to fight. She wanted to antagonize him so bad that she decided that all of those things to trigger him, to provoke him, she was going to continuously do it. And she was doing it. And then Faith, out of anger, had declared that since you want to be like this, you will not eat food in this house. Guess what? Both housemates and viewers alike, they had crucified Faith. They had called him names. They had insulted this guy. They had dragged him to hell. They had called for the devil himself to come and crucify Faith and nail him to the burning fire. They had rained all manner of curses on this young man. Faith had not hidden food from Emisi. He only threatened that if she was not going to follow the rules, as all of them as housemates had actually agreed to, that she would not eat. Because she said, Emisi literally said she would die before she listens to Faith's instructions. She said it over and over again. Even in that kerosene situation, she declared it over and over again. Faith only threatened, if you don't abide by the agreements that we have as a house, you will not eat. Because you alone cannot just decide to eat whatever you like, take whatever amount of protein you like in a week that is a bare minimum week, a week where Big Brother had given the housemates half the portion of food supplies that they would normally give to them every week. They had dragged this boy to filth for making that threat. But guess what? After the whole situation, guys, I'm not even going to talk about all the situation because we've talked about it over and over again. But the next week, Thelma was head of house. She started off trying to be cool, to be nice, but then later on, she decided to be authoritarian a bit because the housemates were acting crazy. And then Emisi and Thelma, did I say Thelma? Isabella and Sultana, they had that their plan, the alcohol haste that they had planned. And then, because guys, go and check the organizers of the show. They went to put a very different narrative of what exactly happened. They claimed that the reason Emisi was upset and went ahead to hide spoons is because Thelma refused to give her enough alcohol, which is a blatant lie. Because anybody that watched the conversation that Emisi, Thelma, and Sultana had the night before Thursday, they would have seen the genesis of that entire situation. So the question here is, and this is a question that, that concerns this conversation we're having today. Emisi went and hid all the cutleries, all the utensils. Apparently, someone sent me a message and said, oh, that she admitted later on in one of her interviews that Jason J saw her hiding the spoons and Jason J was quiet. She told Jason J to keep quiet and Jason J kept quiet. And let's not forget, Jason J was one of the people that really hated Faith, that really would antagonize Faith at every given opportunity. But that's his business. That's their business. Housemates inside the house kept quiet. They didn't say anything. Nobody wanted to confront Imisi. Nobody wanted to do anything about it. And now when I think about it afterwards, it's making me feel like, hold on a second. It felt like that week, the whole house knew that Imisi hid the spoon. So they did not want to be the ones to confront her. They did not want to be the ones to react. So instead, they wanted Faith to be the ones to react. Think about it. They wanted Faith to be the one to react. So what that means is, if Faith had been the one to react, if Faith had been the one to decide to take the bull by the horns and go and confront Imisi and then maybe begin to threaten her that you have to bring out the spoons right now. I need the spoon to eat. The whole house needs the spoon. If Faith had decided to be the knight in shiny armor of everybody in the house, you know, the one person that decided, okay, fine, I am the only one that has audacity in this house. I am the only one that can confront this girl. If Faith had decided to go and confront this girl, what that means is the whole house would have automatically ganged up again against Faith, just as they had done with the kerosene situation the previous week. Think about it. They all kept quiet. So I ask a question. If it was Faith that had hidden all of those cutleries and utensils, and then the boxers that he had worn, directly to his bum bum, and then he removed that boxer and shoved it inside the bag of spoons and utensils. And then after 2 days, in fact, I don't even think Faith would have lasted 2 days. I doubt. I don't think it would have lasted 2 days because the whole house, with Thelma also being the head of house, that guy would probably have asked for voluntary exit that week because they would have antagonized him, they would have bullied him, and if not, somebody would have gone physically violent on him because they know that Big Brother would not disqualify them. They will possibly receive a double strike. What is a double strike in week 8? They know that fine, so long as they can lay hands on Faith. So fine. It's only 2 weeks left, so it doesn't matter anyways. But at least, they saw how Bright Morgan punched Faith and he got a double strike. So they too would not mind punching Faith just to catch a strike or a double strike. It would have been bloody. And guess what? Big Brother would have been laughing and smiling to the bank. And you will see their social media handler getting all excited and giggly like a child. And of course, as usual, they will come and put a very ugly narrative about how Faith has been a dictator, has been an antagonist the entire season, and has decided to terrorize the whole house. And the house decided that no, justice must be served. This injustice cannot continue. And the whole house decided to stand up for their right and to fight for themselves. That is the narrative, I am sure. If I can bet my life on it, that's the narrative that they would have put out there. That's the narrative. Listen, I see some of you in the comment section. I don't know why you're here, to be very honest. I mean, you hate me so much. You hate listening to my voice. You hate my content, but you are still here on my live. Are you not mentally deranged? I think there's actually something wrong with you. How is it that you hate somebody so much, but you are here? You are listening to the sound of my voice. Does it not torment you? Why are you here? Why are you here? If my voice torments you, if you hate what I am saying, get out of this place. I mean, come on. Stop stressing yourself. Get out of this place. You're not welcome. If the sound of my voice pisses you off, if what I am saying pisses you off, get the fuck off. Leave this place. It's that simple. I am not holding anybody bondage. Did I tie your legs and your hands and say, oh, you must not go anywhere? If you cannot listen to my conversation, if this conversation is too heavy for your ears, get the fuck off. Leave. It's that simple. It's that simple. Leave this place. Or do you need your parents to come and drag you? Or you need your children to come and drag you? I don't understand. If you get a heart attack, I'm not responsible for it. You are the architect of your own problem. If this conversation is too hard for you to take in, leave for the sake of your mental health, because I'm still talking. I just started. I'm still talking. So please, I beg you. Now I am the one begging you. Leave, because this conversation just started and I'm not even done. So leave, please. Because if you don't leave, I'm just going to be blocking you. That's it. I don't need you here. I need mentally sound people, which is what this community is all about. I don't see any reason why you are here. Insulting, talk, like it doesn't really make sense. You sound mentally deranged, complaining and complaining and complaining like anybody tied you. Nobody tied you. You have your freedom to leave. This is the last time I'm going to say this. The next time I see your stupid ass in my comment section, I'm blocking you. Anyways. As I was saying, question is, if it was Faith that packed all of those utensils and cutleries and hid them away, do you think the internet would have been kinder to him? The way the internet was kind to Imisi, the way they soft-pedaled the whole situation, the way they made it look, oh my God, she's giving us content, she's giving us entertainment. Do you think they would have called it content? Do you think people would have condoned it? Do you think the housemates would have condoned it the way they condoned it with Imisi? Because I remember Rude Boy trying to throw tantrums in the kitchen, but guess what? Somebody kept on telling him, don't complain, go and take a spoon, or rather create a spoon for yourself or use your hand. Now I'm thinking about it. It's making me wonder that, wait, hold on a second. Could it be that there was a shared information across the house that nobody should complain, but let Faith be the only one to complain? Let Faith be the only one to go and confront Imisi. Could it be that there was a circulated information around the house? That's a question. And ladies and gentlemen, what you see right there is gender bias staring at you in the face. That was gender bias. Now, before I get to the ultimate one, let's look at the situation between Zita and Rude Boy. We saw how Zita, in a split second, threw her plate of food in Rude Boy's face. We saw how, out of reflex, Rude Boy landed her a massive slap. Tit for tat, instantly. But when Big Brother wanted to judge the matter, Zita was issued a double strike. Yeah, Zita was issued a double strike. Rude Boy did not get any punishment at all. And I'm going to admit, I was one of those people that said, okay, fine. I was actually relieved that he did not get a punishment. Why? Because it was clear as day, the conversation they were having. Rude Boy was apologizing to Zita. He was trying to explain that situation, that, look, I have apologized to your team members. You don't have to be upset. But Zita was not having it. She kept on going off and going off and going off. And then before we knew it, out of whatever was working her brain at that point in time, she had thrown her plate of food in Rude Boy's face. Now, ladies and gentlemen, let me ask you all a question. Aside the fact that Rude Boy had retaliated with a slap to Zita, two scenarios. If it was Rude Boy that had done that to Zita, do you think he would have received just a double strike? Do you think he would have received just a double strike? Number two, if it was Faith in that situation, if it was Faith in Rude Boy's position, Zita had carried a plate of food and had thrown it in Faith's face, do you think Faith would have gone away scot-free? What do you think would have happened to him? Ladies and gentlemen, that's another situation. That's another situation. Let's look at Sultana's situation. The claim of being drunk, which we all know is a lie still. The claim of being drunk, going ahead to go and pee in your fellow housemate's box. A housemate whom everybody has heard how you have dragged this person from day one, how you've declared your dislike for this person, how you've spitefully and maliciously gossiped about this person non-stop. Of 28 other individuals in the house, you did not see anybody else's box, but only Dede's box. You went ahead and you peed in that person's box, soiling that person's clothes, designer items and whatnot that she had in that box. Ladies and gentlemen, I pose a question to all of you today. If it was a male housemate that was in Sultana's shoes, or let's say, for instance, Bright Morgan, who was upset from day one that Dede did not give him a hug, that Dede rejected his hug, that Dede is this, Dede is that, because also Bright Morgan too had a lot to say about Dede. Even after his eviction, during his interview, he still reaffirmed his dislike for the girl, how the girl altered his ego and how the girl bruised his ego and how he did not like her ever since. So imagine it was actually Bright Morgan that carried such a personal dislike, a personal resentment for Dede. And then one Saturday night after the party, just went and peed in that girl's box. Do you think Big Brother would have handled the situation the way they handled Sultana's situation? That's a question for all of you. Do you think that would have been the case? Let's walk down memory lane for a bit. Let's go all the way back to the Big Brother Naija All-Star season. That season remains one of my favorite seasons. You know why? Because it was quite exciting. It was very interesting, but there was a lot of issues that happened. We'll talk about first the Ike and Alex situation. I will never rest from talking about that one because that one was another very, very blatant disregard for the cry of the boy child. The way Ike was treated in that situation, shocking, very shocking. They're probably friends now. I don't care. It's not my business, but we're talking about the show that we watched. We're talking about the characters, the personalities on the show that we watched. Whatever they're doing with their lives right now, it's not my business. I don't really care, but we're talking about the show. Yeah? So, the Ike and Alex situation. Yes, Ike had been very weird and mischievous the entire season, especially with what he did to, what's her name? Ilebaye, right? Yeah. But then you see that pool scenario where they were all playing rough play, playing rough play. This one will chook head inside water. This one will submerge. This one will re-emerge, playing rough play. And then, according to Alex, she panicked. She was scared. She thought that she was going to drown. And then thinking that she was going to drown, what did she do? she surfaced above the water, and before we knew it, she was throwing massive, massive punches on Ike. Like, Alex is tall. She has big bones like a man. So imagine all those punches, pa, 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 rushing this guy with serious punches. Hammering this guy with her might. Hammering this guy with her might. Punching this guy like no man's business. Sorry, I need to block some people. Hammering this guy and doing whatever. And then guess what? The situation was not addressed. So the question I kept on wondering to myself is, what if it was Ike that claimed that, they were playing rough play and he panicked, he thought that he was going to drown, he thought that something was going to happen to him, blah, blah, blah. And then out of fear, he came out of the water and started raining punches on Alex's face. Imagine it was Ike that did that. What do you think would have happened? Guys, sorry. I'm trying to block some disgusting elements here. So what do you think would have happened? That's a question for all of you. Now let me conclude so that I can hear from all of you as well. My take is there's so much gender bias with this show, and it's just really sad that the viewers pick and choose what they criticize. They pick and choose what they criticize. And it's also very sad that these same people are the same people that you live with in society. These are the same people that you encounter either on social media or in real life, in your everyday life. Yeah. These are the same people you encounter. So when you imagine the kind of mindsets that they have, you imagine the kind of mindsets that they work with, you become scared. You begin to fear for your safety because you begin to ask yourself that, hold on a second. So this kind of person exists in society. I mean, if all in the name of a show, people are calling for the death of one housemate because they do not like that person, all because of a show, it makes you wonder what they can actually do, what they are capable of doing in reality. And then you see all these scenarios that I've pointed out. Oh, I even forgot to mention the Pere one. The Pere one where this guy was bullied consistently by Alex, someone that claimed to have an organization that fights against bullies. Very ironical, right? And then she turned out to be a bully herself in the house. So, we had a situation like that. Constantly bullied by Alex. This guy repeatedly reported to Big Brother. Big Brother kept on telling him, don't worry, we're looking at it. They did not give that girl any shameful exit. Instead, they soft pedaled the whole situation. And then when it was, I think, week 8 or week 9, they evicted her just like any normal housemate. They made it look like she did not do anything. You know why? Because she gave them the entertainment they wanted. She gave them the content that they wanted. So they did nothing about it. But guess what? The day Pere had enough, the day Pere got so angry that out of frustration, of course, he's in a confined space. He's human. His mind had been constantly fucked with by these girls. And then that was also that was goading him consistently that particular day. The guy got so angry. He got so fed up. And then he punched a wall. What happened? Pere got a strike. Doing got a strike. But you know what else happened? The viewers of the show, they demonized Pere endlessly. They kept on calling this guy all sorts of names. They called him a woman beater. They called him, what's that thing again? No, they said he's guilty of gender-based violence. They said this, they said that. They said that word that he punched, that would have been Doing's face. They said all manner of things. And then I asked the question. I said, hold on a second. Alex especially had been bullying this guy. She had been working on this guy's nerves. This guy had been reporting to Big Brother. He had been reporting. There was one particular diary session Perry had I'll never forget, where he had asked Big Brother that at what point will production decide to step in and put an end to this torment? He asked Big Brother that question. He asked that Big Brother, is it when I react? Is it when I finally decide that, okay, I have had enough? And a lot of you also asked me the same question in this community. A lot of you asked me that same question. But what happened? People refused to see that this man too had been consistently bullied. That was the excuse a lot of the viewers were giving at the time. They said, Pere was conspiring. When he was conspiring the entire season, didn't he know that it was a game? I said, I don't understand. If there was one thing that was different about the All-Star season, it was the fact that Big Brother announced to the housemates that conspiracy was allowed. Because why? It was an all-stars season. There was no theme of the season. It was just all stars. So it was a free-for-all. Play the game as much as you can. It was a season of winners. It was a season of some of the best players in the entire, I think, 8 seasons of Big Brother Naija. So they picked out or invited some people that they considered to be the best players. So people's excuse was that, oh, but Perry was conspiring. I'm like, I don't understand. Everybody was conspiring during the All-Star season. So what are people talking about? So everybody literally overlooked the offenses of the girls. But instead, they started blaming Perry. They said he is not man enough. That why did he not exercise self-control? That a real man will take all the bullshit from a woman and will not react. I said, look at you. Even if they put your father or your brother or your lover inside Big Brother's mansion to stay there for more than 2 months, and that person gets tormented consistently, and nobody is doing anything about it, trust me, one day he will crack. And people have different ways of cracking. People have different ways of cracking. Nobody is in support of domestic violence. Nobody is in support of, gender-based violence. No. But I, Glory Elijah, I have male figures in my life. And if there's one thing I appreciate about the male figures in my life, it is the fact that they are gentlemen. Just as the female figures in my life are ladies. The female figures in my life, they are very cultured. They are very refined. They know not to speak to a man anyhow. They know not to disrespect a man unnecessarily. Even necessarily, they know how to speak to men. They know how to treat men with respect. In fact, they know how to treat both men and women with respect. They are very polite. Why? Because they too have male and female figures in their life. In other words, they understand that respect is reciprocal. So the female figures I have in my life will never go out of their way to disrespect men. Why? Because they want to prove that they are feminists. There is nothing to prove. There's absolutely nothing to prove. They do not see the need to prove that women are powerful. They do not see the need to prove that if something goes wrong, society will always stand up and defend women. They do not see the need to prove anything. And just like they do not see the need to prove anything, the male figures I have in my life too, they are very respectful of women. They do not see the need to try to outshine or to prove to women that they are bigger, they are better, they are bolder. No. They give equal respect to women, just as they respect men. And you see that All-Star season, that was the same thing I was preaching. You cannot call a man weak for getting fed up and frustrated over the consistent bullying and attacks and tormenting from female housemates, and then the man got frustrated and punched a wall, you cannot call him a weak man. You are the weak person. You are the weak person. You are weak because you refuse to acknowledge that those women were wrong. You are weak because you refuse to recognize the torment, the provocation, the triggering involved in that whole situation. And so for you to go ahead and then put all the blame on a man because he got frustrated and punched a wall, you are the one that is weak. You are the one that is biased. And you know what's funny? These people that feel like they have mouth to talk, trust me, if they found themselves in the same situation, if their brothers or their husbands or their lovers or even their pastor in church, if they found themselves in such a situation, you will see how they will rise up to the occasion to fight, to defend. They will say, no, it's not like that. Or you should also call out those people that were also attacking. They will come out to defend. But all because of stanship culture. These people's sense of right or wrong just literally went down the drain. So I'm going to close my speech, my long talk, by saying that you see this gender bias that you people enjoy condoning on the Big Brother show. One day, it's going to come very close to home. And when it comes, it's going to be very interesting to see how you handle it. If we are privy to that information, it'll be very interesting to sit down with a cup of tea and watch how you people that condone such will be able to wriggle your way out of that situation. I would love to see it. Because all because of stanship culture, you refuse, you blatantly turn a blind eye to injustice. You blatantly refuse to call a spade a spade. You refuse to call things what they are. Or because you have a fave, or because you want to promote your fave, or because you want to defend your fave. You say, oh, it's just a show. It's not that deep. Last week, somebody said it's not that deep. I say, oh, wow, it's not that deep. If it happens to you that an entire continent of Africa, let's say at least 50% of the entire continent of Africa, they call you and tag you a violent person. They tag you a woman beater. They tag you this, they tag you that. If it happens to you, let's see if you're going to open your mouth and say, it's not that deep. A lot of you cannot even take the bullshit that most of these male housemates actually take on the show. A lot of you, if it happens to you, if it happens to you, you would have started running helter skelter, looking for image rebranding, looking for people that are going to rebrand your image. And that is if you are not known. No. That is if you are not known. I'm going to stop talking here. I would love to hear from all of you. Mr. A wanted to speak. So, Mr. A, you're welcome back. I would love to hear from you. Guys, if you have anything to contribute to the conversation, please click in the comment section, all right? And you click on it. If you're on YouTube, click on the link in the comment section to share your opinion. For those of you on Twitter, you know what to do. Send in your request and I'll bring you on here as a speaker to speak, all right? Mr. A, you're welcome to the conversation. Mr. A, are you here? Okay, I'm going to remove Mr. A. For those of you that are ready, just go ahead and okay, so we have people here. Pony, you are welcome. How are you?
I'm okay, Glory. How are you?
I'm good.
Yes.
Thank you very
It's me.
much.
It's me on.
You're on. Pony,
Okay, all
please
right,
carry
all
on.
right. Hello, Glory. How are you?
I'm good, my sister.
I really have to commend you because it's not easy dealing with the toxicity. Because just like how some of these housemates are dealing with the toxicity, you're dealing with it too. But
Yeah.
sometimes that's just the situation when you are trying to stand up for the truth. And all I can say is that what you're doing is really commendable and admirable. With
Thank you.
regards to this topic, I think the one thing that I'm really going to say and I want to stress is that I really do hope that many of the people who are speaking and spreading all of this toxicity online, I really hope, for one, many of you don't have boy children. And
Hmm.
two, I hope for many of you, the men in your life are 6 feet tall. I really do
Hmm.
hope that that is the
Honestly,
case,
honestly.
because the amount of things that are said and the way some people think is really worrying.
Mm-hmm.
And people need to understand that in this society, we cannot live on our own. We need each other. That is the way we were designed.
Mm-hmm.
Because there seems to have been a shift lately. Before it used to be women are being oppressed and all of that. But
Mm-hmm.
now it's the other way around.
Mm-hmm.
And anything in extremity is always a bad idea.
Yeah.
The feminism that we are talking about with so much gas and energy has been twisted into something that it's not actually. And if you actually are a person who does research and you go down and dig deep on the history of feminism, you'll be shocked that the people actually championed feminism were men. But that's a
Mm-hmm.
story for another day. So when I look at this whole situation ranging from faith, I think the reason why this season has been so controversial is because whatever happened on the show is really depictive of what's happening right now in the society.
True.
And the
Absolutely.
unfair narrative that was shared. And
Mm-hmm.
I want to say this for people who keep on saying so many things about Glory. If you've been on Glory's channel for a while, I did not hear these people calling you a pick me when you were talking about those two girls who were harassed in the club just a few months back. I watched that video. In that video, you were speaking about women's issues. But these are the same people. I feel like there are people sometimes who don't even engage with your content that much, that come back to spread this weird narrative that you're a pick me, or you think you're going to marry Faith, or you have done this. If you have been on Glory's channel for a very long time, you will notice that Glory is always going to be her. And that's the only thing you can be, authentic to yourself. All this online bullying, online talk, these things have clips, the videos are there. And the way Faith is being treated, you would think that many of these people are going to have only one gender of children. But when something is unfair, let's call it out. I am not someone who is new to the antiques media plays because, by the way, I was in media very much of my early life. I was in
Hmm.
media. So I'm very aware of how toxic media can get. And I'm very aware of what happens. And part of the reason why I left media was because of that. If you're someone who is not ready for your integrity to be lost, there are certain industries you might want to reconsider.
Mm-hmm.
And media is one of them. So, with everything that is happening with Faith, all the different stories that are being put on the website, whatever social media is running with, I'm not shocked about that because the media is going to paint a narrative about what you
Mm-hmm.
need to see. But what did you as a viewer see? That is something that is very important. Most of these people who are trolling, they know the truth. It's not new.
Mm-hmm.
They know that what they are defending is wrong. But because sometimes I wonder if people's hate for Faith is more than their love for their faiths.
Exactly.
I wonder if you actually, because it seems like they hate him more than they love their faiths.
Mm-hmm.
If you have a problem with a particular housemate, why are you engaging with his content? Why are you on his page? Why do you wish him death? Why do you not want him to have people who support him? Because we all people support who they relate with.
Mm-hmm.
So why is it such a big issue? If you don't like him, just stay away from his content. It's that simple. Nothing is going to happen if you do that. But no, because you have to spread your vileness, you're going onto his page because it gives you a kick. And that says a lot about your character. So one thing that stands out and I think is very important for me to say is we cannot live in this world alone. We need to learn to coexist. When something
Absolutely.
is wrong, let's call it out for
Mm-hmm.
the importance and the advancement of our society. I'm from a totally different country. I'm not familiar maybe with some of the social constructs in Nigeria. But I think everything has to have its limits. And we
Mm-hmm.
need to be fair across the board because men serve their role just like women do. And that's all I'm going to
Absolutely.
say on this situation. But be strong, Glory.
Thank you. Thank you.
Personally, all that noise is it's a lot. But
Yeah.
you're a tough girl. You're a really strong girl, and I give it up to you. And thanks for
Thank
this
you.
platform, and we shall keep on. Have a lovely evening.
Thank you so much, Pony. Thank you so much. Thank you. All right. Let's speak with Kabai. Kabai, you're welcome.
Hey, Glory, how are you?
I'm good. You're welcome. How are you?
I'm good, sis. Good to see you. I had a bit of a challenge with the network. I didn't hear you when you started.
Oh,
I just wanted to know, did you manage to get hold of Faith, or is it still coming on?
wow. Okay. Okay. I mean, okay. Interesting question because I've announced it across all my platforms. No, we're not having faith today. The interview is
Oh,
cancelled. If anything
oh,
changes, I will communicate.
oh, all right. Sorry, I was out almost the whole day, and when I came back, my Wi-Fi was down, so I
Oh, okay.
I struggled a lot. But by the time I enter into your show today, you were half, I think, about 20 minutes. So I thought that actually I missed something in that about 20 minutes. But how are you, sis? Keep it up. You're doing a good job, hey?
Thank you.
You're
I'm
doing a
good.
great job. Much love from South Africa. We love you, Glory. I'm always here. Sometimes I'm a silent one. Yeah, but there's the noise makers. They just do the noise, those people. I don't like the nasty people. I don't like when people are so nasty to one another. We lost
Hmm.
the show to MEC as Faith as fans, and I think we have a right to say our opinion.
Hmm.
We're not saying anything malicious to anybody, but we're saying everybody deserved a fair chance from Big Brother. I don't feel Big Brother was fair to Faith. He could have given him two strikes. That was not fair at all. We don't condone what Faith did, but he didn't push Sultana. They were fighting for that bucket. That's what we saw. We don't know
Hmm.
what he saw because he always preached that Big Brother is always watching. From what I saw, I didn't see Faith touching Sultana. I saw
Yeah.
them fighting for a bucket. So that was very unfair of Big Brother. But hey, production had its own genders, and unfortunately he succumbed to the whole situation because if only I could go in that house and say, Faith, please calm down. Faith, just calm down. You are very close, because we were going to see what was going to happen. But he didn't know, and I guess he was frustrated, and he had asked for help. But Big Brother kept on saying, we'll see what we can do about that. That was so unfair to him. However, we wish him lots of love. We love him. And Glory, keep up the good job, girl.
Thank you so much. Thank you so
Th-
much, Kabai. I
Thank you
really
for the
appreciate.
platform. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank
Bye.
you. All right. Yes. All right. Let's speak with Shield. Hi, Shield. You're welcome.
Hi, Glory. How are you?
Good, 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 good. You're welcome.
Yes. I don't know. I came in very late, so I don't know the topic of the day. What are we speaking on?
Okay. As reflected on the title, we're looking at
Mhm.
gender bias in gender-based violence, the so-called gender-based violence, and we're using housemate situation as case studies. So we looked at the situation in the all-star season between Ike and Alex, Pere Alex and Doing, and then also this different situations that have played out this 10 over 10 season.
Oh, okay. Before I answer that, I need to congratulate my Dede. I was very happy that she came top two. I was rooting for her. I was like, I don't care whether she wins or not. I just wanted to be on the stage. So I was really happy on Sunday. Although I was also sad because Faith wasn't there. So but talking about what you said, gender bias, I think we've really talked about it this season. The ladies, I kind of mentioned of Imisi. People were dragging me on the comments, but when I was talking about Imisi, like how she broke most of the rules, and like, and I also watched Faith's video. I think he made mention of the fact that he wanted a therapist, but Big Brother didn't give him, which was very yeah, I kind of watched that part when he always goes to the diary room and he be requesting for a therapist. And I'm actually don't understand why, because I remember on All Stars, I think Big Brother brought in a therapist for the housemates. I don't know why he didn't do that this season, because this season was even much more crazier because he was very lenient. There was a lot of physical altercation,
They
and
wanted
he
the almost madness.
yeah. So, and that was very interesting when Faith said that, and I'm like, what was the production trying to do? They didn't bring any therapist to, talk to the housemates. There wasn't any. I mean, if there is not one-on-one section, at least it should be a group like what they did on All Stars, because I saw that happening. So that made me think, what was production trying to achieve by rejecting the request of, I think it wasn't even Faith. I think someone also said they wanted a therapist. I think it was more than one person. And even how they even made Sabrina's whole illness too was also very suspicious. I'm really skeptical about the whole dynamic, how production played out the whole thing with the housemate, especially when someone is requesting for a therapist. They are not going, like they are going through emotions and all those things, and then you just ignore. I don't know if, sorry, is someone speaking? Okay. So I was really surprised, and I think production needs to do better, because that was really bad on their behalf. And I'm sure if there was a therapist who could have talked to Faith, um, I mean, it would have been better, or like maybe a therapist coming to talk to the housemate or something, because Big Brother himself is not a therapist. The diary room is not a therapy session. They go there. I mean, even sometimes Big Brother kind of, trying to make them feel at fault and all those things. I don't think that's how a therapist behave. I'm not a therapist myself, but I know that, with that work, you just need to listen and trying to give a way for like some solutions, or like, try to make them not feel bad. But Big Brother in this season sometimes we try to put the blame on them, and that is not a therapist. He himself is not a therapist, by the way. So he trying to become something that he was not, and also trying to not giving them the request that the housemates were asking for is very bad on their part. And I hope that does not repeat next season, because look at what turned out with Faith. I'm sure if he had the therapist, things wouldn't have gone that far. I mean, he didn't do anything bad, but he would have been more composed than he was before. And I think that house really messed him up. I was really sad watching the video. He didn't talk more, but the words that he was saying, I could hear, that he was crying for help and they refused him. And that was really bad on their part. I don't know, maybe because they thought he's a male. I just don't get it. And yeah, that is where I think I see it the gender bias thing, I would say it was very glaring between Emisi and Faith. You could tell that Emisi got up. I'll always say it. Emisi fans, calm down. It's just, let's say the truth. Emisi didn't even get any punishment, except after Faith got disqualified and then they punished her about the vernacular thing. The girl has been speaking Yoruba since day one. And it was a lot of things. It wasn't even Yoruba. I mean, the girl, he disrespected head of house many times, many times, not even Faith. I think during the time where Emisi went to take the spoons, and then I forgot who was the head of house at that time, whether it
It
was
was
Thelma.
Selma.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And then they told her to return the spoons, and she didn't. So it wasn't even Faith. I mean, if you take Faith out of it, she disrespected head of house many times. She did break a lot of rules that I can't even remember. Sometimes I just had to, I'm like, okay, this girl, that is how it has been the whole season. So I'll just take it as normal. And if people say that they are not against Emisi, we are just trying to say that there was some certain bias when it comes to production. It isn't Emisi, right? Because it's kind of like kids. If you they do something, you don't punish them, they'll continue to do it. And it's not the kids' fault, it's the parents' fault for not cautioning or like punishing them. So I mean, people be saying, oh yeah, there was this video, I don't know if you saw it, there was this lady who came for you on TikTok, and she kind of said something about the fact that, oh, you said Emisi had a smooth run and all those things. And yes, she did. Like, I was even watching that thing, that video the lady made that she was just, blasting you there. It was all over social media. And I'm like, you Emisi fans, say the truth. The girl did. The girl had a smooth, like, we are not attacking Emisi. We are just saying production was biased. And we are just putting the fault on production. There's nothing wrong with that. So we saying, oh, there was this bias doesn't mean like, oh, we are hating Emisi. I mean, it was glaring. Come on. It was very glaring. I can't
I
even
mean,
stress it enough.
shoot, yeah. I mean, just as you rightly put it, it just, I think I said it before that there's a curse of the show. And where you as an individual knows that you are cursed is when you see the truth and you can't say it, but you just keep defending. Then just know that there's been a shift in your sanity. Because as you rightly said, of course, this girl had a smooth run. See, let me stick to the topic of conversation, the gender bias.
Yeah.
How many times did Emisi threaten to deal with Faith? How many times did she threaten this boy, telling him things like, when you are sleeping, better close one eyes and keep one eyes open to sleep. We are Africans. There are
Yeah.
things you tell to someone and people will shake, people will panic, people will call for the intervention of the production team that, hey, that thing that housemate said, that is no joke. You have to look into it. Emisi said that on different occasions.
Mm.
She said things about how she's going to stab this boy, how she's going to do this, how she's going to beat him up, how she's going to organize people to beat him up. She said things. Now, let's switch the roles.
Hmm.
Imagine if it was Faith that said all of these things at all of these different occasions.
Yeah.
Imagine if it was
It
Faith.
would
What do you
have
think would have
been
happened?
hell. I mean, even when the small clip that Showmax released where they were dragging the pan, see how, social media, like people were just calling for face disqualification and we're just dragging the pan. So it would have been hell. And I always blame, I always want to blame production because I just do not understand the intention behind the whole thing. That's the reason why I don't want to bring, Faith and Emisi, because if you bring Faith and Emisi, it will be like, oh, it was just Faith. Emisi did it to other people. I mean, in the Queen, when she was arguing with Queen, she held the fork that she was going to stab Queen and all those things. So whenever we like, and that's the thing about this social media, whenever we kind of, trying to bring Imisis issues and Imisis rules that she broke, they'll be bringing faith, and I'm like, no, this is not only faith. This is not, it's just as, when it comes to faith and Imisi, because of faith loud reaction, we were able to see it. But the others, they kind of like, let it go, so, and it's just so mind blowing that we can just sweep all these things under the rug. The guy is a human. I was really concerned when I watched the video with Faith. Like, I was like, yes, the guy went through a lot. And he always said it that, I'm going through a lot. I'm going through a lot. And I just don't understand production. So I'm just going to end it here because there's just a lot. I was just wishing to see Faith interview, but I'll be waiting for it. Hopefully we can watch his interview and he can, really express himself, because I just want to know the intention behind whatever production was doing. So yeah, Gloria, I'll end it here, and yeah,
All
I'll
right.
just be looking around your page to see if there's something happening.
All
All right.
right.
Okay.
Thank you
Thank
so
you.
much. Thank you so much, Shield. Thank you, Shield. All right. Let's speak with Mara. Mara, you're welcome.
Hello, Glory. How are you?
I'm good. You're welcome.
Well, we had visitors on the last live. As predicted, I was really, really waiting for them to fuck up, and they did. And I want to pose a question to Deloitte and MultiChoice and Big Brother, because I know that their cronies are in here. As to Dr. Faith getting disqualified, sorry, on Thursday before the pool party, he was at 63.752%. A question to the cronies in the live, because I know they're here. What happened to my doctor's votes? Where did the percentage vanish to? I made a promise and I said, if MultiChoice continues to be disrespectful and playing in my fucking face, I will embarrass them in these digital streets. And they did not get it's like they didn't get my memo. That nonsense they pulled yesterday, trying to show us that certain individuals have been pulling the polls and talking since week one. Big brother, I'm watching. My ears is on the ground. I'm listening to the nonsense that your housemates are peddling out here. Hmm? You know, I'm listening to the way they're answering the questions posed to them. I'm
That's another
listening to the
one.
questions that you've written down for the housemates to answer. I'm listening keenly,
Mm-hmm.
keenly. And let me tell you what, big brother, you can fool the idiots that seems to be taking a chunk of your viewership, but you can really not fool everybody. So I
Mm-hmm.
will pose the question again. What happened to the 63.753% before you disqualified that young man and kicked him out of a house? With that being said, I want to address the viewers of the other fan bases. Last time I checked, we do not go to your platforms and be disrespectful and insult people. We don't do that. So
Mm-hmm.
if you're going to bring your behind and sit your behind down on Glory's platform, if you do not like the conversation, you're not locked in here. The respectful thing you can do is get the fuck out. Because the conversation
Absolutely.
we are having here is not for people with your brain sets. And with that being said, I've noted a few. There's a Joy and there's a Vanessa on the chat. Please, please, I beg you, with everything that I hold dear, you're women who should know better. Because you're the same people when gender-based violence happen to fellow women, you'll be holding placards out here and going for protests saying that the
Hypocrites.
woman is not protected.
Mm.
What the fuck do you want protection from if you're the same people who'll be out here meting the same violence to our brothers?
Absolutely.
If you're going to be an individual that is protective, empathetic, and kind, let it cut across the board. Don't
Mm.
choose who you're going to be empathetic to, because to me, that shows you're not a kind human being. You're a nice
Mm-hmm.
human being who wants to people please. You want to show the world that you fucking care, but you don't care about anything.
It's all a
The
facade.
care you have is about your image. You want people to see you as this person who cares about people. You don't care about anybody but your
Mm-hmm.
fucking self. So it's either you're kind or you're an unkind human being. There's no in between. You're kind,
Mm-hmm.
you're not kind. Now, when I mentioned in week 5 that Big Brother was the most sadistic, narcissistic individual, I could hear some people at the back of the mind saying, "Oh, she said that Big Brother is toxic." Oh, he is. Big Brother of 10 over 10 season thrives in toxicity and tears and pain.
Mm-hmm.
He loves it when people get depressed, because you know what? Out of anger and depression, you can do certain things that when you sit back on a normal day, you wouldn't do it. And
Absolutely.
I believe the same Big Brother stopped in season 3, especially Big Brother Naija, stopped in season 3 when Miracle won. From season 4, coming all the way, it's been nothing but nonsense. Faith wanted to exit. I believe that Faith did request to exit. When Faith went to his locker and wrote, "Faith was here," and
Mm.
started packing, he wanted out. But Big Brother would not let that young man go out of that house on his own terms. He
I
wanted to
believe so.
dictate how Faith was going to leave. Because if Faith left voluntarily,
Mm.
his behind was going to be open for all and sundry. So what
Mm-hmm.
happened? He managed to convince that young man to stay put.
I believe so.
Why? Because he had all this thing planned ahead. And when I tell you this thing was planned, I'm not talking because I'm just talking for the heck of it. When Sultana disappeared for several minutes, and they were looking for him for her to come for them to do the wager task, the camera could not show us where Sultana had vanished to.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
One person even had sent for someone to go and talk to Jason, for Jason to unveil where Sultana was. For
Mm.
some reason, the person never went. And when I keep on saying that things happen in that house, I
Mm.
think the first thing I'm going to do in the next coming season is also hack those cameras and actually see what these people are failing to show us on the outside. Speaking of the trend of this show and how it goes, in All Stars, Pere experienced the worst of bullying from women,
Mm-hmm.
and viewers saw nothing wrong with it. The
Mm-hmm.
society has been conditioned that men are supposed to be the pillars, the people who take in, and they're not supposed to be reactive. We are forgetting that men also have emotions, that men are
Exactly.
also human.
Mm-hmm.
Men feel, just because Perry was a man, just because Dr. Faith was a man, doesn't mean that they are immune to feeling feelings of anger, of happiness, feelings of disappointment. They're not immune to it.
Mm-hmm.
So when you continuously goad somebody, trying to provoke a reaction out of them, at some point in a confined space, they're going to explode. And you cannot determine how they explode.
Mm-hmm.
You cannot come and, I can't have a gushing wound and you come with an elastoplast, try to patch it up. It's not going to help me.
Mm-hmm.
My wound would need a thorough cleaning and proper dressing. And I want to speak to the Nigerian public, because you know I'm Kenyan, by the way. I'm half Kenyan, half Tanzanian, and I'm blessed to have parents from these two countries, and I get to have cultural experience of both. I know what Tanzania comes with, and I know what Kenya comes with, and I'm seeing a shift in my country because I'm primarily based in Kenya, whereby we are calling buffoonery and accountability from leaders. And our Gen Zs are seeing that for things to change, we need to change. We need to make sure that things are well documented or a conversation needs to happen. What is actually happening in my country right now, we've come to the realization that even men go through gender-based violence, and we're not keeping quiet about it. For the longest time in Kenya, it has always been about the girl child. And right now, we've started shifting the attention because the public, the parents, many people realize that the boy child was being neglected. And they are growing up trying to, mitigate their feelings, find out how they need to react. But now they are being shown that being vulnerable is okay. If you're hurt, please voice it. Don't die in silence. And that needs to happen. Just because a man is a man in the appeal of the society doesn't mean that they're not going to be vulnerable and show their emotions. How many times has our president cried in public when things doesn't go in his favor? Even though he's a fucking liar and we know he's a fucking liar, we still will hold him accountable. But in moments where he breaks down and starts crying, we still feel for him. We're like, okay, maybe we're being too harsh. But still, we will hold him accountable. Like, dude, wake the fuck up. You made promises. You said you're going to make this country better, but it's not. So what's the deal? What's the way forward? Big brother, I need you to acknowledge that Faith went through sexual violence. Just because his penis was not forcefully taken and inserted into somebody's vagina doesn't mean that whatever he went through doesn't count. He
Absolutely.
went through sexual assault. Big brother, when you had a diary session with Emisi and you started asking questions of who made the most impact, the least impact, blah, 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 that young lady made gestures to show what she would have done to Faith if they're on the outside. And I
Yeah.
remember vividly, it was a gesture that suggested stabbing. Really. You did not say
Absolutely.
anything about it. You were mute. You were quiet.
Instead, he encouraged her and
You
called her a
encouraged.
survivor.
You encouraged it. Yeah. When you knew that Doris had the hearts for Kola, and you started planting a seed into Doris's mind regarding Denari. These are the things when I see and I point them out, I know that this show is scripted. What did Big Brother tell Doris? When you walk out, I will call the gentleman in so that you can know who genuinely has feelings for you. Big brother, I know you are used to very idiotic mindset people that you can fool, but you cannot fool all of us.
For real.
You cannot.
For real.
So please, that 63.753, I ask again, what happened to that percentage? Where did it vanish to? That is a question I will ask and ask and ask until I get the answer. For Joy and Vanessa, we are not here to massage your egos. We are not here to make you feel beautiful. We are not here to make you feel that your emotions and feelings are valid because you don't give a fuck. You do not like the discourse and the conversations happening in this platform. Take your tiny little behinds and exit stage left.
Absolutely.
So, if you're not happy with our conversation, And this is not listen. It is not Glory who comes here and start talking about Dr. Faith. It's the people that have love for Dr. Faith. And guess what we do? We log in hours before she starts the show so that we just don't miss anything. And what we do
Absolutely.
is we come in here and we will share what we feel, what we see, what we hear, and sometimes, like me, Lex penetrating system, what I see behind that most people don't see. So when I come here, I don't come here to just speak for the heck of just speaking. So Vanessa and Joy, because you are the people that have actually noted in the chat, grow the fuck up. And thank you, Glory, for your platform. And I'm
Thank you
looking
so
forward.
much.
I'm looking forward for Dr. Faith to come. Oh, by the way, for those who are saying, he borrowed 5 million shillings to come to the show. What is he going to do? He's wallowing in. Who doesn't owe anyone money out here? Who is debt free? Even my government owes money. They owe IMF, they owe China, we owe everyone. World Bank, you name it. And we struggle to pay every now and then. So who doesn't owe money? For those who are saying, oh, faith fanatics, they just talk. They couldn't even raise money for their faiths. Who tells you people that behind the scenes we are not thinking of something to do? We are not loud. And Dr. Faith is not going to suffer because, unlike your faves, who the only thing they know how to do is go to podiums and wind their waists, that young man is a professional. He's a surgeon. His life is laid out. He knows where he's going. He's not a human being who doesn't have direction of where he's headed to.
Of course.
So, mark my words, what your faves will do if they are female. We see how Mercy Eke rolls on the streets. We've seen how Fina was since her winnings, and we see the direction she's going to. We've seen the likes of Adenkule coming online and Cheesy to give their 2 cents insights of what the Big Brother people should expect after the show. But that you see all those fears that people have of what is going to happen after the show to them. My fave doesn't have that fear because my fave knows the direction he's going to. He knows the path. He knows his journey. It might have learning curves, ups and downs, corners and everything, hills and valleys, but he knows where he's going. He's not, his destiny is not tied to a song or hosting or fashion or getting called to go and act where. We all know what happens for you to get a role, for you to act in Nollywood. It
Absolutely.
so happens in any other cinema field, whether it's Hollywood, Nollywood, Bollywood, Riverhood in Kenya. We know what happens before we get to see the big names on the screens. The benders will bend and people will give all sorts of styles. My fave doesn't have
Of
to worry
course.
about that because his brain, as it is, knows what future it holds for him. With that being said, thank you very much
Thank you,
to Dr.
Mara.
Faith for hanging in there. And thank you so much, Miss Glory,
Thank you.
for this platform. Thank you.
Thank you so
Adios,
much, Mara.
everybody. It was nice to converge with you once again.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mara. I really, honestly, I just really appreciate you so much. I appreciate you so much. Thank you. Just know that you're appreciated. Thank you. Thank you. All right. We're just going to quickly breeze onto Twitter and speak with one person or two people actually. They've been waiting from the start, and then we will come back to YouTube. All right. All right. Let's speak with King T. King T Boy. You're welcome.
Yeah. Gloria, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. You're welcome.
How are you doing? How are you doing?
I'm okay. Great.
Before I proceed to your question and to the topic you're doing today, I just wanted to understand something about people dragging you. I've been following you more than 3 years now, if I should say, because I follow you on YouTube, I follow you on Instagram and there as well. This thing that we need to understand that this season, I may like you because you support the person I'm supporting.
Mm-hmm.
The next season, we might can be an enemy. No, that's what I used to tell people. This is Twitter thing. This season, I may a glory is saying the fact, this is my person, this everything, this and that. But the next season, if you don't follow the person I'm going to want to track, you believe that? That's one thing I want us to know. Okay, throwing insult, fine. You can throw insult, but there is a limit the way you throw insult to people. When this thing is a Twitter, okay, you support faith, I didn't support faith. Because both of us are enemies. By next season, you may support the person I love. Because I'm dragging, how do you want us to come together and talk and see things the way you see it? Everybody has his own opinion.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody has the way to express his mind. Everybody has the way, okay, this is what I'm seeing from my own side, this is what you're seeing from your own side. Then I want us to understand that this production that you're talking about is a business.
Yeah.
That's what I want everybody to know. Then let me tell you, this Nigeria, this Africa, they need money. They want population, they want to drag population to give them what they want so that they can make it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, let's before we go to this, let's last season. It was so boring, everybody was complaining. Then that's no nothing. They know they didn't make their money from it. Do you know what I'm saying? And okay, this is what people want. This is what attracts. You have your own opinion. I have my own opinion. What is selling in the market? This thing is just like it's just like selling Gary and Indomie. This is the product that is selling. Okay, let me go into this business. And this season, they bring out that growth, stand over and say, do the most. And then I see some things this season that, like it was 2 years ago, I know issues strikes that we followed, anything, maybe disqualification. There are a lot of people that are supposed to have gone home.
Yep.
Which I understand. Then people can say this thing, that, okay. This season, I think Big Brother was kind of pissed with you guys because there's a lot of things you guys are doing in this house. By this time, out of your 30, 8 should have been on their own or disqualified. Then this is what I want us to understand. There's how we want to drag. There's how we want to do. Production will always be the production.
Yep.
This is the business that bring out money. We are just analyzing, talking about, okay, this issue, this is the way things needs to go. This is the way things needs to go.
Yeah.
But we should remember, they asked you that, okay, if you are not comfortable because of underage, and that, please, can you stop watching Big Brother reality? You can watch that. Do you know that thing occurred maybe 2 years ago that, okay, there's a code that you can use, just block it off. If you are not okay with what they are doing. You understand what I'm saying? Then you're talking about this season. I'm a Mrs. Fans. Because I don't argue, I'll just bring out my own for you. Not until I curse you or throw insult on you. I'm here to bring my opinion.
Yeah.
It's not until I say, Gloria, you're mad, go polish your face. No.
Yeah.
Maybe next year now I'll be on your table like, okay, me and you will be dragging there. That season. You see, a lot of people, even though female, even though male, they do more than most. That they're supposed to be straight side. Not Inisi alone, not Zita alone, not Faith alone. A lot of people have done the most this season.
True.
Because they want production. They want to make money. Do you expect Big Brother that will be doing the red envelope this year? Nobody expect that. Everybody think it was nomination. I don't want to drag. I don't want to do this so that people will not nominate me. They are very scared of that one. Okay, when they see that it's not about picking up every envelope. They open up themselves. They want to sell market. They want people to like them. They know what people want. If you look at the aspect, most of them said, you know what people want is that's those fighting. If you come here that you are calm, we have a lot of brilliant people that have come to this show that there is no win at all. The lot. You see the people that is very intelligent. Tell me one person that has won. That when these people, if you see the way he's doing, the way you see him on stage, you will believe, see person will get sense. They know if you go for beauty session. When that's the way they give you that, then you go for that's Nigeria for you. Then you can't take it out of there.
Mm-hmm.
Then this season, Faith, everybody, they're all over to it. Okay, let's talk about, you're talking about Emisi, this stuff. Then I was on live because I do monitor them online because I live in London. I monitor this thing online when they're doing interview. They asked Emisi, why do you keep this phone? Emisi said, because I fought for my friend, because Thelma refused to give her alcohol. And Kola bring only alcohol, and it felt so bad that why only him? Why can't she? We all mates. Why can't you bring alcohol for her? And what he has to do, he go through the rule book. He said, okay, if I should keep this phone, there's nothing. If you look at it very well, that's what Big Brother wants. This dance group. If it's another TV, the way you pack this phone, they'll call you out to start. They'll put you on TV. Everybody sit down there at the lounge, watch this clip. They'll bring it out. Well, they want something that will give you people entertainment. That will give you 10 over 10. That's what they want. It's a business. And again, when we look at this whole stuff of the thing, there's a time that Thelma herself has disrespect Faith. The day that Thelma become the HOH.
Yeah.
The day that Faith become the HOH.
Yeah.
Faith give instruction that Big Brother said this thing. Thelma refused to stand up. It's not only Thelma and this guy Jason J. He refused to disrespect, he refused to answer Faith. And there's a lot of times that Faith has disrespected a lot of aspects that, okay, this is what I want to do, this is my own opinion.
Which housemates did he disrespect?
Thank you. God bless you. About doing the tax, I think Zita. Yes. Zita making a statement that, okay, I'm the issue, this is what I want to do. You know, he has to go and meet Zita in his room. You are not with your senses. There's a lot of things that he said, I can't capture that word. And Zita said, okay, this is my tenor of insurance. The way I feel like doing, that's what I want to do it. And Faith went and carried on her own. And when Zita later come back and said, but I think you know, I said, I heard that clip. I said, okay, it's everybody give and take. Then I want us to understand that this thing is not about, if I'm not cool with you, your reign, you will not enjoy it. Don't let's put the Mrs. Sex. This was said, everybody disrespect each other from day one to last day.
I think you're mixing up that particular scenario.
Okay.
Yeah, but please carry on.
Listening. That's what he said at the interview.
Carry on.
Look at the clip very well. That's what this person said, Zita.
Let me ask you a question. Do you know, and please, this is not me defending anybody now, all right?
Sure.
Do you remember that when Zita was head of house, that first time she was head of house, do you remember that at that point in time, she went to Faith for advice, and Faith was advising her on how to manage herself so as not to get into issues with people. And
yes, I remember.
Yeah. Now, do you remember that week, I personally, I think I tweeted, but I did a video and I said that Zita is the worst head of house this season because the housemates were disrespecting her. She will call them for stuff. They will not answer her. I said it. Do you remember?
Yes, but
Yeah.
Sorry, but do you know that it's not only Zita housemates was disrespected like that?
Wait now. Housemates disrespected everybody. We're talking about the head of house as Zita was head of house. Yeah. That first time. So if you remember, they had a conversation in the dressing area upstairs. And they had a lengthy conversation. And by the time Zita's head of house reign was done, she went to Faith and she thanked him. Do you remember?
No, I don't see that clip. I don't see that side.
Okay.
What I see, that's what I'm saying.
Okay. So what happened that period was that both of them, they had a rapport as friends. And when you have a friend and you are struggling with something, you know that the only person you can ask for their honest opinion about that thing you're struggling with is your friend, right? So, me as your friend now, if I am disappointed in you, I can tell you that you're just acting stupid in this situation. Why are you like this? Why are you like that? And the other friend, too, depending on the level of your rapport, can equally use those kind of words with you. There was a live stream that we had, and I mentioned something. I said, if you are friends with someone and you people have a rapport to the extent where you can jokingly insult each other, that is fine. But if you do not have a rapport with someone else, you cannot jokingly insult the person because that person is not your friend. Do you remember?
Yeah.
Exactly. So what I'm saying here now is we cannot say that Faith disrespected Zita by giving her advice the way he did or giving his feedback to her the way he did, because they were friends at that point and it was a mutual conversation. They had an understanding. What Zita started doing later on was, when she started drifting away from Faith, she decided to now begin to twist all the interactions she had with Faith into making it look like Faith was antagonizing her. And that was what Faith was trying to explain to Kola that Sunday. I think it was week 9 Sunday. So I thought I should clear that.
Okay, let me just round up because of some people need to talk as well.
Okay.
Let me just say. Then I want us to understand about this the Lord, because someone said Faith asked Spirit vote, which I was listening to. Do you know that then before that side, do you know that before you go to a big brother's house, you have to bring your lawyer? Do you know that if you are going to bring brother's house, every housemate has a lawyer that needs to sign and that needs to stand for each other? Please, do you know that?
I don't know that they all have a lawyer, but I know that they have to sign a contract. I don't know that they all have to bring a lawyer.
There's a lawyer because it's a reality show and there are some things that stand because of the rules. Okay, these are the paper, come with your lawyer, because I had some housemates saying that, okay, I came with my lawyer to decide this and that. They have to bring someone that will stand as a lawyer. I don't know, maybe he's a lawyer, it's not that someone. Then about this thing, when this person says 63 votes, I was thinking that, okay, everybody has his own opinion. But for me, I don't know where people get the actual vote that comes in a year. That comes, okay, this person has 63 votes. If you have an issue, okay, you write to the production. The truth is that we are just analyzing. They will never respond to you. There's not how you want to say. There's not how you want to do. The production will never, even though it's wrong. Okay, let's look at when Faith and Initially had issue about fry pan. Everybody come out about Faith. I tracked Faith. I did everything. I said, okay, production needs to do. Do you know, if you remember that after production saw this thing, Big Brother asked questions from Imisi and the diary room about that stuff that happened. And the way Imisi was talking and everything, they died in case there. And everything later goes, okay, no nothing, there's no nothing. If you look at what happened between this complication, Big Brother has been making announcement that this is the warning. Everybody's thinking that, okay, this is a two strike. There are some things that you need to do.
Who did they give warning?
He won all the housemates. Yes, look, okay. Then please, this thing, we are not arguing. I'm just here to bring my own opinion.
Yeah.
It's fine for you to be okay with me. It's fine for me to be okay with you. Yeah. Because when people will say that what you're saying the wrong. Okay, you're just me. After Big Brother, after 6 months, now another set is coming in.
Yeah.
After 1 year, now you see another set, we'll start another drama again.
Yeah.
That's it.
Okay.
It's fine for you to go okay with me. It's fine for you not to be okay with me.
No, I'm not arguing.
That's why I like you.
I'm not arguing with you. I'm not arguing with you.
I'm not saying it.
Yeah.
That's why I like when you drop your opinion sometimes. I say, okay, fine. Because I've seen you 2 years, 3 years. You said something that impressed me, that make me follow you. That make me follow you from back to back. Okay, let me see what this person needs to say. Let me see our own viewpoint.
Okay.
Then,
thank you.
Big Brother has warned. Then I want us to look at it way that what happened between Faith and Sultana that day was too much. Even though it's a strike, even though it's a suspension, Big Brother said Then I want people to be quoting Big Brother as the final judgment, not the audience. Then Big Brother used to say that after anything, Big Brother has his final judgment for judging anything. Then we can't blame the production. This is what they want. This is what they want to show. What I was asking people that, okay, is the only fake that is inside their house? Okay, look at what happened to Bright that issued to strike. Look at what happened to this person as well, Zita. I believe that Zita should collect they should disqualify her. Everybody choose like disqualification because Zita realized the mistake. She was apologizing. Okay, I'm so sorry for that. I think production should look at that one as well. Because if you know that you realize the mistake, this was a mistake, this is intention.
But let me tell you something about that situation. Sorry for cutting you short.
Okay.
You know that every season of Big Brother, when something happens, let's say for example today, they never address it immediately. They wait till the next day. Yeah, hold on. Now with Zita's situation, it happened. It was a spur of the moment thing that she did what she did to Rude Boy, and Rude Boy retaliated. And then somebody had to talk to Zita for her to realize her mistake. And then she had gone to apologize to Rude Boy later on. And then the next morning, somebody had advised her to apologize publicly to Rude Boy, and she had apologized to him the next day morning. Now, it was the next day evening that Big Brother now addressed Zita's situation. Now, why everybody, I mean, there are so many reasons everybody felt like Big Brother was unfair to Faith. But the very, very obvious reason that was shocking was the fact that he had a situation with Sultana. He had gone for his diary session. Big Brother was brutal with him about what had happened, not really giving him a chance to say his own piece. And then almost immediately after diary sessions, this boy was disqualified. Do you see how unfair and unjustified that was?
Gloria, please, I understand where you're coming from. Then let me just try to round up. I understand you. I'm not against you. I'm not saying that you're wrong or you're right. You see, let me tell you something. This thing that we are looking at, there's a board member that sit down to judge, not only one Big Brother.
I know that.
Everybody knows that it's Big Brother that is talking.
I know.
It's Big Brother.
I know.
Before a case can be judged, I think that you know that there's a board member, not less than 10 or 5 people who will be on that board to make a judgment.
I know.
That's what we need to look at. For people sitting down, okay, look at the judgment between JMC and Faith about the pride bar. There's no judgment. Look at this way. If you're on the board as well, I wish if you have the position, you make your own decision as well. If, okay, like 10 people on the board, 6 people tell you that it's wrong. And 4 people said, okay, this is the way they're supposed to see it. Majority carry the vote.
All right. Thank you very much. All right, thank you. All right, we need to move on. All right, I have to let you go, but really thank you so much for sharing your perspective to this. I really appreciate you. Thank you. Yeah, I know we do not agree all the time, but I really appreciate when people always come from their own angle. I really appreciate it. All right, but I want to say something, guys. Listen, I am not trying to convince you to come to my own side of reasoning. I'm not trying to force you to accept my opinion or accept my analysis. I'm not trying to do any of that. My work here will always be to lay out the facts of the matter in front of you. So it is now left to you to do what you want to do with the facts of the matter as I have laid them out to you. All right. So please do not for any reason ever think or feel that Glory Elijah is trying to shove down your throat an opinion that she has. I am not. All right. And about face disqualification, I need people to understand why a lot of us felt like that was very unfair. When analyzing the Big Brother show, you cannot single out just one event and analyze that one event alone. No. In Big Brother's house, no event is isolated. For you to be able to get a headway in your analysis, you must be able to string all the events together. You cannot isolate events. Why? Because there's always a build-up from the beginning. If these housemates had not been introduced to us from day one and put in that one confined mansion, there would not be a build-up of events. But they've all been in that house from day one. And one way or the other, they've offended each other. Conflicts have happened. Malice has happened. Gossips have happened. So there's been one thing leading to the other, one thing leading to the other. There's been a build-up. So you cannot isolate just one event. And I totally agree with King T that it's Big Brother is just the voice that we hear. There's an entire production team behind the scenes. Every time I refer to production, I'm not referring to Big Brother. I'm referring to the people that organize the show, the people that bring the money to put the show together. That big oga at the top that will sit down in their fat chair and call the shots and decide who should stay and who should go. I'm referring to that one person or the other people that are on the board of directors or whatever. I know for a fact, I've been told actually, that when something happens, the decision is not, okay, sometimes made by one person, but then it is tabled and they discuss it. So I know of all these things, right? But at the end of the day, we can't really do much as viewers. The only thing we can actually do where we have the power is to speak up when we see that there's a misnomer, when we see that there's an injustice, when we see that there's unfairness. That is where we have the power. You know why? Without you as a viewer, there will be no Big Brother show. Without you to subscribe for your DSTV or your GoTV, without you to watch the show, without you to even give attention to the show, I'm telling you, the show will not exist. That is the power that you carry. Production has the power to call the shots. Production has the power to decide who they want and who they do not want. Yes. And they also have the power to decide who they want to disqualify and who they do not want to disqualify. After all, Big Brother says it every time he wants to issue out his verdict about a situation in the house. Oh, Big Brother reserves the right to immediately kick out the housemate or maybe disqualify the housemate or issue a strike or punishment. Big Brother declares it every time he wants to issue out a verdict. And that is fine because it is their product. They are selling their product. They own it. That is their right. But you as a viewer, where you have the power is when they come another season and declare, oh, Big Brother Naija season 11 is coming out. We want the fiercest housemate. We want the craziest. If you think you are bold enough, should be the ones who crazy enough. Now then don't go mad inside the house season 10. And a lot of them, their reputations have been damaged. Some of them, irreversible damage, mental damage, emotional damage, because this is what happens every season anyways, right? So next season, they will come again. If you know you are bold enough, if you know you want to be a celebrity, you want to be popular, you want fame, they will come advertising for you. The power that you as a viewer has is where you now decide that, you know what, there's been too much bias with the show. This season, we are taking a stand that production gets it right and they do better, or we boycott the show, or we are not watching the show. That is where you have the power. I'm telling you, that is where you have the power. A lot of you know how the media works. You know how TV works. When a show on TV does not get a very good rating, they cannot air it anymore because it's going to be a waste of airtime. I'm not saying people should boycott the show. At the end of the day, it is your choice. Do whatever pleases you. That's your business. It is not my business. But I'm telling you that you as a viewer, like, and this is in reference to people that are saying that, oh, we can only analyze. I'm saying no. Your only power as a viewer is not, it does not lie in just analyzing the show. No, your power is vast. Your power is not just in watching the show and analyzing it. No, your power is in deciding not to give attention to the show. That is your power. In case you do not know, I'm telling you today. That is your power. Your power is in deciding that, you know what, there's been too much injustice, there's been too much bias, I'm sick and tired of it. As a revolt, I'm going to start my protest by deciding that come next season, I am not watching. Or if at all you will watch, you could decide that, okay, you know what, even if they say vote, I will not vote. You not voting can also cripple the revenue of the show. I'm telling you. So you have a lot of powers as a viewer. It is now left for you to do what you want to do with it. The show as a whole cannot ride solo. It's like you as a business owner. You cannot come and say, I survive by myself. I survive by myself. I do everything by myself. The question is, the product or the service you're selling, who is your target market? Who are you selling it to? It's like you that you have a restaurant, you're selling food. You think you can just open the restaurant and leave the doors open and whether people come or people do not come, even though you don't sell, you will survive. You will not survive except you are into money laundering. And that's a fact. If you have a business and nobody is patronizing you, your business will not survive, except you are into money laundering, except you are into scam. That's the only way your business can survive. And we have a lot of businesses like that around. You see a business where they will make the whole place look luxurious. Every time you pass there or every time you enter inside that showroom, it is the same furniture or the same whatever they are selling that is there. It doesn't change. You'll be wondering, how are they making money? How are they breaking even? A lot of them, it's just money laundering, nothing else. So I'm telling you that just as production has their power, because it is their show, it is their product, and they will handle it and sell it however way they please. You as a viewer, these are your powers. So you can do whatever you please with it, just as production can also do whatever they please with their powers. Everybody has powers. All right. I'm going to quickly speak with one more person on Twitter and then we jump back to YouTube. Let's speak with James. James Zani. James, you're welcome.
Much glory. I've been looking forward to this for a very long time.
You're welcome.
You know, I'll try not to speak for long, so that I just want to get my point across as quickly as possible.
Okay.
Season 10 particularly, I was not entirely interested in watching because last year was a total letdown.
Yes.
So much so that they had to bring in ex-housemates to cause controversies and all of that stuff just to get the whole to raise the competitiveness of the show.
Yes.
So this I think I came back from work. It was the third week, if I'm not mistaken, and it was they had this task where they were all wearing lemon green outfits. Yeah, that was the day the young man made the statement that I always win.
Oh yes, yes.
And when he also told the entire house that he can't take on any of them.
Yes.
I lost the audacity. And from that very point on, I was glued to the show and I was paying attention to him. And even more interestingly, I noticed that his competitive nature, he was matching words with action all around, So that really, I liked that character in him, But then we go beyond that. I noticed he was also, he was very competitive. I can go on and say some of the things that endeared a lot of us to Faith. Today, or was it last night, when he dropped a video? By the way, that video has gone over 140,000 views already. When he dropped that clip, he said some very profound things. And unfortunately, I noticed that some people are more concerned about the 5 million naira loan. So much so that the popular newspaper, Punch newspaper, that was what they picked out. And that was what they picked out and posted on X. When I saw that, I was pretty disappointed because I know for a fact that I was at some point in my life a part of a reality TV show a couple of years ago. And going on that show, I needed money. Though I didn't borrow, but I had to take a huge jump from my savings to go for that particular show. So in this instance, this is more of entertainment. You have to look good. You have to prepare a backroom staff that will work for you when you are in the house. So taking a loan of 5 million naira is not anything abnormal. As a matter of fact, listening to the conversation of some of the housemates, you will realize that a lot of them went into some heavy debts to make designer clothes and all of that.
Yeah.
You know, these are the things that people do not know. And then rather than pay attention, because when they come into that, come on the show, they don't come in with a mindset that they're going to leave in the first week. Everybody comes with the mindset that I'm going to win as many tasks as possible, make money, so that by the time I get out, I can set myself up and all of that. But I'm disappointed that that is the only thing a lot of people latched onto that we're talking about. But a very critical thing that Faith mentioned, he spoke about requesting for therapy over 3 times.
Yep, heard that.
3 times, and it was ignored. That is a big indictment on Big Brother brand. Trust me, if it was in other times, this thing will not go unnoticed.
Sure.
When somebody tells you that I'm brave enough to request for therapy, he knew exactly what he was saying. Because at some point, the guy was isolated. If you, of course, you watch the show.
Yeah.
You would agree with me that at some point, even Isabella was isolated.
Yes.
And that was why she had to make friends with the likes of Sultana. Because Sultana, in the real sense of it, was not an Isabella person per se.
Yes.
But for some reason, because her clique also left the house, Thelma also left the house, so they had to find a way just to coexist. You know, so because I know even Isabella was isolated at some point, and that can be very destructive as far as one's mental health is concerned. And then a contestant on your show tells you that, look, I need this, and you don't see the need at the end of the day. That is a big indictment of the brother. And for me personally, you spoke about boycott and all of that. I have seen the one person on this brand that I know I'm going to stand for a very long time. I'm going to support over a long period of time. Because after what they did on the show this year, I don't think anybody can come in and match the show. So this year marks the end completely for me. Completely. I'm not going to watch next year. I'm not going to watch the year after next, after the next. And then the lady who spoke from Kenya said some very profound things. Gloria,
yeah,
I was 5 years old. I was 5 years old when I was sexually molested by my maid,
yo,
the housemaid. Yes. And that shit damaged me for a very long time. I cannot go into details of the sort of destructive habits I had growing up. So I had to, on my own, as an adult, realize that when I sat back to trace the root of what happened, it was then it struck me that this is why I'm the way I am today, because of that thing that happened. So when a young man or a man is sexually harassed and we laugh about it or we dismiss it, then as a society we have a serious problem.
Absolutely.
We have a serious problem because I remember that video. I'm not even talking about, I don't care about NEC or whatever. She has been on the show and all of that. You can start her all you can, all you want, I don't care. But then on the very day that thing was happening, that incident in the locker room or the wardrobe or whatever, when it was happening, he made a statement. He said that with a smile. He was visibly frustrated. I said, this lady is sexually harassing me. And you people are laughing about it. Okay. And then this lady does not stop at that. She went further to even steal his materials when he was preparing for a task. Which, of course, the support of the likes of Doris and all of that. So these are points where people, when you look at all of these things and you see how Faith was disqualified at the end of the day, you can't help but see that, look, man, I'll ask the question, Big Brother, what was your game at the end of the day?
Exactly.
What beef did you have with this young man? Because we saw a situation where Zita threw a plate with a fork in it at Ruborn, and Ruborn instantly reached out to punch her. Unfortunately for her, that punch did not make contact as much as people would have expected. You know, so maybe Ruborn would have been disqualified too. I don't know. I don't know the definition of it, because when I look at the incident between Faith and Sultana, in fact, when that situation was going on, I tweeted and I said, "No, Faith, no." That was my tweet, because I knew that situation was volatile. Anything could happen at that moment, you know. And personally, I even felt a bit disappointed, because just a couple of days after, before leading up to that event, they had made up. Even when Sultana came to him, she came with the intention to provoke him, insulting him and requesting for secrets and all of that, until they eventually made up. You know, so I thought that was the energy they would carry on till the end of the show, but unfortunately, things fell apart eventually. You know, these guys were both dragging at the bucket. I watched it live myself. I didn't go to work early because of that. And the lady falls to the ground, and I see, and it's so sad that the housemates, the likes of K-Bobo and the rest, the likes of every one of them gets, whenever they are on their media rounds, they keep telling you that what they did was so bad. I mean, come on. What was so bad there to people like that? There was no physical contact in any way. What suffered in that situation was the bucket. So, for me, well, I like to appreciate you a lot for your objective analysis, because I listened to you carefully. Even when Faith did wrong on the show, you berated him. I recall there was this instance when he was deliberately provoking Mensang, what's his name, Culture, and one other person with the table tennis thing, you know. You could berate him. You didn't cover up for him. I mean, those are the things I look out for. If the person running this analysis, is this person objective or not? And quite frankly, you have been objective. And I'm going to encourage you to stay on that line. I'm hoping that in that first interview with Faith, you will be the one to do it. I'm really rooting for you. I want you, whatever it takes, Gloria, try and be the first to give us that interview. I'm not going to watch it on any other platform except yours. Thank you. So, thank you so much for the time you're giving me to speak, to speak my 2 cents. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, James. And oh my God, I just had cold feet the moment you mentioned what you went through. I am so sorry you had to go through that. I am so sorry. And I pray that you have completely found your healing and your closure. Nobody should ever go through that. I am so sorry. And I hope you're well. And thank you for finding the courage to even come out here and share it. It's not easy, but you did it. So thank you. Thank you so much for trusting this platform enough to open up and share such sensitive information. I appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, thank you. Woo! Ladies and gentlemen, honestly, oh my God. Okay, let's continue. Let's speak with the next person on YouTube. Oh, sorry guys, before I even continue, I need to acknowledge the amazing folks that have been sending in donations to the channel. I mean, it would be really bad of me not to do that. There is Annie J, who has been a long time member of my community, and she just renewed her channel membership. Annie J has been renewing her channel membership for how many years now? I think up to like 4 years or 5 years, if I'm not mistaken. Annie J, thank you so much. You are a rare gem. Thank you. Then there's Ezra. Ezra, thank you so much for your kind words and for your donation. Thank you. I really appreciate you. There is TD. TD, thank you so much for your donation. God bless you. I really appreciate you. There is Sadiq Babaya. Sadiq, oh my God, I hope you speak today. It's such a delight to see you here. And thank you so much for your donation. I really appreciate. And then AB, oh my God, AB, I don't even know at this point, AB, I want to build your bank because AB never fails. AB, thank you so much. I appreciate you. I pray that God replenishes your resources every time you give to this community. It goes a long way. Thank you so much, AB. God bless you. All right, let's speak with Constance. Constance, you're welcome. The floor is yours.
Hello, Gloria.
Hi,
Hello, how are you
you're
doing?
welcome.
Oh, it's nice speaking with you finally. Like, it's been long. Like I said, this one I wonder when I'm going to speak with this Gloria because I like the way she analyzed the show. You're not biased, like you say it how it is. I'm so surprised, like, because for some while, I will just be frankly sincere with you, like, I hated the show at some point because there was just injustice. I was like, I'm not going to watch the show. Even last year's show, I did not. Even when you're trying to make analysis, I'll just pass through your video. I was like, no, Gloria, before I start hearing your word now, I'll not be interested to go and watch and all that. I was like, no, I'm not going to watch. Then this year, I don't know. When you were just like introducing all the acts like how they were entering there, I was like, should I consider? My husband was like, do you want to still go watch? I was like, the way this my analyst is just saying this show is like, this year will be different. Let me just go and like just watch the show. And so the early start was not really cool with the show, but as time goes on, I started finding interest in Faith because it's not just about the show, but about what it brings to the show. His intellect and all that. I was like, this is something I would proud, like if they keep bringing this kind of people to the show, not the one that come to shake bumble for us or come to start like insulting here and there. Like it doesn't make any sense. And as I was beginning to watch the show, I was like, whoa, it's just obvious that people don't like when people are good. That is just the problem with Nigerians, or I don't know. But when we see people are good, we just hated them for no reason. And that's the same thing the housemate did to Faith. They did him dirty. They tried to isolate him based on his stature, everything. And even at that, they were still giving him most influential. But what does that tell you? It tells you that they like him, at the same time, they hate him.
For real.
They just like that part of, oh, he's being intelligent. I wish I can be him. Because when I listened to Thelma coming out of the house when she was doing one interview and she was like, Faith is this little cute boy. He always stick my bosses all the time. I was like, but you guys gave this guy a tough time inside the house. Why? Or just because he said he always win. And I was like, yo, that for that. Then with the issue with Sultana, even the first night when he slept with at Sultana bed, Sultana chasing him, like I was just like, where is this whole thing going? Let's just see how this guy plays the game. Will he continue to be this nice guy to them? Because they're taking his nice and kindness for granted. Then when he started coming up, I was like, yo, Faith, you're getting it right. Show them the stuff that you're made of. Because it's obvious that these people don't like your nice and your kind part anymore. So it should be tit for tat. Even the same Amy said that I see everybody shouting Amy said, I'm not here to condemn your wherever star. She has won the show. Congratulations to her. But if we were to be in the outside world, do you think Amy is even worth that money? Because to be honest, she brought nothing but, I don't know, ever since I've been watching Big Brother, I've never seen anybody that comes on live TV and threatens someone that they should sleep with one eye open. I've never. And production did not take it lightly. They were just, it's a show because it will bring more traffic to the wherever. He harassed this guy. Nobody said anything. Everybody thinks it was a joke. But if it was the other way around, by now I felt we should be out of the equation. Just like Keme, only the small thing he did to T-Boss, they disqualified him. And I was like, why is this show being biased? Like, I don't understand. Then we moved past the we are all fine. The AIDS is still there. People are saying he's psychopath for a doctor. He did not come there as a professional. Everybody has a career path when they came to the house.
Of course.
But why do you guys be pointing as if based on he's a doctor, he should be the savior of the whole world? Even if they spat at him, he should not reply, he should just be only. I don't understand. I'm like, if we're to be in the real world, you people that are condemning this book, can you guys take half of what he has taken in that house? I'm like, I have a brother. I will not, because I know what it means to be isolated. I know what it means to be looked down on based on his stature. To be small is not a crime. But they try to bring this guy down, but he keeps standing up for himself. And to be sincere, I don't know if Faith or his management are watching this thing. He should stay close from all the 28 people in the house. they are not his friends. They are not his friends. They may come outside the world and do that like they are good. It's just a show. It should run from them. People like that, they can kill. I was like, why are they so vile? Like seriously, I was so shocked. Up to the one of Sultana, the bucket dragging of a thing. Even when I was in my kitchen, when I saw the video, I was like, oh, Faith, you finally let these people get the best part of you. You are just like keep that same energy.
Yeah.
When I saw the doctor, I was just in my kitchen. I was just saying, yes, it's 2 strikes. Big Brother will give us. It's not just 3 days for us to go. Only for me to see this. I was so disorganized, Gloria. I went to work. Everybody was like, Constance, are you okay? I was like, I'm okay. Just like it was terrible because I've never felt that. Even the way they disqualified Tatra, wherever, I've never felt so bad for someone to that extent, because you know that it's just injustice. All because of you people want your fake that you people have already programmed since day one to win. I'm like, no. And I love the fact that Glory, you were not so biased, you were not biased in your analysis. People were thinking you were siding Faith, but you were bringing the real picture to let everybody see that no, this guy is being bullied. Just like he decided not to play the victim. You guys are thinking that maybe it's the bully or something. And we truly changed the aspect of the show, because we know those who have been bullied, they play this victimized game. But he stood up for himself. And people took that to be, and I don't understand. This one will say he's a psychopath. I'm like, if this is your brother, do you people wish him this death? I don't understand. Like, why are you people so vile? For a show, he cried for therapists, nobody helped him. To the extent, the ones that he claimed they were his friends inside the house, they were the one killing him. Nobody was ever on his corners. And as a human being, do you think it's easy? You will win games. Nobody will clap for you. Let's be sincere. Nobody will take that, my sister. You won't, even up to 2 weeks, you will not last, because it will look as if the whole world are against you. You are just isolated. He even said this at some point. Like, he noticed that when he win anything, they don't clap. That's to tell you how vile they are, how wicked they are. And I'm hearing they come in outside that like he expected him to be disqualified. He's not that of a bad person. Like, I was like, for real? For real? And you are the same people that come together, sit down, make good conversation, that we were interested in their conversation. Like, I was like, wow, we expected that these people started like having this conversation from the beginning. I'm like, these people are evil. It just shows that everybody is from themselves. And they were often praying that it should even be out of the show so that they can have that position. I'm like, wow, Big Brother. For me, I just told myself, next year I'm not going to bother myself, even if they like. They should go and select all the best of the world. I'm not going to watch, because it ends up that when they say do the most and you are doing the most, now they feel it's a problem. If you see that I've break many laws, all in this of Big Brother, if you speak something that is not like relatable to people, I've heard them cautioning the person about that stuff. Like, they always interpret, or Big Brother will give them last warning. But nothing like that. Caller will speak without us hearing what he's saying. They will not punish him for that. Sultana that peeled in this of Big Brother, I've never heard any housemate pee in someone's box. Is this one ahead, and they just let it slide. And someone was saying that, before they made decision, people gathered to make decision. I'm like, sorry, bro. When they came to gather about Sultana, they did not say that what she did was evil. In this job, people that nobody has done such. Why did they not disqualify her at that point, and they told her not to drink alcohol for 1 week? Was she remorseful? Because if people are saying that Effect was not remorseful when he dragged bucket with Sultana, was Sultana remorseful to Dede for peeing on her box? Or rather, she was using an excuse that it was alcohol. You guys pushed that guy to the point that he could not bear it anymore. You poured the distilled water away. They did not talk about that part. That Sultana poured his water away, that he was already boiling on the fire. Everybody ignored that part. But it was the bucket drag everybody was talking about. I'm like, geez, people should go get a grip. Like, it's obvious that you guys are just so biased. Even when I went on TikTok one day, people were just talking. I was like, let this person put me on the TikTok. When I started talking to some of the music fans, they were just giving debate that does not make sense. And like, it's obvious that people are just headless chicken. You guys like defending things based on everybody's just going one direction. You people just want to go to one direction. You don't sit down and observe people for your own self. That's to tell you that this is the country where we live, Nigeria. That's why we keep saying we want good president. It's not going to happen overnight because there are still some people that still enjoy that bad government based on our mindsets. We don't just want people to progress, or we don't just want to see people win. And I'm so happy that I did that video. Like, it really brought joy to my heart because I was like, when we face come out, I will always follow his page, check. When I saw the video yesterday, I was so happy. I watched it 20 times. I won't lie you because I was so excited. I was like, yeah, this.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
No worries. Thank you. Just keep the work going. Like, I really appreciate your effort. I've been following up to from the beginning. Even when you talk about Real Swipe, I always like listening to your analysis. Like, I always follow you for long. So keep the work going. Don't let all this stroke get to you. All this fanatic of people, let them not get to you. Just keep doing your good thing. When you see what is wrong, say what is wrong. When you see what is good, appreciate it. So just ignore. Thank you so much. All right, thank you. All right, bye.
Bye. Thank you so much. Thank you. All right, let's speak with Sika. Sika, are you there? I hope I pronounced your name right. Are you there?
Hello, good evening.
Good evening. You're welcome. How are you?
Very well, thank you. How are you doing?
I'm okay. Thank you.
Yeah, this is the second time I'm calling your show. And the first time I did, I thought it looked so much like one of my friends. So much like one of my friends. Like, she was my childhood friend and she was very smart. I'm very good in mathematics. Yeah, she was very good in mathematics. Now, I've actually been watching the show through you. I don't even have the time to sit back and watch my TV, but I'm always on my phone busy. But I'll always scroll to see what's up, what's the updates on Big Brother, and I'll go to Glory's channel, and I was really not happy when Faith was disqualified. You know, I'll always tell people, you see, this our female gender, fear them all. Fear them. I'll give you a story. I have actually been um I've actually been ganged up against by girls on different occasions.
Tell me about it.
I've actually like worked in a strip club. I worked in a strip club as a PRO years ago, I think 2015. And what was the problem? Now, man be the problem, oh. Man.
I'm sorry, I'm laughing.
The man that
sounds so familiar.
Wait, the man is not your husband, is not your boyfriend. But for the fact that the man liked this PRO, because I'm actually quite attractive.
Sis, own it.
And if the man comes and say, okay, I like this PRO, all the girls will gang up against you. Even to the extent that one of them told me something, said, don't trust anybody, even me. So on that particular day that these girls laid ambush on me and said, oh, something happened. At that point in time, to be honest with you, I'm not supposed to say this, but it is my story. Those girls stripped me naked and said, I will dance. I have to be a dancer.
Oh, wow.
I am not a stripper. I was only working there because I want to make money. I was only there simply because I need to work, you know, and the job wasn't really paying, but it's only at night. I could do my other jobs in the daytime, but at night I'll have time, you know. And when these girls laid ambush on me, and some bouncers come around, they'll be like, "Na girl matter be this." So clear. And when they say "na girl matter," what are you doing there as a man? So sometimes one has to be really, really careful, especially when you're dealing with females. Because, to be very honest with you, our gender can be manipulative. Even if some men too can actually be like that. But when it comes to our gender, because we are more of, we are supposed to be the weak people. But trust me, the people will get power past men, they're plenty, honestly. And okay, I think was it in June this year, I had some set of people, I was supposed to go with them to visit the prison. And there's this boy that's been behind bars since when he was 18.
Whoa.
It was lied against that he raped a girl. Until now, there is no evidence. The boy is still in prison. From his early adult age, he became a prisoner. Even tonight, I'm not sure he's even up to 23 years. But this really hurts simply because of this agenda. For Faith, he has really been pushed. But at that time, when he was dragging that bucket with Sultana, even Sultana that was dragging buckets with him, does she not know that she was dragging buckets with a man? And she feels like because he's on the big side, then she feels that she can overpower him. And then she fell and started leaping. She leaped and still went for that bucket to tell you that you're just a well of trouble. Because it's really, really hot. But to be honest with you, at some point, I think the emotions had to be put in place, because for Faith, I felt he should have withdrawn. Because sometimes we can put our hands in something that will lead us to something we never expect.
Yeah,
I'll tell
I
you
agree.
another story of a particular guy. I don't know, I just called one of my friends, say, how about this guy? And he says, Sika, this guy is in prison. I said, what's happened? What he said was that that's what this guy take go push person die.
Like he pushed someone and the person just fell down and died.
Yes. And the thing is that person who died started a fight. And he went to push up, like, what did they worry you now? That what did they worry you now? You don't make a land for prison, no. So sometimes it's always good for we to control ourselves. I wasn't happy that Faith was, because see, I'm a lover of an intelligent person, no. Especially if you're a guy, I will so love you. Because I'm attracted to intelligent people, because I am that smart. If you're not intelligent, I just feel like you don't match with how smart I am. It's not a thing of pride, but I love intelligent men. I'll go for an intelligent man and not go for the looks. For the fact that you're intelligent, I love you, and I'll respect you for that. That's why I have them all around me.
Okay.
There was a particular time I went to go into business with somebody. I have a friend who is a lawyer, and I have another who is a journalist. At the time I was working, I couldn't go through the legal forms, and I sent it to. I didn't. I was supposed to go through the agreements. I didn't go through. I just sent the agreement to my friends, and they said, "What is wrong with you? You can't do this." Now, if I don't have intelligent people around me, how will I be able to? make them read all of these things, and then, give me
All
the
right.
best advice I could take. So the
All
thing
right.
is that for at any point in time, we all just have, because to be honest with you, men are actually suffering the same things some women do suffer, especially when it comes to domestic violence. So
Yeah.
many of them, but they can't
Yeah.
speak up. When they speak up, it will sound as if they are weak.
Mm-hmm.
But some people that are bold enough to go ahead to say that this is my own part of the story.
Okay.
Because when
Okay.
a woman, sorry, please, when a woman like says something about a particular issue, and you didn't hear from the other side, because there are only three sides of a story: the two sides and the main thing that happened. But when you listen to these two sides and you're not there, and if you're an intelligent person, you'll be able to clock it. See,
Mm.
this is the exact thing that happened. So this is who to blame and this is who not to blame. So
All
yeah,
right.
thank you so much
Thank you.
for this very opportunity. I'm
Thank
really
you.
very grateful. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Ika, for also sharing your stories. I am so sorry for what happened to you. I mean, I
Okay.
don't think people really talk about gangs ups or gang ups a lot, but this is a reality. This is something that actually happens to a lot of us. And I also have my own personal story, and it's traumatic. It's a very traumatic experience. If you don't tell people, they will never know and they will think, oh, you've never had your own share of scars. So thank you so much for finding the courage to share that with us. And I hope it never happens to you again. If they try it, beat somebody so that you know that at least your hands touch somebody. Because why? Anyways, let's speak with Mo Rodney. Mo, you're welcome.
Hey Gloria,
You're welcome, Mo. How are you?
I'm good and you. So my chat
Good.
with when it's come to Big Brother is that I don't like the way production of this year's Big Brother handled face disqualification. It's feel like they throw him to the dogs to be eaten. Unlike
Yeah.
last
Come
year
closer to
in
your
Big Brother,
device. Come closer to your device. You sound far off.
unlike last year in Big Brother Mzansi, I remember when housemates were evicted.
Hmm.
Before they left, there was a recorded clip about them apologizing or saying something so that they should not be vilified by production and be seen as if they are monsters. They should be hated. They did
Yes.
something that has never been done in the Big Brother show. So for this year,
Yes.
what they did to Faith, it was as if he did something so bad that people should see him as that person, a violent
Hmm.
guy who brought nothing to the Big Brother Naija show but violent. So even
Yes.
an individual outside the show, when even the some of the housemates that were on the show, they are not even doing justice to the whole scenario because they are also wanting gifts from their fan. They also want to be seen as if they are godly. They want campaign
Hmm.
to campaign. They want endorsement. They want all those things, and they want to be tainted to faith name because they feel like he did something violent. He's a violent person, and
Mm-hmm.
that whole thing this year they failed the guy. They really failed that guy. Even I just don't like the way Ebuka was questioning them. I think during the final day when he went inside the house, when he was questioning housemate about how they feel about the whole scenario, it was as if he's insinuating for them to say, yeah, Big Brother warned them that if you do it again, there's something that's going to happen to you. I was like, why are you forcing these people to say Big Brother did warn all of us, as if what Zita did was something unique? Because what did us it did? What if that food was hot? What if that food was hot and she threw it in the
Mm-hmm.
face? What if that guy
Absolutely.
maybe got blinded by the spices that was in those noodles? But it was like, nah,
Absolutely.
because she's a lady, it's fine. Another thing about Big Brother is that if a male housemate, I'm not condoning any violence or anything, but if a male housemate do something inside the house and they get disqualified, like the way they are tainted, it's not the same as if a female housemate do the same thing. In Big Brother
Mm-hmm.
Mzansi, there's a certain housemate that was disqualified last year. She even
Yes.
got she even got endorsement from the channel. She's part of the ambassador of that channel. But if it was a guy, I don't think that. If it was a guy, I don't think that person was going to be put in as an ambassador because they will be like, why? Because it's a South Africa for sure. It's a gendered society where GBVs we take it very serious here. Unlike in
Yes.
Nigeria, where a lot of things happened this year in Big Brother Nigeria this season. That I felt like if it was in Mzanzi, a lot of housemates were going to be disqualified. A lot of
Absolutely.
housemates were going to be disqualified. But because it's Big Brother Naija, I don't know whether they fantasize about the violence that happened inside the show. I know it was do the most. You have to show your most. We must
Mm-hmm.
be a bit lenient on your doing the most. But you can't vilify people just because of the accident that happened inside the show. They still have a life outside the show.
Mm-hmm.
When there's those lights inside the house shut down, those people still need to go back to society and continue with their life. If you,
Mm.
as a production, you paint those people that you disqualify as if they are monsters, where do you
Mm.
think are going to survive? Because they're going back to those people that were watching the show. Now they have this perception that this person is violent. Why should we be associated with them? That's why you see most of these ex BB housemates, some of them they disappears, but some of them they still stay relevant. But as for Face, I don't think even if you don't get endorsement from the Big Brother line, the way it's creative, I think will strive. Tasha is thriving. Yolanda is in South Africa. She's thriving. You will even strive better than these ex-housemates that are farming for gifts from their fan, because you can just sense that this season they are wanting those gifts, so they will do anything for their name to be clear, for their name to be up there. And it's not even fair. It's not even fair. If this Big Brother comes back next year, I just feel like they should do better because it's been 10 years. They need to do
Mm-hmm.
better. They need to even change their rule book about people who are disqualified. There was no need for them not to put a faith picture on the final week. What was that? That was not even necessary because the show is ending. It's not as if there was something that he did that was too extreme to a point where it's like, no, let's put this guy to the dogs. He should be chowed. Only the bone should be left because, yeah, what he did was a monstrous thing.
Ah.
Hopefully, next season, even the host, sometimes the host antagonize this housemate. Like he makes viewers, it's like he tend to gaslight viewers in a point where it's like, I'm not going to be in line with the production. I must play
Mm.
it I must be looked as if I'm in the middle. But what he did that day during the final week when he was inside the house, for me it was a bit weird because all those housemates they didn't want to talk, but he was like, until I think that day she was like, yeah, but Big Brother said it's the final warning. I'm like, but why are you insisting? Why are you insisting this housemate should say this instead of what they? Some of them they should
All
not.
right. I don't know what's happening, but there's some sort of connection freeze on mode.
So Gloria, thank you so much for the opportunity and
All right.
for this season. Thank you so much, Glo.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mo. Thank you for everything you shared. Thank you. Okay, let's speak with S. Kuku. After S. Kuku, we'll have to quickly speak with some people on Twitter. People have been waiting on Twitter. S. Kuku, you're welcome. How are you? Hello? S.
Hi,
Kuku.
Glory. Just yes, give me 1 minute.
Okay. Um, I don't know. Uh, kind of awkward silence. Okay, guys.
Maybe
Just
speak
a
with one
minute.
person while I make my way to somewhere where network is stable.
Oh, okay. But we
Can I
can
speak,
hear
Glory?
you. Yeah, we can hear you, guys. We still have some more time, so if you want to contribute to the conversation, you can still click the link in the comment section. All right. Remember, the conversation we're having is gender bias in gender-based violence, the case of the housemates. All right. So that's what we're discussing. Okay. Um. Okay, so Mina is asking why today's interview could not happen. To be very honest, I do not know, all right, but it was cancelled. I honestly don't know. And you guys know me. I'm not one to come and over explain things. So if I get anything, I will let you all know. All right. Eskuko, are you ready? You can start talking. I think we can actually hear you like this.
All right. So sorry about that.
Mm.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh my God. Yesterday I was so pumped. I was ready for this interview, and when I woke up and I saw the announcement on the X app, I already so a lot of people did. I know a lot of people didn't probably see it, but I saw it several hours before this show was even the live was scheduled,
Yes.
and so I already knew, and so most people already knew too. But what I don't understand is the write up that the organizers sent to or posted with the polls from Deloitte, and which I want to applaud Mara for whatever, however she explained it.
Mm.
There's nothing else for me to add to it. I'm just so disgusted. It's an understatement with what the
Mm.
production, with organizers, with all of them. They should be ashamed of themselves. They should really
Mm.
be ashamed of themselves because this is just shows like gives a glimpse of what is actually going on in Africa. It's just, and
Mm.
that's what people fail to understand. It might be a Big Brother show, but this just shows the corruption and the stuff that goes on in. It's just so disgusting.
Mm-hmm.
I remember I used to watch the earlier seasons of Big Brother, and a lot of people like myself stopped watching because of the kind of narratives that they used to push on the show. And
Mm-hmm.
that changed after a while when we finally found platforms like yours where we could come and still get a clear, unbiased analysis of it. We were now kind of like invested in getting involved, still being involved with the show without actually like spending the time to watch it. And but at the same time, it's like you see that these organizers have their own ideology of how they want this show to be.
Mm.
They want to peddle all these violence and how do you call it, under the duvet. This is basically almost like soft porn to be, as a matter of fact,
Mm.
and that's what they are trying to peddle. And it's like you cannot even. And these are the things that is taking it back to the days where people stopped watching the show, and that is just,
Mhm.
it's so disgusting that you want to. And then instead of kind of owning up to your actions and your on your injustice and how quick you were to react without looking at all the facts in the matter,
Mm.
you want to kind of cover it like with a shove it under the rug and use lies
Mm.
to mask everything. You want to make it now, you want to gaslight us into, if you are going to put the poll results every single year, they don't, then there's never a write up that they put to say, oh, this winner did this or did that before they post the show, the all the voting results for the whole season. But this
Mm-hmm.
year they wanted to come and write it to first of all paint that winner in such a beautiful way, to say she was deserving. Nobody ever
Mm-hmm.
questioned for once. And if you guys go and listen to right from the first week of if you listen to every single one of Glory's videos and her live videos right from that first week, you will all realize that we all were amazed with Imissi's audacity and to state that she was going to act, and we knew she was acting and she was staying in character, and we were amazed with that. But to now think that she was being herself, it means you must be delusional to begin with at the same time. She said she was going to act, and that's exactly what she did. Because I remember on one of her media rounds, so one of the actors, one of the interviewers asked her that this is not the Emisi that she fooled people because this is not the Emisi they saw in the house. And then she's now claiming to act like, even like her action, the way she was looking, she was trying to be comfortable. That was not comfortable. She said she was going to act, and she was acting like the role of this kind of. It looked like a character in a Yoruba movie. That's what she was acting, and which we understand. And I respected her for staying in character. That's what I respected her for. And if you, and that is what people fail to understand, because we say, and if you production everything, and to say production, you can admit that yes, she, and applaud her for staying in character, but you can also at the same time call out production and organizers. We might say Big Brother because that's the person we listen to or we hear. I don't care who the board members are. I don't know who those people are. Big Brother is the person we hear and we speak to. But for you to say we cannot call out production or organizers for being biased and being so quick to action when it came to faith, and also turning a blind eye on several occasions. Not once did they call out Emisi. The Emisi would threaten this. In a real world, you cannot threaten somebody like that and get away with it. She threatened this young man and several other people in the house. Was unacceptable. But Big Brother, what would Big Brother do? Even in the diary room, several occasions, this girl will threaten people, stay, she will hurt this person, and Big Brother will not do anything about it. In the final, and even the way we don't condone, you condone violence. That's what you do, because you're allowing her to even, you cannot call her out even on that same statement and saying it's wrong. Same way you told Faith at one point that your rules are yours and not your, not for the, not the group, not the you should tell her that you cannot, you can tell her, you can correct her. While you feel this way, you cannot say this. It's not acceptable. And first of all, it's like a journalist going on air because they feel like saying F you. They cannot say F you on air because it's going to be bleeped out. It's not acceptable. When you go on certain TV stations, they tell you you cannot use certain words. So that because you feel like you should say it doesn't mean that it's right. When you do it, the show host asks to correct you, because if they do not correct you, they can actually pull them down too. And so people need to understand that this organizers, nobody is questioning that Emisi was stayed true to character. She was she stayed true. She was a gamer. She stayed true to the game. She provoked. She goaded. She instigated. She was an actress to the core. Nobody is disputing that. But to say the organizers did not help her get to where she is. They help her get to where she is. In what sense? They encouraged whatever she did. They made it seem like it was content, and that is what we are saying. Nobody is saying that Emisi was not a good actress, or Emisi did not do anything. Everybody is saying the fact that the producers of the show and the organizers did not take into consideration that they turned a blind eye to certain people. Their actions on one person was harsh and unacceptable and unjust. That's all what everyone is saying. And I do, I think one of the callers that was from Twitter, from the X app, mentioned something about that the housemates get lawyers. I remember the speaker before me spoke about she will send a legal document to her lawyers, to some lawyers, not her lawyers, some lawyers to read for her, right? That is exactly the situation in this case. You have to sign a consent to be on the show, just as you have to sign a consent in most jobs and things like that. For sign a media, it's a media release. That's what it is. You are signing a media release consent. And so when you sign this media release consent, it has a lot of jargons in there, legal jargons. Sometimes these people don't understand it. So what they do is you might call a lawyer if you have one to read it for you, or if you are fortunate to be able to understand that material, you read it yourself and you sign. But sometimes it's better to have somebody read it for you and tell you what it is, and then that way they can tell you, you can now argue or maybe counter whatever most of the time you don't even counter. You're either there or you're not. It's like when you read some of those websites, they say accept or reject. You accept, yes, you go, you continue, you reject, you get out, they kick out of the website. That is exactly the situation here too. You either accept and sign the waiver for release of media release, or you don't. And that is what those people do. It's not that they are supposed to go retain a lawyer. Nobody is retaining a lawyer to be on Big Brother show, but they have people who might be able to read the material for them and explain those legal terms that are in those contracts that they're signing. Yeah, so anyway, thank you so much, Glory, for staying strong. Do not
Thank
mind
you.
all these people, these trolls that are out here, because you know what? You have sometimes, when they say, when God is preparing you for something bigger and preparing the table, he has to prepare before who? The Bible says before your enemies and before all these people. So you need them
Yes.
in your life to be there, so that when God is placing you in a place where you are of greatness, and this is one thing I want to, before I leave, one thing that people need to understand is they are questioning how Faith is a doctor and he doesn't have money. Are you for real? He is 25 years old. When did he work to make money? Assuming that the average age of to graduate from school before going to university is like 17, 18, 19. That's average, right? So assuming that he left after he graduated and went straight to Georgia, to go to university, to Austria, whatever it is that he went to. Assuming that he graduated and immediately went, where I'm trying to assume the program, if you can go on the website and check it, Caucus International University, their medical degree program is a 6-year program. If he is 25 years now, calculate 6 years, or assuming that he lost 1 year in the application process and all of that after graduating. Even if he did not, you have to graduate, you have to do your residency or whatever they call it. So assuming that he graduated, for at 17 even, when there he did the 6-year program, he has to do residency. So he has finished everything. And most times in these countries, you either have papers to stay or you go back to your home country after you graduate. So he finished his program. He's a medical doctor. He has gone back to his home country, which is Nigeria, and he has to get a job in Nigeria as a medical doctor. So tell me, where in those 6 years has he worked as a doctor? People, try get some sense. People, it's like you cannot be thinking without even you have to calculate to say, okay, this is not realistic. He is 25 years old. He's a medical doctor, but he has not worked. That is why he took a loan. He may have mentioned he had mates. Of course, I grew up in a house. My parents had mates. My mom used to tell us, they are my mates. They are not yours. But that's the difference. That's by the way. But he grew up in a home. He might have grown up with mates, and which is what he might have been saying to Emisi and other people like that. But that doesn't mean that he is saying that he currently has mates. You have to have some common sense when trying to understand things people say.
Exactly.
But anyway, I'm so glad that sometimes we have this community where it's like, even with all the craziness, we still get to meet with sane, reasoning mind people to be able
Yeah.
to kind of like get an understanding of what is going on. Thank you all for and tolerating my ranting this morning, but I wish you all a wonderful,
Thank
wonderful
you.
weekend.
Thank
All
you
right,
so
bye.
much. Thank you so much, sis. Thank you so much for your contribution, and I really really appreciate how you explained his studies, because you're also in the medical field, so best in the position to also explain that so that people will really understand it. Thank you. All right. Let's quickly move on to Twitter and just speak with two people, and then we'll come back to YouTube. Let's speak with everything happening. Huh. Hello, you're welcome. Hello, we can't hear you.
Can you hear me? Can you guys hear me?
You have to speak louder, please.
Yeah, I'm actually speaking very loud. Can you guys hear me?
Okay, I'm just gonna keep quiet because I'm hearing my voice instead of yours.
Can you guys hear me? Can everyone hear me?
You have to project because we have to really
Can
hear
everyone
you.
hear me? I'm literally speaking at the top of my voice right now. Can everybody hear me?
Yes, please fire on.
All right. Good evening, everybody. This whole situation with everything that happened in the house. Everyone has been very opinionated. And yeah, I was actually looking forward to today's space because I actually thought Faith was going to be on here. I was actually disappointed, but I knew that I'm certain that there was probably a reason behind it because I can't really say, but I'm sure that we'll get more info like when the interview finally happens. And honestly speaking, Gloria, I actually want you to be the person to interview Faith first of every single person. And it's just so crazy for a lot of people out here, especially on X, the platform I'm on right now. A lot of people out here are like, they hate Faith, but they can't do even. I've been clapping back at so many of them. There's certain ladies, certain feminists on here that everything to get engagement, it seems you must tweet, you must write something about Faith in order for people to respond and engage you. So it's just all clickbait and all of that. So they just have to do that. And the hate is very, very necessary. You understand? The hate is actually very, very necessary. People have to talk about it because it is not only Faith fans that will give him the pushing hate. The haters, people that actually do not like it from other fan bases need to do it. And that's one thing that when you end up, I'm sure that you're going to end. It's just an advice. I'm sure you're going to end up interviewing Faith, but those that would be allowed to speak need to be screened out because a lot of haters will actually be on here. Most of them will come in with their real accounts, they'll come in with their parody. They want to cause a mess on here, and it's not going to be funny, and it's going to be crazy. Even we that love Faith don't even get a chance to might not even get a chance to because we'll probably be at the bottom of it. So that space on the day that Faith on the only day that we actually get is to extremely filter so that those that actually know will actually get a chance to want to comment to create an agenda and to also the process of the space. Yeah. So regarding the whole gender-based violence, and there's something about life here, and I would just say this. One thing that made me start supporting Faith, I would say it always was the incidents that happened with Bright and Culture, where Culture was just shouting out, "I would chop you like 2 minutes into that whole situation," and the Bright Morgan punching him. One thing about this thing here, which is something you've said before, and it's something I will keep on saying here. To understand the show, do not. A lot of people here just follow the bandwagon. They didn't actually sit down. I can tell you that when the show was happening here, anytime I actually tweet, when you see my tweets, this is something I'm saying here. When you see me tweeting consistently on people, I am currently on my TV. I am watching every single thing playing out. Whenever I tweet anything that has to be BBNaija, when I'm using the hashtag, I am watching it on my TV. I'm not coming online tweeting them, following this, what people are saying. I'm not because of I have a mind of my own. But a lot of people do not have a mind of their own. So they go with what every single person is saying. I'm not even trying to understand because at the end of the day, everything is about perspective.
Yep.
It is the angle that they want you to see things from that will be shown. So now, what happened with that incident? I already watched it happen on a Monday when the delivery came in. This whole thing was already building up because it all started with the whole shopping incident. But a lot of people do not know this. They were just like, Faith, this is Faith. This whole situation was with the whole shopping incident. Faith doesn't smoke. But he ordered for that cigarette because he wanted his trip. Because he already looked at the house, he already analyzed it. That in this house now we have like 8 individuals here that actually smoke. Isabella, Ruboy, Culture, Kaikumi, Victory, Sultana, Big and it was like, no, this thing smoking can be addictive. So a lot of people need to I know that if I order this, I'm going to be able to use this stuff to trade. So I watched that shopping. That was my own joy. If a lot of people watch that shopping, they will understand where Faith is coming from. But a lot of them did not watch that shopping. They just went by what they saw on their screen and what they saw on social media. That was like when that incident happened, I kept on defending Faith. Anybody here can fact check me on all of this here. Faith was not the only housemate I supported. For me, Faith was me. I supported Missy this season. That is something my tweets. I supported Kola also. But Faith was the one person I really supported, and his qualification really pained because this dude was ganged up on. There's that thing that was going to be missing in the first week where she literally got a lot of people on her side with the whole situation between herself and point was literally what happened with the whole Faith situation with Culture and Bright. That was when I said, now I'm going to support this guy because things like this, subsequently, stuff like this still even happened in the house where they just kept on going until like everybody, when it comes to faith, it seems they just have this rise in them. They just get this energy out of nowhere. Like, I can just do this. But you know, when someone stands for equity and fairness, Nigerians do not like it. And it just shows with the outfit that this person is standing for this, this, and this, and this. So you don't like this person. This person always is a brilliant individual. He has his flaws. He's not perfect. Even when he did some things that I wasn't good with, something I would come online, I would call it out like, nah, I didn't expect. I was on a lot of spaces this season. So I was able, because the thing there is narratives fly went on in most of these spaces, but a lot of spaces during this season. So that's where a lot of narratives are pushed. And when you are saying that you have to go on there, I was literally in all these are things that anyone that was in other spaces know that everything happening with X, I was always speaking of different things, and I would be on this place and I'll be like, nah, this is exactly what happened, that this was exactly what happened, that you guys should stop getting this whole situation misconstrued and all of that. So it was something I literally saw. And with his whole disqualification, I was actually very, very pained. Unfortunately, I didn't watch the incident because I happened to travel that day. But one thing I usually do is I try my best to literally catch up on it, and I go and watch the clips. I don't go by what people are tweeting, whether it's right or whether it was wrong. I go and watch everything myself. And I saw two individuals actually scuffling. It was a scuffle where they were dragging the bucket. And unfortunately for Sultana, faith is a man, and that's one thing a lot of women need to understand, that men are naturally stronger than women. If you are dragging something, no matter your size, doesn't matter. Bone density is something that is different.
True.
If you punch me as a lady, it will be like a phone or something. But if I punch you, you will not be able to stand up. It's just what it is. It's not about stature. I've seen guys who are smaller than feet. If ladies that are bigger than that will push you, to overpower you. So it was just really possible. So the whole situation just happened. She fell on the floor. It's not like he went at that and he punched her or he shoved her or he didn't. They were dragging the bucket. He made a conscious effort to make sure that he didn't shove her in any way or they would hit her violently in any way. He just happened to drag the bucket and she fell down in the process. Maybe used force to drag the bucket. Then she fell down. Then the big brother management, without prior warnings or without anything, they just decided, they just came together. And but you see, this whole situation is one thing I always like to say. I'll just say politics happen. Even the fact that Faith was not even able to grace us today with himself, with his presence here today, there's a level of politics behind it. Now we can't even say if he has gotten his leave, but I'm sure that he's going to get all this prize because he worked hard for every single thing. And I want him to get every single thing he wants, regardless of anything anyone's saying. He should get everything he wants in the house, because he worked out for no one putting as much effort as Faith did. And it is obvious with the fact that he's winning outside the house, because at the end of the day, in this life, you cannot go far without people that love you and people that hate you.
True.
That's just truth. We have to look at how musicians are doing. We have to look at reality stars. Those that hate you, be the first to watch it. I can promise you that a lot of the people that watched Faith's video, a lot of the people who are criticizing him on here, insulting him, even those insulting you, Glory, a lot of them are trooped in there to watch that video. They have views, their money, they are watching. So if they post another video, that's why when it comes on here, you see what I'm talking about. A lot of haters will get this place saturated to a point that even we that want to speak, don't even want to, almost not even get the chance. So that's why I started off with that. So a lot of things just happened. There's a lot of politics in everything. So people that there was a lot of politics that they played behind the scenes politics. And a lot of people pose this question here. What if Faith was the one that fell down with that incident? I'm saying I can bet my life on it that Sultana would have not been disqualified if Faith was one that happened to have hit the ground in that situation. But it's not, and a lot of proud incidents happened in the house, like the whole situation with Zita, and that situation was worse than that of Sultana. But the fact that a lot of housemates were pissed off at Faith, likes of K-pop, Misty, and they went by all of that. And the fact that a lot of people on the outside, some people on the outside, Faith haters, were strongly pushing that narrative. Most of the people that were hating, that were calling for a situation that Faith is Faith, that Faith is Faith, that now they are saying they can't do without even tweeting, without tweeting and putting Faith's name. They are the ones saturating the whole time by talking about it and all of that. So you see, the situations that will happen and the way the man treated is totally different. Just like the topic here, gender-based violence, yeah. So Zita literally poured the whole the food on it, the hot noodles or whatever it was on Good Boy. Then he reacted instantly to smack down. If we're going by all of that, both of them, regardless of whether Zita was the best boy, they would say they will make a statement for Zita that he held this school that she would have easily disqualified the both of them. But no, she was the aggressor. She got 2 strikes in that situation, even when we did that. That whole situation was supposed to be automatic disqualification, but they showed her mercy. Why did they not allocate that kind of mercy towards it?
Exactly.
That's exactly where I'm actually going to for production, because I watched that video and all that they should have allocated, they should have given Faith that level of mercy and giving him. If they thought they wanted to even make a point, to make a statement that okay, even though the whole station was where the scuffle was a track, they were literally dragging something or whatever, they could have easily given Sultana a warning. And if they wanted to make it seem like okay, there's a level of fairness and like giving everybody equity and equal rights and all that, they could have given Faith 2 strikes. And even if you are not okay with 2 strikes, give him extra punishment on top of it. But you didn't even you just went inside automatic disqualification. You didn't even think about it. Nobody expected it. Even the housemates themselves did not expect that disqualification. So it just tells you that there was an internal politics that actually went on.
Absolutely.
Probably somebody that holds a lot of power who holds a lot of power in multi-choice was able to sway the whole situation and was like, nah, this is what I want you to probably. And favoritism literally played a lot of role there. There was favoritism in that situation.
Of course.
The person that was involved in that was like, nah, I don't like this guy guts. Imagine somebody that was able to say, I always win. And you know, Nigeria, and you know the way people about they don't like when they feel like somebody is so confident. You know, Nigerians don't like confidence, don't like that. Yes, they don't like it when you are unapologetic with your words, and that's the kind of person Faith is. You cannot say Faith was like this way towards this person. You cannot say that if he and MC were the ones that had the most back and forth, but they tried everything. There's literally nobody that he didn't have certain situations where he was like, he will stand his ground. Faith became a problem when he was a very, very chill guy in the first week. I didn't notice Faith in the first week. That's how crazy it is. I watched his entrance and all, but I didn't even notice because it was so chill, being all cool and some people holding different concerns to get to know every single person. But Thelma made one statement. It was Thelma that started all of this, and Faith even Faith talked about this thing that I said Nigerians do not like when people are like that. Nigerians do not like that type of thing, that you should try to be more entertaining. Faith actually took offense to that statement. Like, how would you tell me that type of thing? You know nothing about me, and you were able to make this type of statement. That you have no right to say that type of thing like that. You are just making an assumption to my person. So it was wrong. She did that. So the constant pushing around, they felt like they could walk all over this guy. Then this guy just decided, nah, I'm not going to take this from any of you. And you guys think that you can just push me to a corner and just walk all over me.
Yep.
He started to start standing his ground. The moment he stood his ground against every single house with it, that was when it became a problem. Standing against everybody, like, no, it doesn't even matter if it's just me against all of you. I will stand my ground and nothing will happen. And he did that. And it was very, very entertaining during this season. He didn't just give us brilliance, he gave us entertainment. He said to the move, he did just that. He delivered on every single thing he talked about. But when it was time to the actual politics on, whether we like it, it's not that we always say that there's politics in every single thing.
Yeah.
And you know, the truth always come out. The truth will always come out. And I'm certain that whenever you have faith, because I actually want you to be the first to interview Faith, and I'm sure that you're going to get it. You realize that I said he just decides not to build it.
Yeah.
But I'm certain that him not coming on this interview today, there's something that probably might have happened politically from the situation.
We'll see how it goes. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for your submission. Very apt. Thank you. All right. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Very apt submission. All right. We have to rush back to YouTube now. All right. Because there's just a lot of people everywhere. So we're going to try to manage the time. All right, guys. Don't forget 10 minutes max. All right. So that everybody can speak. Okay. Let's speak with Jay Farnsworth. You're welcome. How are you?
Hey, Glory. Hey, Glory.
Yep.
How are you? How have you been? I
You've
should
been
even be
good.
saying Happy New Year. Long time. I've
Well,
really missed the live sessions. I would have wanted to log in, but it's funny that I'm always on the move on Saturdays when you have very interesting topics. But this season, we've been, I think, everything was going on well up until I don't know. I think that week when Faith was the head of house. I don't know the what was it called? The first time, okay, he was the head of house. That whole kerosene thing when it happened, I think that's when I sort of like was like, wow, what's this? But anyway, this is what I have to say. This is what I have to share. All in all, first of all, for the times I've watched Big Brother, I feel like Big Brother is a toxic show. That one I know for sure. And the most toxic one that I did watch personally was the All Stars. I mean, they even brought in counselors, but that couldn't even help. But this one, I feel like it was the fan bases that have the problem. And I actually wanted to pose a question to you, Glory. Has a particular housemate in any season, I'm not sure because, I'm not always on all your spaces, but has a particular housemate ever come out and like, sort of like, thrown shade at you or insulted you or done that? Most times it is the fans that have a big problem. So that are out of control. And I just want to say this maybe that be very people should ought to be careful for what they ask because you'll actually get what you ask and you'll not even like it. Personally, I know I came for this season and I said that you know what? Me, I'm all for wickedness this season. I'm just going to, you know, look out for the most wicked housemate. And that is what I was going by. But then for Faith's issue in particular, for the character of Faith, I don't want to say that I know Faith as a person, but the character that was shown, I believe all housemates, it's the character that we are shown, but in real person, we do not know so much them. But for the character that was shown to us, I think I will have more to discuss about that when we are talking with more sane people on your other channel. That's the Simply Glory. That's where I'll get to share more about it, more insight about it, because I feel like there's so much vulnerability and there are so many things that Faith kept on pointing at, but people were not getting them. And those would have let you in his world. Uh, there was, there was conversations he would have with certain housemates. I think this was with either Dede or Joanna, where he'd say that, this is what you have to go through for the price of fame. And then he even shared how his family, cautioned him, are you really sure you're ready to have the family dragged in all this when you go for this? There are those little things that he kept on pointing at. And there's even a conversation where, I don't know, it could have been jokes, but where he said, you know what, he would want to die. He would want, to get rid of. So those are some of the things I feel like I will share, at length when, you're sharing those vulnerable topics on your other channel. But I also want to say this season, I actually saw people that came for me, actually dragged me. You dragged me. I am very okay with that. I will lose my sanity. I will take you to hell and you'll stay there and I'll make sure that actually, if it's possible. There's actually one person I think last Saturday that came here to drag me. I did not even insult anyone. But this person came out to throw, some of the most malevolent things. And I was like, you know what? Let me show you where you belong, if it's possible. And I was waiting for them, but it's good. I've not even seen them here today. I think Hammer is acting on them because you'll actually have to go and you'll wish you were actually 6 feet under with what I'll have to throw at you. But the other thing I wanted to say is maybe for you as Glory, I have seen on very many spaces that I've been going to, because I feel if you have a problem with Glory, come and address it on his channel. But, going to other channels and throwing her name there through the mud, why don't you come and say it to her face? But you having gone through all these seasons and seen what people throw at you that even they've even brought in your family. By now, you should have grown thicker skin. Because these fan bases, I think they are like the Medusa character. You cut off one head and, three more grow. So in each and every season, for as long as you're committed to, uh, you know, um, analyzing this show, I believe it is the fans that are really toxic. Because even I think at some point Eboka also talked about it. Why do you have to bring in someone's parents? The reason that's why I actually even lost it last Saturday is in the comments is because someone actually brought in my generation, and I was like, that's a point you do not go to. That's the point you do not go to when it comes to me. When you bring in my generation, my family, I am going to cast you out. And people should really tread carefully with some people. There's people who have a very bad mouths, if I should say. I don't want. I'm not really proud of this, but the country I come from, and if I look at my lineage, it is the kind that has, if I should say, like demigods of sorts, but that's not what I subscribe to. But if I decided, and the funny thing is that this fool that came here to drug me had their photo there, so I just need to have you there, and you will wish you had never done something like that. So that's something actually people call keyboard courage. When someone is behind the keyboard and they feel they can throw all the nonsense they have to, throw at someone. One of the gentlemen that spoke earlier, I think you two were not, but you two were not on the same, uh, you are not supporting the same person. But I like how it was, amicable. It was friendly, and you actually even thanked him. You acknowledged that, which is something I like. And you also personally came to tell us, I do not analyze this show to come and, shove down my opinions, but I'm here to give you the facts of what I see. So take what you want and leave. But a fact that this season, personally, I have never been dragged where that someone had to come for my family, but this season is where I had to see that. And that is where maybe at some points in your comments, you may have seen me, losing it. It was because of such individuals. So I wanted to start off on a lighter note, but it seems like today is, really heavy for most people, especially for Faith. But like I said, when we start the series of the Simply Glory, I have so much to share about Faith. It's good, by the it's all good, because that's where we really become vulnerable and share, yeah, things. That's why I
Yeah.
can't really share them here, because you see there are very many trolls. Some people can't even construct grammatically correct sentences, but they have the courage to insult you, and you wonder, you know so
Mm.
that is what I had to share. Otherwise, I really really pray for your mental, you know for your mental
Thank
health.
you.
I really
Mm.
want you, to stay strong. You have come so far to be dragged back to where you started from. So I don't like even seeing you in this light, especially, but thank God that you have a great family here. Much as you are being attacked on other platforms, there are people also coming there to fight for you. And then, if you really have something to say, be bold enough to go and say it to her on her channel. So that's all I have to share for today.
Thank
So
you. Thank you so
yeah,
much, Jay Farnsworth. I really appreciate this, and I am so sorry that you also got attacked. I am so used to getting attacked by the trolls that when I see them now transfer that negativity and toxicity to the people in my community, it really pisses me off because I would rather they attacked me than attack you people in my community. So for that, I apologize. All right. There's only so much that I can control because this is a public space, this is a public platform. I cannot block
true,
everybody because it's like
true.
the more every time I come online, there's just so many people joining the community, either for good reasons or for toxic reasons. I cannot trace all of them. And so for me, I just let it be, let people express themselves however way they want. So for the fact that you got attacked, I take accountability for that. I am sorry. I wish that
Oh,
attack
no,
had come to me instead of you. And I am so sorry for that. All right.
It's okay.
You asked me
One
a
last one.
question.
Yes, please. Yes, please.
Okay, yeah, you asked me a question if any Big Brother housemate has ever attacked me other than the trolls attacking
Yes.
me. Yes. We had what's his name? Adekunle that attacked me. Was this some weeks ago? Um, I did not want to talk about it because I felt like it was just too insignificant to get that kind of attention. And it's very interesting that the same person that attacked me weeks ago is coming out now to come and put out a tweet about how miserable and whatnot it is, for ex Big Brother housemates after the show. Very ironical. So that one happened, and um there's another one from Big Brother Titans. This particular one has carried this malice for years. Like, at this point, I hope that this person does not get a heart attack or a high blood pressure on Glory's name, because I will not be responsible. This one, for every given opportunity that this one sees, it's Glory that is the root cause of our problem or our trauma. This person has just been attacking and attacking. At some point, the person said they wanted to sue me, and I was gladly waiting for the suing, but I have not seen it since 2023. So I am still waiting for the person to sue me. Yeah, so there's that one. And then there's another one, and this one was just so annoying because during Big Brother Titans, I was literally advocating for this person to get employed by the organizers because of how innovative and creative he is, for his craft and his talent. I was saying that just as this guy, the person that does the murals, the artworks in the house every season, the guy used to be a housemate during the Pepper Gang season. So I was heavily pushing for this particular person to also be picked up, taken into the organization, to also be one of their creative minds. Only for their season to end, because he's friends with these other toxic elements, he also started, attacking me. So I have received attacks from ex-housemates, which, to be very honest, I do not care because I don't know them from Adam. What I know is what they portrayed on the show. Anything aside what they portrayed on the show, I do not know, I do not recognize, and I do not give a fuck about because I don't know them.
Thank
I
God.
don't care.
Thank God.
Yeah,
Okay. And lastly, I
I
wanted
don't
to
care.
say maybe in your world, as far as they are concerned, they are not relevant in your
No,
life.
they're not.
But also,
I only
yeah.
know the
But lastly,
personalities on the show.
yeah. Lastly,
Yeah,
on a lighter note, I wanted to give you your flowers. One thing that even when we were going through all these emotions, you actually kept me cracked up. There are those moments you'd come up with lines, referring to a housemate, especially like, for example, Mide, be like, Auntie, what's going on? You
yeah,
brought, your craft was on another level. This season, you actually became like one of the housemates, also giving us, fun, if I should say.
yeah,
So much as there were those moments where people were, going through emotions and what have you, you'd come and
yeah.
start off, a video, getting us all cracked up. For those who really enjoy,
Thank you.
getting
Thank you
cracked
so
up.
much
So
for
yeah,
that. Yeah.
yeah.
I mean, bringing in the jokes and the entertainment, for me, it was just to create a light-hearted atmosphere because there was a lot going on in the house, and I cannot be too uptight all the time. I cannot be taking everything too serious. I was going to have a high blood pressure. So for me, the best way to just let loose and let everybody enjoy the show is to infuse all those comic elements, that I would normally do on a normal day in my private life. I am a very serious person, but putting out videos and bringing all those comic reliefs is just to make the atmosphere lighter. So thank you for appreciating that. I also want to add that just as much as I have had a few ex-housemates attack me unreasonably and stupidly, in my opinion, I have also had a great deal of appreciation from a lot of ex-Big Brother Naija housemates and also ex-Bibi Nzamzi housemates who have actually seen my work. They've seen my honesty, they've seen my objectivity in all cases, and they have also extended their appreciation. Even in the midst of this whole trolling situation, I actually received a DM from one who was actually thanking me, also sent a voice note thanking me, appreciating me. And you see, yeah, I'm not the type of person that will come online and say, oh, see, this person sent me this message. This person, I don't do that. I love my privacy and I love to keep it that way. So when things like that happen, where I receive these appreciation messages and recognition from these ex-housemates, that is what I hold on to. The other ones that have decided to be very foolish, I just put them in the trash because they are very insignificant. They are not relevant. And that is where they belong,
True.
in the trash. So that's
Yeah.
it.
Glory, something else that maybe people are not getting right about Faith is that okay, he said he's a doctor, like he did his first degree, but he wishes to go back for to further his education and become a neurosurgeon. So for now he's like a general practitioner. Then another thing about certain careers, it is not about making money. It's more of a calling, like because doctors are there to help people, not to make money. If you want to make money,
Mhm.
then you better become, what is that doctor on the Real Housewives of Lagos, that dude? Maybe you join
Dr.
that
Romel.
yeah, maybe you join that space if you want to make money. But for him as Faith, it is more of a calling than making money.
Mm.
And then the other careers are, for example, teachers and so on. That is one last thing I wanted to let your viewers know.
Mm.
So
All
yeah,
right.
thank you
Thank you
for
so
having
much,
me.
J. Francois. Yeah, thank you so much. All right. Thank you. Okay. All right,
Glory,
guys.
can I
Let's quickly
speak?
move on. Let's speak with the next person. Let's speak with Naima. Naima, you're welcome. How are you, sis?
Hey boo, how are you?
I'm good. How are you doing?
I'm fine. Oh my gosh. So first things first, Glory. How are you doing?
I'm
People
good.
keep forgetting
I
this is
just
a
want to
life
go on
where we have to
vacation.
inter. And then you leave that country. What are you even doing there? They don't deserve you at this point. Someone said something about you being dragged
Vacation.
on TikTok. And then I went to TikTok and I saw it. I'm like, hey, this girl should, I beg. The way they don't, BBN didn't deserve it. But Nigeria don't deserve you at this point. If you want to jackpot, we will
Sis,
support you because what? What is that?
if dragging someone can build a mansion, I would have built a mansion on
Nonsense.
top of the drags.
It's a lot. It's a lot. I don't know how you deal with it. Me, I can't. Though. If I comment like this on any maybe Nigerian page or whatever, once they start dragging me, I'll just go and delete my comments. I cannot. So you you face it everywhere. Left, right, TikTok, YouTube, Twitter, Insta. Yeah. It's not easy. Please travel and just take a break. I beg. We'll wait for you.
Yeah.
What? And people keep forgetting this is a live. Like everybody, this is where we come and gist. We ask Faith how she is. We check up on her. We interact small before we start giving our analysis. So, please let's look out for one another. And I also wanted to say that the way you remember things, like your brain, your memory is top notch. You have to tell me what supplements you take. I just started taking one go-to cola like that, but you will remember something from 2023. I can't remember gist from last week. What?
I
You
remember
know,
things
still
though.
ah, you still now sit down in one position for eight. Last week was 8 hours. Jesus Christ! You see this guy that has spoke before me. He
Yeah.
spoke for like maybe 15 or 20. I showered. I came back. I sat down. I kept rubbing my face. I was already tired. How do you do it? It's 3 hours, 30 minutes, and you are still okay. You're not gonna stand up, stretch body small. Hmm. It's this work that you're doing, and then they'll still drag you on top of it. A lot of them, I bet, cannot even do 1/4 of what you're doing. And people only criticize what they can never be or what they cannot. So what? Hmm.
Exactly.
Anyways,
Exactly.
faith disqualification. See, and when that thing happened, I didn't even open. My heart was just racing. I think it was my family member they disqualified. I didn't even check YouTube for like 2 3 days, and I saw you hadn't posted. So it was a lot. I wanted to speak last week, but let's just speak about what it is right now.
Yeah,
Um,
the gender bias.
as in the gender. you know this thing now. It's not today we've been doing this. I think this happened in another season one time. Was it Paris
Mhm.
season? I came on here and I spoke about it too. It's
Mm.
just the world we live in, and the fact that this thing is acceptable. I go to, like, when they disqualified Faye, any comment I comment on Instagram, you just hear, you go cry, tire, this one, that one. Listen, me, I just can't
Mm.
delete my comment, though. I don't want problem. But in my head, I'm like, what did this boy ever do to you people? When they say Faith is toxic, Faith don't have emotional intelligence, Faith is this, Faith is that. You that you are talking, which one do you have? This is somebody who has traveled, who is intellectual, who studied medicine, who is 25-year-old. At 25-year-old, everybody that is commenting, what did you do with your own life too? What did you accomplish? If they put a camera in your house, what would people see? Dragging
Mm.
of buckets, I would drag with man, I would drag with woman, I would drag with my mother. If my substance is inside, we will all drag. So why is
Mhm.
everybody acting like it's said, like it's something that has never been unheard of? It's a new thing. And by the way, it was a David and Goliath fight. Sultana is way bigger and thicker than Faith. Do you
Mhm.
understand? It just happened that she tripped and fell. But let me tell you, if it was Faith that had fallen, did you know that she wouldn't be disqualified?
Of course.
This same thing that we're
Of
saying
course.
that, oh, he didn't touch her, is the same thing that people would say reverse. They would say
Mhm.
she didn't touch him, he just fell down.
Mhm.
Why is the man not
Mhm.
strong enough to hold his ground? Why is he dragging the
Exactly.
bucket? They'll make excuse. But I keep telling
Exactly.
people that we are humans before we are male and female.
Exactly.
And now that there's even male, female, I'm currently in America, you see three toilets. There's a toilet for man and woman, man, male, female, then they now put the two images in one toilet, male and
Oh
female.
God.
So tell me, in that situation now, who will win? Do you
Exactly.
understand?
Who
Like,
will
the
you
world is
support?
changing, the world is evolving. I feel like Nigerians should start evolving with it and changing with it also in a good way. The thing that shocked me most is the thing that was supposed to be spoken about more was ignored, was neglected, and Faith was just talking. For
Exactly.
instance, like the sexting this year was
Yes.
ridiculous. Even you, there was a point you stopped talking about it because it was just too much. It was now happening every night. It was as if
Yeah.
they made them sign a contract that you are going to that house, you must do this for content. Nigerians didn't even talk about it. It was as if we're now enjoying that thing more. Before that, if something like that happened, people would say, let them cancel the show, ban the show. It is not for children. They didn't see anything. Then another one again. Somebody went to go and piss inside somebody's box. Nigerians overlooked it and say, she was drunk. When did we start
And
making excuses for stupidity? Like, since when? The way that Sultana, did you know that if Doris didn't take that into the diary room to talk about it, we probably wouldn't have even heard about it. Like, they were trying
never.
to hide it. And anytime housemates wants to start talking about it, they'll remove the camera immediately.
Instantly.
Why were you people protecting her? But then if Faith and somebody is having a conversation, blah, 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 okay, then they'll want to now take off the camera because he's trying to make sense of a situation or explain a situation deeply.
Mm.
Then it got to a point where somebody threw food unprovoked. What did Rude Boy do to Zita?
Hmm.
Unprovoked. And you threw a plate of food with plenty pepper inside somebody's eye. And Nigerians are saying, and she was apologetic about it. Excuse me.
Hmm.
What if that food was hot? What if the spice had really hurt that boy? What did you know that if camera didn't know that would have happened? If not, they wouldn't have shown it too.
Yeah.
They
Because it
had
was so
people.
sweet.
It was so swift. They had people they wanted to protect, and that is why a lot of things would never be right with our country. They keep saying, oh, the government is the problem, but we as individuals were problems. Because, okay, this is not even a political show. They put a show on TV where you people would use common sense to formulate or find your own leader. Then that is, you are now choosing, oh, this one is giving me content. Left to me, oh, Imisi didn't do jack. Because how are we even awarding the winner? I'm sorry. You're
Hmm.
sabotaging wager tax. You went inside. The thing is, people keep forgetting that this girl said, I am going in there to act. It's just like how politicians will tell you, when I become president, you have lights 1 week, non-stop,
Mm.
1 month, forever. Then they you
Mm.
still vote them. You see what is happening? You still vote them. Then they enter inside and they don't do what they say they would do. You are complaining. But now you are now
Mm.
giving it the power to watch something as it is. And this person has told you outside, I'm going there to act. You see it and you are still laughing. Ha 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 ha. She's so funny. It's content. It's this one. So we agree that pretending to be what you're not to earn a certain price is now acceptable. That fate disqualification, even the grand finale wasn't all that. Everybody could tell it was dry as F because the people wanted to see how that end tie would have gone and they would have gotten more engagement. But because fate wasn't there, it didn't even become. Like, when did we become this? And somebody comes out and tell you a clear example. It's not like you always side Fate. The thing is, Fate did all the work for himself. The fight would
Mm-hmm.
happen, but he will still go to the big brother and explain. Then still
Mm-hmm.
come out and explain to the housemate. So all you do
Mm-hmm.
is take out all of that and reiterate to us that don't watch the show. And people say
Mm-hmm.
you're being biased. How?
Mm.
Because this guy tried to speak for himself multiple times. He comes out to still explain to the housemate. That was when Jason J started getting close to him now because he understood, okay, I think this boy is not as bad as, sometimes when you can't be someone, when you can't beat them, you join them. So Jason J at the end of the day
Exactly.
was now even starting to become a fan of Faith.
Mm.
I really see, girl. I'm hurt. Like, it really hurt me. And I think why it hurts me is because I feel like a lot of Nigerians have cancelled this boy. When I read comments on blogs or whatever that post about him, I'm just disgusted. They'll be like, woman beater, may you marry someone like Faith. Amen.
Amen.
Amen,
Oh.
please. Because what are you guys talking about? This boy was somebody who is self-aware more than every other person in that house. He didn't watch the show prior, but he knew,
Mm-hmm.
he understood that sometimes he's the problem. He fucks up,
Mm-hmm.
he fixes it, and he accepts to growth. He's like, okay, I know that I'm wrong, or sometimes I do fall out of track, but I'm learning. This
Mm-hmm.
is what life is. Nobody is perfect. You don't know yourself 100% because when they put you in front of Ebuka, you don't know how you're going to behave around Ebuka. So how do you know that you know yourself 100%? Nobody knows themselves 100%. So why are
Exactly.
you expecting a 25-year-old that his frontal lobe, whether it has not even finished developing, is supposed to understand everything perfectly and get it right for you guys? Meanwhile, Imisi, who is 23, look at all the things she did. When did they start speaking Yoruba in the house? There was a clip I saw. This girl was speaking Yoruba like all through. Big
Every
brother
day.
didn't, Big brother didn't even call it to action. I
Hmm.
think that the housemate now started even feeling like, okay, I think this girl, she's getting a lot, she's getting away with a lot of things. So let's just
Mm-hmm.
avoid her, or let's leave her. Or they even
Mm-hmm.
figured out she was the house pet. So a lot of people left her, but they understood the game. Faith didn't understand the game. He
He
didn't know that
didn't.
avoid this one. They said, you said something about Sultana winning head of house and the way Biggie will praise her. People would have identified that, okay, she's probably Biggie's pet too. So they'll avoid her. They wouldn't want to, you know. And then you have someone like Faith who hasn't watched the show. If someone give him A, he gives them B back because he doesn't understand why normal human beings or adults, as they all claim to be, is acting this certain type of way. Instead of him to refrain. The only mistake he did was not really understanding the show, but he didn't deserve that disqualification. A double
Mm-hmm.
strike, perhaps, but Sultana also deserved a disqualification. And it makes me wonder whether Biggie they sleep sometimes because Biggie don't really see everything. Sometimes they go in there and they tell him. It is only Faith Diary section that the Biggie would antagonize him. The boy is trying to it be like say the Biggie the vex say Faith nearly smart pass him or Faith is smarter than him because
For
it will be
real.
as if they're arguing. The guy is cogitating his emotions. Listen and do what you need to do. How would you tell a head of house? Even me, I'll be pissed that your rules applies to just you. Since when?
Can you
Why am
imagine?
I head of house? For what? Am I doing it for just me? Am I supposed to take care of the house? A lot of things is wrong with our society today, and the thing is you have a lot of young people watching these shows and learning from it, people taking home things from this, and honestly, what we're getting as the prize, like the reward or the winners that the production is giving us, if they keep putting this out to the society that this is what you do to win, or this is how you have to behave, this is how this is the toxicity level you need to be at to win at something, people would not want to be better versions of themselves.
Absolutely.
I can only stay in Nigeria for 1 month. I'm telling you, or 2 months. The last time I was there for 7 months, girl, I couldn't. It was toxic. You can't have a proper communication with somebody without fighting, dragging.
Ah,
You greet somebody, good morning, they will eye you. Why you eye me? I just say good morning. Good morning. You see how you make eye contact with people and they smile at you. You make eye contact with a Nigerian in Nigeria, the way they will eye you, they'll remove your soul from your body. Why are you smiling? What did you see in them that's making you smile? We
and
need to.
the moment they learn that you are from the abroad,
Oh,
you
it's
automatically
not
an
as if you
enemy.
are the one that is the cause of their problems.
I'm
Hey, they would just be bitter and hate you. And I think that also added to them not liking Faith as much as they would have. Because that boy was everything. I have a brother. My brother is that smart. Oh my goodness. I will flaunt him everywhere. He's the prize at this point. No. We keep promoting toxicity. Give us a show. Nigerians are the ones shouting, give us a show, give us a show. Okay, they are dragging buckets now. Is that not the show you want? You say he's a woman beater. Did he be where we see the country? I don't think we know what we want. If we can have the president we have right now, we don't really know what we want. Like
For
it's
real.
2025, but we're still not ready for a reality TV show. That's just it. That is what it
All
is.
right.
And people will always be people. Anyways, I wanted to tell you that go and
Yeah.
watch The Girlfriend on Amazon Prime. Have you seen it?
I've seen reviews. That thing looks like it's gonna
See,
traumatize me.
no, listen. See, it is psychology. The thing is, I feel that initially I was supporting the girlfriend, but then I started supporting the mom. But then, like the end is just. Have you watched Behind
Okay.
Her Eyes or something?
Okay, don't tell me. I'll watch it.
Okay, watch it and then come back. Let's now gist on this live because it is a
Okay.
psychology game. And I think after Big Brother, you usually do movie reviews. If you don't have
Yeah.
Amazon Prime login, let me know. I can send you my login on Instagram. But
Okay.
you
I
need
have.
to
I will
watch.
check it out.
You need to watch that The Girlfriend. Write it down like this. I bet come back.
All
Let's
right.
analyze it because I go on YouTube. It's just like this Faith and images. I go on TikTok and people are like, the mother is this, the mother is that. And me, I'm like, but it's the girlfriend, you know. But I'm
Okay.
like,
Don't
Faith is
don't
coming
give me
on live.
spoilers.
Faith is
Don't give
coming
me
on live.
spoilers.
Let me tell her to go and watch it. It's only 6 episodes, but you're gonna love it. Yeah, but
All
thank you
right.
so much for all
Thank
you do. We
you.
appreciate you.
Thank
Don't
you.
ever let whatever people say to you get to you. People would only hate who and what they cannot become. And you know this the country
Absolutely.
you're in and the space you're at, but you're thriving so well. I'm so
Yeah.
proud of you. I wish I could give you a hug. But God bless you,
Okay.
and God will continue to protect you. Every evil they say to
Amen.
you or plan for you will not manifest in Jesus' name. Oh yeah.
Amen.
Bye bye.
Amen. Wow. Thank you so much,
Mwah.
Naima.
Bye.
Thank you. All right. Let's speak with Elizabeth. Elizabeth, you're welcome. Elizabeth.
Hello,
Okay.
hello, Glory. Can you hear me?
Okay. Hi. You're welcome. How are you?
Thank you very much for having me, Glory. Wow.
You're welcome.
I've wanted to be on this live. I've been trying. I couldn't get it, but I'm happy I'm here today.
You're welcome.
How are
You're
you,
welcome.
Glory? How are you doing?
I'm okay. I'm okay.
Oh,
Thank you.
that's fine. I'm happy to hear that. And I'm happy to see you are smiling. You are trying, no? Mhm. You are trying. Your skin is thick.
Thank
I have
you.
a thick skin, but I don't think I have as much as you do.
Ah,
Well
thank you.
done.
Thank
You
you.
see this young man Faith. To be
Mm,
sincere, I'm not a Big Brother. I don't watch Big Brother. Big Brother is not my thing. I only
mm,
watch Big Brother, their intro when they are coming in. I watch their Saturday's party and I watch when they are leaving. But this year, what drew me to Big Brother was, when they were coming in, the day the men were coming in,
Hmm.
men said was actually the person that made me watch Big Brother.
Hmm.
That is pressure. So I really wanted to see the pressure of a thing. But along the
Yes.
line, I was disappointed. And
Hmm.
that was when I start seeing this my young son, because Faith is actually the same age as my first daughter. Why
Hmm.
Dede is actually the same age with my second daughter. So I I am proud to be a mother to both of them. I
Hmm.
am a proud mother of both of them. So when you see a boy that commands respect, that is audacious, like that
Yeah.
stood his ground, these housemates wanted to shrink Faith because of his look, his stature.
Mm-hmm.
And I watched him from the first and the second week, how sweet this young man was, how he was. At times I was like, why are you explaining to them? Why are you explaining to these people? You are not here to explain to them. This is a
Mm-hmm.
show. Just play your game. I was like, I
Mm-hmm.
was afraid for him at first too, until the young man get into the diary room and told Big Brother that these people are taking me for granted, oh, and I
Hmm.
can take all of them all.
Mm-hmm.
And the first step was Gigi Jasmine, and that was where it started. Nigerians were not happy for his audacity to say, I always win. What is wrong with I always win?
Hmm.
The young man did not say I always win and went back and start sleeping. I always win, and this young man works for all of his win.
Absolutely.
Faith was a breath of fresh air every time I see him on my TV screen.
Hmm.
And this housemate, when they start seeing this young man, as far as all of them is concerned, they have only one threat, and that threat is Faith Adewale. They were
Mm-hmm.
threatening by Faith Adewale by his audacity. K Bobo even went as far as making a bet with him that you won't win. And I will tell you that that day Sultana and Faith were dragging, and Dede was calling K Bobo. Everything in K Bobo's head is, Omo, this guy don't say he go win, he be like say he go win, oh, I no go put mouth for the matter.
He had reminded Faith, I think that morning or the previous day, that, oh, Faith, remember, this is the last week. You said you are going to win. He had reminded Faith.
Did you see? So it
Mm-hmm.
was like, the heavens just put it at his palm. This man say he's going to win. Oh. So if this is what I'm going to contribute to make sure this young man will not win, I will contribute my quota. Oh.
Mm-hmm.
And he stayed back. In as much as Mensah was not a good friend to Faith, as we watch it play out on the national TV, but I'm very sure Mensah wouldn't have stood back. He could have done something if he were there.
Hmm.
And the young lady that was there, that one, she is just that fragile. I'm just a girl. She does not want a scratch. She doesn't want anything to scratch her. Anything that we remove from her being a girl, you won't see my baby girl there. And I don't fault her for it. Now, Sultana, you are a woman and you are dragging with a man. Sultana, don't enjoy yourself. Sultana, just leave it. Sultana fell down because Faith overpowered her, right? But that falling was over exaggerated. She exaggerated that falling. If
We
only
know.
Faith was a street boy, he could have fell himself at that point too. That would let the two of us fall. The way Kate Bobo was crying with Mensan in the first week after Coin did it crying. Then Kate Bobo started crying again that if it is crying
Mm-hmm.
competition, let all of us start crying together. If only
Mm.
Faith had fell down and said, okay, me too, I've fallen down. Oh, I've fallen down. Come and see. Oh, and she said she had an internal bleeding. After that internal bleeding, she still did that ride that night. Ah, this kind of internal bleeding is very interesting. She should keep having that kind of internal bleeding. So for this
Mm.
gender bias, it was so obvious. It was so obvious that production themselves were not happy with Faith's audacity. And from my
Yep.
own perspective, this is what I think. If Faith had won the show, Faith wouldn't be a puppet to production. They can't control him.
Yep.
He will ask questions. He will not do everything production asks him to do. He will not work according. He will ask questions and make them see reasons why it should be like this. Because that young man is a mannered young man. He was well groomed. He was trained by good parents. And he himself know what life is all about. Let's forget about the fact that, okay, he went to school in Georgia. Yes, that adds to it. But we still have sane and reasonable humans, which faith is one of them. So from beginning, they've chosen their winner. A young woman came, danced obele, removed her wig. Even my neighbor ran to me that day. Ah, Auntie, come and see you. Hey, come and see. Everybody's following you. Everybody, I say everybody's following. Then what is my business with that? Everybody's following her. What is my business? Congratulations to Imisio. I'm happy she won. At least she did a good job. She came to the stage and she told us I was going to be acting. And she acted all through. She stayed true to her word. I give her an applause for that. But can I tell you the truth? Imisi was at no way 10 over 10 for me. Faith was an all-rounder. If you say somebody is 10 over 10, do the most. I doff my cap for that young man. He did the most. He put in the work as if his life depended on it. Then now I see some people, women, mothers on street of internet. Everybody, they don't disqualified Faith. Oh, they started dancing. They were raising glasses. I laughed. Anyways, I hope they will be able to remember when life start collecting for them what they are dishing out. That is all I can say about it. Because life pays everybody. You see this devil, he go reach everybody. It's matter of time. It's turn by turn. By the time life starts collecting from them what they dish out for a young man that they know from nowhere, just because they saw him on live TV, because he refused to be an hypocrite and dance to the tune of what Nigerians want him to be. Now you guys are dancing, you are celebrating, you are jubilating that he has been disqualified. I pray nothing happens to their children, but I also hope they will be able to remember when life starts paying them back for what they have done. And this is it for me. Congratulations to Faith for being disqualified. And this is why I said it. Every of that young man's success, we have nothing to do with Big Brother Naija. Because that young man will excel. That young man, nothing can dim his lights. And I'm happy he has a supportive parent because his father has told him, my son, you have done nothing wrong. You have done well. You have done well, with a pat on the back. And the mother too will bring him in and embrace him as good parents should do. He already said it on the show that his siblings are private people. They don't like social media. And at least for now, Big Brother will not start bringing his family out. All those paparazzi, all those lights will not be on him. But that Faith will not excel. It is a lie. That young man will do great. I could remember his last diary session. He was telling Big Brother something about those arena games, the way they were arranged, and if only Big Brother can bring it in a way that people can use it to play a game. If the young man is listening to this, maybe he should start his making money from that. He already has the other idea. He already has it. All he needs to do is to just monetize it. It is his and he should own it. And people like us, we will play that game. At this my old age, I will play that game because it is Faith bringing it out. Because it is Faith. I've never played game before, but because it is Faith, I will pay money and be on that and play that game. Bring my children and other people and we'll play that game. Glory, well done once again. Well done.
Thank you.
Well done.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Elizabeth. Thank you. All right, let's speak with David. Dr. David,
Glory,
you're
can I
welcome.
speak, please?
I'm so
I
sorry.
really
You just have to
do.
wait your turn, please. Sorry.
Who's
I've been
that?
going
Who's
out,
who's
I'm
that,
coming
David?
in, my
Who's
network.
that, David? Who's that? I'm sorry. Who's that, Glory?
Who is that? Please, can you mention your name?
It's Sally, Sally.
Is
I've
it is
Okay,
been
it that
here
sorry.
since my network has been bringing me up
Let
and
her go.
out.
Let her
I don't
go.
know. I'm in a
Glory, let
very,
her go.
very
Okay,
far
go ahead.
place.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I'm so happy. Thank you so much, Glory.
It's really, really, my daughter will always say, "Come, mommy, your glory have started. We'll come and see, come and watch your glory YouTube." I said, "Oh my God." She's a 9-year-old baby, but she knows
Oh,
and loves Big Brother, and she loves
wow.
Glory's analysis. She always say, "Come and listen to Glory." We catch up, with Glory because Glory will always tell us what's on ground. And I'm
Wow.
so glad to be here. Last year I wanted to be on the live show, but then before I could speak, it was already time. But then thank God I'm here today, and I've been
Thank
on
you
the
for
live show
joining.
since the beginning. Yes, I want to speak on
Thank
three
you.
things. I want to speak
Okay.
on the housemates. I want to speak on production, and then the fans also. First, let
Okay.
me not take much of our time. I'm a nurse, so I'm on duty. I just squeeze time to still be here. So, first and foremost, the very first day they came on, the females, when I saw Emisi, I was like, who is this? I kept her aside. When the guys came the next day, I didn't even see Fit coming, but I just saw him in the house because it seems I went out, so I didn't watch his intro. Then, what happened was, when Emisi's first diary section, I was blown away. I was like, what kind of a dumb human being is this? Does she take us like we are fools? You come to a diary section, they are asking you to speak, you say on what? It was just like, is she okay? What is she here for? That was my first rule out for her, even though I knew it was a show. Yeah, she's trying to do the most, I understand. But when I saw Faith, the first week, all of them, when they were introducing themselves, when everybody came, they were all blown away because of Faith, his achievements. Faith said he was a Snapchat, whatever, I don't even know. Isabella
Yes.
was all over him. She was all over him. You could see that all of them were all blown away. They were already from that first introduction marked this young man as a threat. And subsequently, the first 2 weeks, he didn't do much. He was just cool, getting to know every one of them. And then he said something in the diary section. He said he's using them with every information they give him to play their own game. He played the game according to everybody's information he gets.
Yep.
What he speaks with you is what he used to relate with you. He doesn't relate with you based on the house happening. It's based on your interaction with him. That is how he relates with them. But unfortunately, all of them see him as a threat. And secondly, in this house, a lot of rules were violated. I'm from the north. I'm talking to you right now from Jigawa State, in a thick village. But let me tell you, So was from the north. So speaks Hausa. Sultana speaks Hausa. Big Brother didn't do anything. I've been following Big Brother since Big Brother Africa, since the time of Calvin. He was another and he won. I watched it. And let me tell you, the rule is there. You don't speak vernacular. You don't speak any other language. Emisi kept speaking Yoruba. She spoke Yoruba like nothing in that house. Big Brother didn't see anything. He never spoke anything against it. She will come to the diary section. He will ask her question. Emisi will waste like 10 minutes speaking nonsense. Big Brother will not challenge her. I kind of like wonder what's happening in this place. From the first week, the first head of house, she had a problem with him. And Big Brother did not call her to order. I was wondering what's happening. Now, that's Big Brother's fault. That's production's fault. And I know it's a business. They are all trying to see how they will promote this show because last year was a flop. Last year was a flop because we saw people that didn't do anything and they were just like wasting our time there. What happened in last year? The only people that created drama was Wani and Handy. They were the only two people that created drama. And in fact, the public, that's the fans' problem now. Where I want to talk about the fans is that fans has issues, they have their own issues. Why will I say so? Last year, they wanted someone that has good morals. That's why we picked Haley Ray and his wife. They felt like, okay, Wani and Handy didn't have good morals. So they are off. Yes. But they did the most. They did the most. if that should be the case in judging. But they saw them as being wild. They went for somebody else. This year, the moment I saw Ebuka asking Faith on that day, that Faith, are you the problem or the housemate? I knew there was a problem. I just knew there was going to be a problem, but I didn't know where the problem would come from. I knew there was going to be a problem. Let's look at what happened. You are dragging a bucket with me. It's too fighting. It's too fighting. Anybody that falls down, you don't have a problem with it. It's just a two fighting issue. And the unfortunate thing is that Faith does not understand that it's Nigerians he's relating with. I think he took the mentality from the abroad and came into the show with. And I discovered that Sabrina would have had the same issue also if she would have been in that house. Because she came with the same mentality also. She came with the abroad thing into the house. If you could remember, Sabrina complained that production didn't do her well. If you see her life this thing, she said she was fit. She was ready to come back to the house. But production didn't allow Sabrina to come back to the house. We don't know the reason why. They didn't allow her. And again, also, if you could remember, Koyin spoke about Imisi being fetish. Koyin was like, Imisi have something. She started with Koyin. If you could remember, if Koyin
when
knew
Koyin was
the
telling
game,
Sultana.
yes, Koyin knew the game and he ran away from Imisi as fast as he could. So she won't drag him. And now, Faith that didn't know about it, he felt victim. You took his paper, you assaulted. I watched her interview with Ebuka. She suddenly got amnesia. She started selective and she didn't even remember what she was doing. She said it was just, she felt it was his friend. They were just friends. She didn't sexually harass him. I was like, Imisi, I know you are still acting. Even at this point, you are still acting. It's a script they gave you.
Sorry for interjecting. Do you know what really
Yes,
pisses
yes.
me off with all these interviews? It's the fact that the interviewers do not probe.
I'm telling you, Ebuka was just
like what the fuck? Like, how do you claim to be an interviewer and then somebody obviously is lying or acting, especially with this show,
seriously.
and then you're smiling
Seriously.
along with them, like you're encouraging the ugly narrative that the person is actually putting out there. But anyways, what's my case?
Yeah. And it's unfortunate they have painted the young man to be a my sister said she never wanted for one day, she never wanted Imisi to win. I was like, no, it's a show, you can't decide who to win. And she's just been diabolical. I said, no, it's not about that. Faith just missed it. He missed it because he felt he was dealing with reasonable people, the ones in the house, and then the ones outside are the worst. He doesn't know that those ones outside, they don't really know, they don't value good things. They don't value. That's the mistake. We don't value good things. When we see good things, because of how biased we are, because of what we think, because the way we reason, we feel as though that thing is not worth it. Because Faith is someone that, when you look at him, that guy has everything. He has everything. They bullied him, but he stood out. Big Soso insulted him, body shamed him, did everything they could to bring that young man down. But he's too tall amidst all that problem. He's too tall. But still,
All
go
right.
back to your comment section. You will see that they are still dragging the young man. Even when he came out, he didn't say anything. They are still dragging him. That guy is so intelligent that he chooses what he says. He knows what to say. He knows how to defend himself. He knows exactly what he's doing. And like the last mommy that just spoke, she said the truth. Production cannot turn him upside down. That's why they can't make him to be the winner. And I'm promising you something. I pray Imisi will not behave the way Fina behaved to production. I pray so that history will not repeat itself. The way Fina dragged production, I pray it won't happen with Imisi. They want street, they will get street. Thank you so much. Let me not take much of our time. Glory, I really appreciate you. I've been following you silently. We are not the type that comments. You are not the type that talk, but I really appreciate your work. I'm so glad I'm given this opportunity. Thank you, the gentleman that gave me this opportunity. I'm so grateful. Really, I really, really appreciate you guys. You have a blessed day.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Sally. Thank you. I really appreciate your contribution. Thank you. All right, Dr. David, thank you for allowing Sally to have the floor. Please, let's
Hey,
hear from
hi,
you.
hi, Glory, hi, Glory. Hi, everyone.
Welcome. Yeah.
Um, you know that I've learned a lot over the past 4 hours. I've heard a lot of people speak. The current speaker, Mara, lots of people have spoken. Jay Farnsworth, lots of people. And on the past 3 weeks, every weekend we've had different topics. Um, it's an eye opener for me. I know people wanted Faith to be here, and hopefully there'll be sometime in the future that
Yeah.
he's going to come and say his side of the story, right? Hopefully
Yeah.
there is no clause in the agreement that will stop him from actually speaking up.
Yes.
There's a German philosopher called Arthur Schopenhauer, right?
Mm.
So today I'm taking us to school, right? I'm taking us to school today, right? I'm going to answer a question on gender bias and gender-based violence. I know that's the topic today, right?
Mm.
Arthur Schopenhauer is a German philosopher known for something on intelligence, right? And I'll paraphrase it here. He said something like, if you're intelligent, people hate you. I'm paraphrasing, right? The moment
True.
people know that they're intelligent, it becomes a problem actually. You become ostracized from the society, right? People don't want you. People, and one of the reasons why they don't like intelligent people is it's sort of shines the spotlight on them and makes them feel inadequate, right? So the person who has
Yes.
inferiority complex actually is the person who feels that they are not up to your level, right? And
Yes.
that's how the remaining 28 housemates in this last Big Brother show were when it came to Faith. They felt threatened, right? They really felt threatened, right? And the other thing is this season has taught me different phrases. I never knew there was something called intellectual bully. You could be an intellectual bully. You're laughing. I didn't know that. I didn't know that that was something, right? But now I know, right? I also did not know that where you I did not know that when we say someone has content, the word called content, what is content? And every season we always talk about this, what is content, right? Before this season, what content used to be to Mr. A may not be what it is to Mr. B. It may be, for
True.
example, some people like people that swallow mic, and to some people they like you're laughing. I'm just saying it the way it is, right? And then some people, what they like is maybe someone who wins the game in the arena, right? Some people may like someone who cries them a river in front because they are the only one in their village that went to school, right? And they have some pity story for you to sell to you, right? That was what content was, and we were fighting that battle, right? What is content?
Mhm.
But this season has redefined that thing for me, right? Now it's not just what content is from this season, this particular season, and this ties into your gender bias and all that. Now I'm gonna pivot into that, right? What content is, right? It's not really um what the person is doing, but who is doing it. I'm going to say that
Mm.
again. It's not what the person is doing, but who is doing it. So, for example,
Absolutely.
if one person takes his or her undies and it puts that thing in the take the cutleries, right, the spoons and all that, it puts it in his or her bag where the undies are, right. To some people, they'll say that person is vocal, that person is vile, that person should
Mhm.
be eliminated from the program and all that. If someone else does it, they'll say it's content, right?
Mm.
So now it's not really it has transcended the point where you look at it from what they are doing, but who is doing it. This is how biased things are now, right? Now
True.
I'm going to go into gender bias, right? So the topic is gender bias in gender-based violence, right? So the word called grape, I put the G there so that we can't, this thing is not going to be. So the word called grape,
Mm.
right? If a female says I was raped, there's a way the society believes it or not believe it. If a male says it, there's a way the society believes it or not believe it. They don't. The two of them are not the same, right?
Yes.
Now, if someone says, someone was violent to me, physical assault, right? Again, in this one, if it's a male that is saying a female physically assaulted him, the society probably will not believe it. Meanwhile, if it's the other, if it's the female that says a male physically assaulted them, the society is going to believe it, right? So
Mm-hmm.
here's the conundrum we are. This is where we are now. We're here. We're in a position where the society, and by the way, this production are enablers of this. They are trying to maintain that status quo of this bias, right? They are trying
Mm-hmm.
to. This season confirmed it, right? So if by the way, the other guy that said, I just want to quickly digress on this one before I go back to that, right? Is a necessary digression, right? I digress, right? When the guy, there was one speaker that said, maybe I believe an hour ago, he said something about the board. It was on Twitter. The guy called you from Twitter, and he said
Oh,
he
yeah.
said he's an Emisis fan and all that. He was giving conflicting things, right? He was trying to say
Yeah.
that he likes your show, but he's just he's trying to struggle. But the thing is that the board, that it's not Big Brother that made that decision to disqualify him, but it's the board. Now, my question to that guy and to anyone who had that conversation, who's still on this show and who's going to watch this later on, is this, right? When when Bright Morgan struck two people, the second person being Faith, right?
Mm.
The board did not meet that day. The board was not
Mm-hmm.
around. It took the board a while, right? When
Mm-hmm.
Sultana peed in Daisy's box, the board was on vacation.
Mm.
The board was somewhere else. In fact, the board needed Doris to let us know that something happened. Otherwise, the board
Mm-hmm.
would have swept it under the carpet, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, when Zita threw that food on Ruboy's face, right? The board did not say 1 hour later, let's meet. Somehow,
Mm.
for those things I just cited, right, the board was busy, right? But when it
Mm-hmm.
came to Faith, the board members were jobless. They were just hanging
Mm.
around, waiting for something to happen. They immediately met. They convened. They did a. They were speed dial. They just came and show up in the arena to vote. That's a big lie. I mean, look,
Mm-hmm.
it doesn't sound right, right? So to me, you can't say the board was. Is there's a board? The decision does not look like. It looks like something like someone from above made a phone call
Mm-hmm.
to that person who holds the mic, and the person had to make a decision. It does not
Mm-hmm.
look like, and it's based on we don't, I don't want to speculate, right? But clearly there's something behind the scene that is not clean to us, right? And no one
Mm.
can take that away. When that person also said something, that he said the Zita was what's the word, that she was she felt sorry for the behavior that she did, right? That's what he said, right? Maybe because
Mm.
of that, the judgment was meted with, there was some some mercy. So that's why she got double strike and not a disqualification, because she was a little bit apologetic to Ruboy. That's what that person said,
Mm.
right?
Mm.
Unfortunately, Bright was not apologetic to Faith. Even on the day that it gave him the double strike, he was still smiling while they were giving him the double strike, right? They didn't. Why? So in that case, is that not double standard? If Bright was not apologetic, he should have been disqualified too. He wasn't. So again, you can't come with that narrative that, well, let me go back to that gender bias now. Right? That's the digression I wanted to make. Pere
Mm.
and Alex, we saw that. Ike and Alex, we saw that.
Mm.
Faith and Emisi, we saw that. Faith
Mm.
and many female housemates in this season, we saw that, right?
Mm.
The few ones that he didn't have any issues with is probably Dede and, I don't know, probably Dede and maybe some people that left earlier, right? Maybe he didn't have any issues
Yeah.
with them, right? But even Gigi Jasmine, he had issues with her. Leprechaun,
Yeah.
right? So the issue is when one person does something based on the person's gender, Big Brother gives a different verdict. That is what it
Exactly.
comes down to. That is the crux of the matter here, right? And how do we, if you're trying to build a society that is fair, that in of itself is injustice. Like
Mm-hmm.
you cannot have a male child, and because the male child is male, let me tell you what. I know the lady that left before me, she said she's a nurse somewhere in Jigawa. She had to go to work and all that. Well, I'm a doctor, like you said, right? If you pick up the knife, a scalpel, and you make a cut on someone, right? You cut their skin. Maybe you're doing surgery, right? The blood
Mm.
that the what bleeds when the blood comes out for male and female is red. There
Of
is no
course.
difference. There's no difference between the blood in a male and a female. I know there's an XY and an XS, but it's actually, like someone rightly said, we're first humans, then we separate, then
Mm-hmm.
we say it's male and female. So why you hold one person in one standard? To me, the males that and this is going to be a very controversial statement I'm about to make, right? But I'm not afraid to make it, right? The way the Big Brother show is panning out to be, unless they do some introspection and they look inwards, right? They are trying to it's almost like they want the males to be like extras in a cast. The males are not
Absolutely.
the males are not. I don't know how to. I don't know if you get my message, right? They,
I
they,
get
they,
it.
they for a male to win this show, right? I know that if you do a rough, there's no, we don't have the data now, right? So if you
Mhm.
do a rough, like an analysis of who votes, I put it to you that it's more of females than males, right? That vote
Mhm.
actually, right? But it doesn't mean that males have not won the show. But look at the males that have won the show. Pay attention to the let's assume the last five shows, right?
Mhm.
From Lakon to White Money to Kelly
Mhm.
Ray, right? I'm talking of BBNaija now, so not
Mhm.
Zamzi, right? If you look at this, there's something about those kind of men there that they will allow this kind of men win because the men appear weak or they appear quiet. They have a problem when, and
Yes.
that is also something about roles, that the gender role that is assigned to someone, right? So they need you to be like that. It still comes back to that. We cannot allow someone who is not the way we want him to be to win the show.
Mhm.
We cannot,
Mhm.
right? Anyway, let me bring everything to a point, right? So where do we go from here, right? I always like to make people laugh, you know that, right? That's one of my things, So I might not talk of swallowing mic now, but I really want people to laugh, right? It's one thing there. You can describe, you can put the whole of something on a spectrum, right? So
Mm.
there's a prelude, there is or epi, then there's when it happens, and then there's a prolude, right? So what we are seeing right now, right, is that there is a snapshot where some people are gloating in the internet that they have found their best, the person that they wanted to won, right? And they are
Mm.
saying that we should move on because I was tackling someone in the comment section that move on from this topic. She's won. This is stale. You guys are just wasting your time. You guys are pity party crying over spilled milk, and that you guys should just move on, get a life. That's what they're saying, right? The problem with that approach is this, right? What you are telling me to do is that I should see injustice, I should keep my mouth shut just because
Exactly.
someone else won, someone who, based on everything that happened, it appears scripted. How will you said for you to see those polls, the polls that they brought out, right? Those
Mhm.
so-called polls that the Deloitte polls that is sort said. They can say McKinsey, Deloitte, BCG, I don't care, right? Those polls, right? If someone was leading from week one all to week 10, that means you're telling me that the thing is fixed. I'm sorry. That's another way of
Mhm.
me interpreting it. That means
Mhm.
the winner was chosen from the first day, from the
Mhm.
first two. So that means there was never a change. Should you even be
Mhm.
happy about that? That is not that story in of itself is if it's a problem. It's actually an issue with them,
Mm.
But let me go back, right? So now the show has ended. The person they wanted to win has won, right? Okay, it's fine, right? I would now. I said I wanted to make you laugh, Glory, right? Hopefully, you know this too. Do you know the name Uche Montana, right? Do you know Uche Montana?
Yes.
Do you know
Yes.
Bimbo Ademoye, right? You know Bimbo Ademoye, right?
Yes.
I would
Yes.
rather watch any of their movies than an Mises movie. Like, what I'm saying is that in the future, like a hello.
Yes. Please carry
Okay.
on.
Oh, you can hear me, right? I would, I
Yes.
won't, I'm sorry, even with the acting they're talking about, it comes across as a grade C, a level C, a B-rated movie actress, that was trying to get her life back, had some connections down the road, got into the show somehow, And so, by the way, remember, Sultana did not even have, we now know, Sultana herself said it, that she didn't even go into that place or auditioning, right?
At
So clearly
all.
there are some things, but again, I would rather watch some people than those people. The faith that they're talking about, the guy who's a medical doctor and who can go anywhere and hold his head high. When we look at this thing 10 years from now, then we will know who actually won and who did not win.
Absolutely.
It's not good to be caught up in the moment. You know, looking at something as snapshot. You have to have a big picture or look at the future. Last thing I'm going to say now, yeah. you cannot tell me that thing was not rigged when someone asks for a therapist 3 times. If I ask you for a therapist 3 times, it's a big deal. I'm going through stuff. If I'm a medical doctor and I ask you for a therapist, then I know I really need one. I'm
Of course.
emphasizing it now. For a physician to ask for a therapist, he or she knows what they're going through. And for me to ask you 3 times, double down, triple down, then I know it's very, very bad. So if you don't give me that thing, imagine if it was a Missians or Sultana that asked for a therapist. They will have called for a whole litany of therapists to come and give them a whole week of therapy, right? But because this guy you push this guy to the wall, he called for therapy, then you disqualified him for what? Because he has good, strong muscles. His upper extremities is stronger than the person who's actually bigger than him. And again, I'll say this: she's been exercising her oral muscles instead of her abs, right? Let me end there. I gotta go now, but I'm gonna stop there. I'm gonna stop here, right?
Oh my God, David. It's always a pleasure getting into your head because of the things that you say. You're so on point. And listen, I don't know if you were here last week, but what you said about the gender roles for the men on the show, it was literally the exact same thing I was pointing out last week. I mentioned that the females, the roles they assign to them, the females are allowed to go crazy, be dramatic, fights, keep malice, have, women's, what they call it, all this malicious nonsense. They are allowed to do all of that. They are allowed to sheep excessively and do whatever
Correct.
they want to do. But for the
Exactly.
men, the moment the guys begin to take on the women's role, in terms of
Oh,
all the things I've mentioned, it's
yeah,
a problem.
it's a
You will
problem.
see how, oh my goodness, production marginalizes them, does not give justice where justice should be served. And then the viewers also, they begin to say, why is a man behaving like a woman? Because that was exactly what they were accusing Faith of. How can a man be dragging something with a woman? It's never about the women. It's always about the men. So the
It's
men
always
are
about
put
the
in a
men.
box. It's
Exactly.
like the men should just be the eye candies. Just go in there with your fine looks and just be there. Let your microphone be ready to be rocked at any
Exactly.
time the girls wants to rock
Exactly.
the microphone. Because if
Exactly.
you look at the history of Big Brother, check out all the men that most of the viewers have really liked. They are those men who have stayed true to those gender roles that have been assigned to them.
Exactly. That's you've said it all. So like really, for example, if I want to go to Big Brother right now, right? And I want to win that show, right? I know exactly what I need to do.
Mm-hmm,
I have to behave somehow, right? I have to fit into that role. I have to pretend like I'm not a doctor. I must
mm-hmm,
delete that from my social media platform. I must not
mm-hmm,
let them know I have any connection from the outside. I must tell
mm-hmm,
them I have a story that I'm from the inside. I must stay in the kitchen. I must
mm-hmm.
behave like I'm just a guy that's just getting by. Am I even coming the male version of me seeing away? What I mean is, I might just carry a Ghana must go bag, and I might just say, I might not have to cry like Manson because it looks like it's becoming too
Mm.
much. But you're right. You have to fit into that box. There's the
Don't show
anti.
too much
Don't
intelligence,
don't
so.
show. Do no 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 no. Oh no no. You will be in trouble. Just don't talk back to Big Brother. If you're
Mm-hmm,
holding, if they are doing innocent motos and the rope of the other guy's the guy cheats, don't tell Big Brother that, oh, look at it. Don't do that. Do not do that because Big
mm.
Brother is going to piss me. Big Brother would announce you as the winner, but will be pissed announcing you as the winner, right?
Exactly.
So don't do all that. Just pretend, play like you're sick.
Mm-hmm,
I joke. This is the last thing I'm going to say, right? I joke, right? But I said something in the comment section. I said that if I was going to go next season, which it would be very like you having another fate. So I'm sorry to say that's exactly what it's going to be like, right? Um,
mm,
when Fate went mute for 48 hours, right? I will have to
mm.
go mute for 8 weeks or 9 weeks. I will have to literally, I will have to play mute from the first week. The moment I see that, especially if I know I'm not the production pet, and I
Mm-hmm,
will know early that I'm not. I will already know that, right? So the moment I know I'm not
mm-hmm,
the production pet, and I know I can't show my intelligence, I have to just
mm,
be. I will have to practice sign language before I go into the
mm.
house because I'll
It's
I'll
not
win the
for
show
real.
on sign language alone. I'm telling you, I'll be washing people's plates. I'll just be doing those things. That I'm sorry, I'll be a domesticated male. Ah, God.
For real.
I really gotta shut
For
up
real.
now. Okay. Thanks for having me.
Thank
Bye
you
bye.
so much, David. It's always a pleasure having you here. Thank you so much. Thank you. I really appreciate your contribution. Thank you. All right, guys, we have to let's try and wrap it up. All right. I mean, we can't be here beyond 5 hours. Okay, let's speak with OV Man. After OV Man, we're going to go on to Twitter and speak with two people. All right. Okay, OV Man, you're welcome.
Yes, thank you so much, Glory. Greetings to you, greetings to everyone listening.
Welcome.
Yes, well, someone said, the men, there's a way they want them, they like them to appear, but even the activity they usually have, and they put them in
Hmm.
dress, they put them in dresses. That alone as that,
Yeah.
yeah, that alone is like is a kind of a mental demascul, emasculation kind of. So,
Yeah.
so it's trying to show you that just forget about that macho, alpha man or whatever kind of thing.
Hmm.
Yeah,
Makes
and that's
sense.
yeah, and that's why during the time of I don't know which title was the set of what was the name Shegs and Bella
The level of
um
season.
Level Up, yeah. Shegs struggled for long. He didn't want to put on the dress. There was a
Oh,
time
yeah.
I think they were trying to punish him or something. And
Yes, the clown
and
outfit.
yes, but he was saying he was going to put on the clown whatever, but it's anything like skirts.
The skirt. Yeah.
He's not going to put it on. And to be
Mm.
honest, I at that point, I understand that that time during that season there was a lot of vilification of Shegs and Bella, but to me, I really like Bella personally. I just like it's not because of her role, because to be honest, I just like there's something I liked about her. And the Adekunle that looked like the one that everybody thought is the is the good guy, but we can see how that is turning out. So but the thing is for faith it's not just about faith, to be honest, because some people will think like, oh, is it the faith is just what his own story is kind of highlighting some of the things that people are noticing, and that's why it seems like people are talking about it. It's not just uh faith, because to be honest with you, like I said even before that final, I said like if Emisi wins,
Mm.
it's going to look like there was an agenda to remove the obstacle for her,
Yes.
because to be honest with you, there was a push, there was a drive, there was people were like, okay, we'll just so I think maybe these people should understand that removing faith at that point because of something that they could have easily just given him a strike or double strike, uh,
Mm.
it's not going to be seen as a fair thing. It's not going to be seen
Mm-hmm.
as a fair play, to be honest. Because, like
Mm.
I said, also, if the guy had directly maybe hit someone, just the way is it Bright Morgan? Is it? I think Bright Morgan kind of is not like a strong punch, but more like but it was direct also, like a
Mm-hmm.
shove or whatever. It was not even any of that. It was like, okay, you're dragging something. Yes, you have dragged it in a violent way that has made the lady to fall, but
Mm-hmm.
you did not directly, hit her. So I think double strike, it makes a lot of sense. But they did what they did, and unfortunately, now it has reduced the reputation or even the trust level. Kind of people don't have that much, trust, because to be honest, it's so clear for people to see. If not, why would they?
Mr. OVA, Mr. OVA,
Yeah,
sorry for
yeah,
interjecting.
yeah,
If we're being honest with ourselves,
yeah.
Faith did not even deserve a double strike. I
Mm,
see people saying, oh, double strike just to placate the situation. No,
mm,
one strike, it's fine. And then Sultana too also should have gotten, if we're going to be very honest, maybe a final warning or a strike. You know why? Because she was not innocent in that situation too. Remember, fine, there had been words said, but she had started off that scuffle by pouring out the distilled water he was boiling and preparing for the mixture of that hand lotion. She had removed it from the gas and poured it into the sink. It takes so much audacity to do such a thing in Big Brother's house because you know you have protection from production. So you know that whatever you do, they will not hold you accountable. So she did that. She shouldn't have done that. That alone was another level of provocation on its own. Now, she going ahead to pack all the ingredients that they were using to go, they were going to use to make the hand lotion. The question is it yours? Remember, she had done it the previous week when she was head of house, where she had packed everything that Faith eats from the kitchen and went to lock it in the head of house lounge. Imagine Faith had done the same thing against Imisi in week 7 when he was head of house. Imagine he had packed all those things that Imisi could have likely eaten during that bare minimum week. Imagine he had packed it all and gone to lock it inside the head of house lounge as well. So do you see the gender imbalance that we're talking about, the bias there? So Faith does not, in fact, whatever the case might be, he does not deserve these 2 strikes that people are saying he should have gotten. No, 1 strike would have sufficed. And that would be just because in the process of the scuffle, somebody, of course, exaggerated her fall. We know that Sultana exaggerated her fall. And a lot of people were saying that, Sultana had mentioned in the house that she had an accident and she had to learn how to walk. I'm sorry, person will learn how to walk, but you know how to ride dick every night. You know how to use your mouth, but that's on the side. But let's not also forget that Faith also had a fatal accident. Oh, Ovia had dropped off. Faith also had a fatal accident. He had a near-death experience. And aside that, he was also playing basketball and then he had landed on his knees. So he had fractured his knees. I hope I'm correct on this one, if I'm using the right word. But he had also injured his knees and he had complained about it a lot. A lot. And according to him, he's always using rub to massage his knees and he doesn't want to complain about it so that his case will not end up being like Sabrina's case. Sabrina had a leg issue and they told her, oh, they're taking her out for treatment. I think whether she said they were going to bring her back and they never brought her back. So the guy had to bear his own pain. So those 2 people caught up in that scuffle, they were in the same, if not one person having a worse situation, they both had knee situations. So people not looking at the details of this situation, we're just going ahead to just demonize just one person simply because of stanship. That is very, very cruel.
Glory.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. I think my network had an issue, but thank you for bringing me back.
Yeah.
I don't know if you even know. Yeah. So, yeah, you're 100%. I think even it would make more sense to just be one.
Oh my God, are we losing you again? I can't hear you. Ove, are you there? Oh my God, I can't hear Ove. Ove, can you hear us? Can you hear me? Ove, okay, I think he has dropped off. When he comes back, he will continue from where he stopped. We have to rush off to
Okay.
Twitter. Ove, are you there?
Gloria, can I talk?
Okay, who is this? Who is speaking?
Demigod.
Demigod. So okay,
Yeah.
let's ask Ima if she doesn't mind because Ima is supposed to go next. Or yeah.
No, I think I'm the one that's supposed to go next.
Oh, okay. Please carry on. Apologies for that. Please carry on.
Yes, of course. You see,
Carry on.
Gloria, you see, this thing about faith and some few people that you keep discussing about actually is really pissing me off. Let me land. Now, just look at the whole scenario. I see people online saying, oh, Faith, he's a psychopath, he needs this, he did that, he's arrogant, he's a woman beater, and all sort of rubbish. You understand? And then they have the audacity to say he needs a therapist. That is the thing they bust my head. Like, are the one that say all these people when they thought this thing, they watch this show. You understand? Do they actually watch as in, I can bet you that 99.9% of the people on social media, Facebook, did not watch that show from first week, second week, third week, fourth week. Now, what did they piss me off? They did not dedicate time. All of them does day work because Nigeria had. Nobody gets time to they watch Big Brother. Say you know go chop. You understand? So majority of them get work, but they are interested in the show, and they didn't even you understand? They don't even watch Big Brother at all. You understand? They just they follow them on social media. You understand? Anyone will post. This one go post. Blogger go post. This one the thing they bust my head. Like they go come the talk say Faith need therapist. He needs a therapist to. I go be like, therapist for what? The only therapist Faith need is therapists to know how to handle fools like you people. Fools that are gullible and foolish, and Nigeria that don't adhere to instructions and that are daft in their head. This is why the country is the way it is. I'm not kidding. This is Faith's disqualification showed how Nigeria or Africa is as a whole. You understand? The thing was actually pissing me off. They were, and the point be say they're gonna talk say he needs therapies. He needs and you know what he pay me pass? Now Faith's video where he come talk say he requested for therapist. Now what he even pay me pass? Now what he won't bust my head? I said, why you gonna talk this kind of thing, bro? You did nothing wrong.
Hold on, no.
You did nothing wrong, bro.
Demigod, hold on. Can we establish that it is ignorance that will make people think that telling somebody that they need a therapist is an insult? Because that's the backward mentality. They think that when somebody says I need a therapist, they think it's an insult. They think it's a taboo.
It's an insult. It's a taboo.
They don't understand
mental health.
Mental health. My God.
Even it's the point we say it might not even be a therapist for even mental health. It might be a therapist for like advice. You understand?
Exactly.
Intuition, like just to be aware that he's doing the right things a human being is supposed to do. You understand? So of course he say person go they talk one kind stupid thing online. I'm gonna say these people get brain at all. Say they sit down and watch this show. You understand? Because Nigerians are what I saw during this show is that Nigerians are mentally lazy. They don't want to do, especially an average common Nigeria don't do deep thinking. They don't.
For real.
You understand? At the time I said, if na me be Faith, when Sultana they follow me, they drag that thing. Wallahi, because me I be data boy. I be data boy wey get sense. I no be foolish. I be boy wey say I go school, I get brain, I get upper. You understand? So if na me be Faith, wey say Sultana they drag that thing, I swear to God, now that day they go know the difference between gentleman and violent man. Because me, I go use that bucket, smash her head. I go use that bucket. You see that bucket? You see that bucket where Faith drag? No. See, Nigerians don't know the difference between a violent man and a gentleman. They don't know. They only understand force. True. I can beat my chest and say Faith was too gentle. That was the reason why they had the guts and the audacity to be saying all sorts of things to him. This guy was too fucking gentle right from the beginning. You see K-Bobo, right from the beginning, when he enter house, right from the beginning, K-Bobo don't already give attitude. He didn't even greet anybody. He just enter house, sit down. From the first week, people don't already they say and say, it be like say this one a bully you. This one go bring everybody for this house, so nobody go follow. Now why did the first week K-Bobo get issue? You understand? When we say mess, I won't come frame him up. Make it be like he say because he get big body, say he won't call the big people, and K-Bobo was not like that. You understand?
Hey.
So you can see the psychological reverse they do on Nigerians. You
Yeah.
understand? So I didn't look, I say, what be this? I just they see internet. I say, these people have not experienced violent people. My uncle will say, they beat in wives constantly. Will say, I know say in wife, they so is like he's punching back. Will say, I know he's now man will say, he know they control disrespect, they control will say woman go give him advice. I say if they jump that kind of person for Big Brother house, all these things about faith they no go talk. They no go fit open mouth talk because now because they never jam brutal men. Men wey be say
For real.
go bust Imisi head, still go beat Sultana for inside that head of house room, beat the boyfriend join, beat am, drag am out. Now so we dey come Naija Delta and I come try that rubbish. No, you know the hear when Gege dey talk. When Gege dey talk, you just say am play. They go beat that boyfriend, with that your mumu boyfriend where they stay with for that head of house. They go drag am comot. You understand? So I didn't want to say these people not even get sense because right even this was not even the first time Sultana is doing this. You understand? So you remember the time when we say Faith they sleep for nights, they sleep on your jejeje. Sultana can't come out from room. That time she never did her the head of us. She come out from room because they say, yeah, anytime I come in this front of these stairs, I always feel short. And the thing always make me short. But anytime I go here, I not feel tall. But anytime I come here, I always feel short. She they say I'm near where Faith day. You understand? And this guy no talk, this guy no react. You understand? You know, Faith na this kind of guy wey be say, Faith na this kind of guy wey be say, he dey very gentle, very calculated, very civilized. You understand? Very logical, very sensible. In fact, I dey feel say, I say for the first time when I dey watch Big Brother show, I saw someone extremely perfect. That is someone that was top notch in 10 years of me. Wey say I watched that show complete. I saw someone that was unique in every aspect. Is it in work ethics? Is it in wages? Is it in tax? Is it in cleaning? Is it in tidy? Is it in talking to people? Is it in communicating? Is it in brilliance? Is it in intelligence? Is it in work? What do you expect from a man? My gosh. What do you expect from a man? That Faith is a man, he's not a boy. When I hear people calling at the time people say in 90 years to come, some people can never know what Faith knows at his age in this life. And they tell them, make it a see, because for this country, this is why this country they like this, we say we know they value good. We don't value people who stand up for the truth. That is I don't want to go back to Nigerian history. Maybe say white people can't they carry our materials they go because we were so dumb. The people who stood up against the whites, the people who stood up against them, it was their own people that were being criticized, just the way they are criticizing Faith. People who are brilliant, people who can see the future, people who can foretell the future. You understand? So this will not be if to say see at the time I tell one of my guys say if to say na Sultana we carry my food where I want chop go high for that I swear to God that day blood go spill. I swear to God. You see all this rubbish. You see all this rubbish where una dey talk for social media say he worked out for his disqualification. He did this. He did that. I swear, Almighty God. I swear to Almighty God, Gloria. No, I just declare you. I just declare you as they be for Delta State where I come, where I grew. And they say if to say now she trying, nobody go sleep for that house. You hear me?
I see your point. I see because he did not even fight it. He did not even contest. He what did he use to drink tea that day? Pepper. He went to remove fresh pepper from fridge. That was what he used to drink tea. He didn't do anything.
I tell you. See here. And they tell you say, you see that this thing where they tell say he worked hard for his disqualification, you no go ever see him for social media because you know what I go do? I go end my disqualification. This one I will end it in that house. So that when they leave, nobody go write out for social media. You understand? Say psychology, say for psychology, you understand? If you do something, say you go get mixed feelings, they go say, oh, he worked hard, he did not work out. This one, nobody go fit talk. You understand? You see Zita own. When Big Brother gives Zita double strike, you hear them from anybody now say, oh, she deserved the double strike. Oh, no. They know say, Big Brother, wait, how that one take play. Now so it's supposed to be. You understand? Now waiting I for do Sultana. This one I go end am. We be say yes. People go when people see him, he go clear for their eyes. Say yes, this man. If they see me, they go they run. They go say now madman. Oh, hey, you know see what he do? No follow and talk. Oh. You understand? So now waiting they pay me with faith. Faith was too gentle. That boy tolerated enough. Then with the one with culture, we say culture, they tell and say the one with culture, we say culture, they tell and say, you go beat him, you don't need to train. This one, that one. I say, see this one we know they work out for morning session. We say for morning session, he go they sleep, he go they cry like baby. If they work out for morning, if he do jump, if he do frog as in even jog himself, if he do. Faith from beginning to end go do the workout session. Still even go after workout session. The guy go still go prepare for wager or tax when they get for that day. Yeah. This guy walked like a dog. Faith walked like a living dog in
he wasn't even
house.
Sleeping at night. So
nobody walked past. I dey tell you, this guy they sleep for night. He go they walk. Now you just imagine say just imagine say now you see they walk like Faith for that house. Then Faith come they sexually harass him. When we say Faith come they touch him, they press gash, they do this one, they finger himself, they hold him prick, they follow, they see that. And they tell you, I say if to send our Faith do that thing, and they tell you say they for don't send firing squad for that house. Maybe say as Faith they come out, firing squad go they wait Faith for that house. Real? They go serious. And they tell you say they go shoot that guy. And they say, that's why they say now you missing go write script and Faith go thief am. Say you must knock me or I must knock you. Waiting the whole internet, I swear to God who made me, Big brother go hang Faith for that house. The judgment where Big Brother go.
They will march there with placards.
And they tell you, bro. They tell you what they go arrest them for the house safe. They go even tell you say, then maybe if the missing con they cry, he touched me inappropriately. He do now that one will be say go hot fast. They go come and say the boy don't maybe they go come and say the boy don't rape him. Say he don't do so many things. So they can't even they tell Big Brother say how Big Brother go carry rapist keep for us. You understand? Then waiting good now waiting they go they think. So honestly, so you see so honestly they disgust me when I go to hear say Faith need therapist. He need this one that. The thing they annoy me. The thing they piss me off because the only therapist wey Faith need na person.
None of them carried that news of the way she was harassing him in the house. None of them carried it. None of them
tell you. I tell you. Talk about them. None of them. No be say go come. I watch. The thing where they pay me, Gloria be say. The thing where they pay me say. I watch this show from first week. I watch the show. I dedicate the way you they tell say you dedicate 22 hours. At least I feel both say I dedicate at least 15 to 12 hours. They watch this show both on TV and on my phone on Showmax.
You watch out.
on Showmax. I not be say go come. I dey watch out for Showmax 247. I buy data, I buy everything, I get everything, I get power bank. So I dey follow every step. So even if I dey walk, I see they know what they go on. I see they listen to their conversation. You understand? I will just put my phone, they hear that gist, they hear that conversation. You understand? This guy was genuine. He was too good. If as in, I was like, for me, the first time I saw Faith when he gave his presentation, I said, this guy doesn't deserve to be in this show. You know why?
For real.
Because he's too intelligent to be in this show. I said it, I told my guy, I tell my guy, David, I tell him, Papito, I said, this guy, Faith, this guy too know, he's too brilliant to be in this fucking show. Person will invent 3D augmented eyeglass for medicine. You want what you want that kind of person? That person is a genius. Whether you like it or not, he is fucking brilliant. You can't compete with such hybrid, with such breed. Faith is a hybrid. Faith is a hybrid. He is too perfect. He's a born genius. Whether you take it or leave it, Faith was never my favorite. But I saw his work, the work he put in. He proved himself countless times. Times where we say even teams go they shake. Faith will lead the team to glory. Faith will stand and conquer. Even when the team have no hope, Faith will put in the work and will make any team he is to win. Anytime where they look Faith, it they remind me of Lionel Messi for football. You understand? When we say teams go they lose, you understand? Messi go carry the team to victory. You understand? And they see him like that kind of person. You understand? The guy to get talent. You understand? So in body, in stature, be like Messi stature self. But even Faith stature still big past Messi stature. You understand? He go carry team along to win that any tax. They go perform. Even when we say the team go they shake, Faith go ginger the team. Faith go ginger the team, go lead them. Then one time say make I go day against that kind of person. If all of them when they talk that kind of rubbish, no they mad. We know when we say something don't do them for their head. And they tell you, this guy put in the fucking work.
He did.
You can't expect me to hate that kind of person. No. You want them to say if they compare who walk past, they go measure a Missy. What did Missy do for the house? then the media team was very biased. The media team, the Big Brother media team. Anytime Faith is making sense, they will remove the camera. Or anytime Faith is making sense, you understand, and it's giving logical proof, they not go post that one for their website. They go post the one where they say it go look like villain for their for their media, so that when you go Big Brother page, you will say you maybe say they walk or follow up for the show. You'll come see the page where Faith they talk. The way they will come edit the parts, come post and you come they look the guy like as if saying a problem or not the villain. You understand?
Or like he's bragging.
So now what?
He's bragging too much.
Yes, exactly. Exactly. Make it be say, oh, let them have a villain and make people get their poor girl. Where say they suppose they look for. You understand? At least just to make money out of the viewers and to make the engagement entertaining, so that viewers will keep getting engaged and they will not lose audience, and people will keep watching the show and keep engaging on the show, and they keep making money and they keep pushing the narrative of an innocent person that is a villain. Like, I was like, do Nigerians really think? Are they so myopic in their brain? Are they so dumb? Even person when no go school supposed to see this thing. Person when no go school supposed to see am. If you get brain, that was all this, and they just said 99.9% of people when they talk about Faith don't watch the show. Except the
They
ones
did
who be say
not.
they just want you. Except the ones who be say they just want use faith name trend make money.
Mm,
You understand? They'll call
yeah.
they'll call they support they'll come join the bandwagon of idiots and fools. Come they use the name they give waiting the myopic fools want. You understand? The
All right.
little idiots,
All
dingbat.
right.
So the
All
thing they
right.
piss me off. Person will
Thank you.
endure. You understand? And they tell you,
Yeah.
and they tell you, I tell you, even the time when say Faith won't use that palm, that frying pan cook. He
Yeah.
tell Imisi no gree. They look am and Imisi don't talk for daddy session. Say she they look am like person wey small for her eye. Say her she dey fight man. Big man wey big pass am for diary session. Say Faith na small thing for am. You understand? So he go fit beat Faith. So she no need to even call boys because of his stature. Then when Faith go react, you understand? They go use them as content. Take
Yeah.
post. Now what in
Yeah.
Naija no know, and now what they piss me off. This guy is being executed. He's been persecuted for no just cause.
For
During
no
the time
reason.
of Baye, Baye own was quite just, Like the
Yes.
unfairness towards the girl was real. You understand? And though I know that she might be provocative in some areas, but not all the time. Her own was just because she was clearly
Yes.
bullied. You understand?
Yes.
But you see,
Yes.
but you see the definition of toxicity. Then during the All-Star season, it was Venita was the definition of toxicity, and
Of
it was
course.
very clear. You
Yes.
understand? But
Yes.
in this case, it is a twisted reality towards
Yes.
Faith. You understand?
Yes.
In Faith case, Faith is the victim identified as the villain. Why Imisi and Sultana are the villain identified as the victim? Without, as in, you should just understand it. And they don't say this, and they don't say Imisi and Faith get the biggest fan base. So when did they go they post? Now between them now be the buzz both between them. Just like Cici and Alice. You understand? When did they post all those kind of stuff? You understand? That is what that's the highlight you get. So when people they talk say Faith need a therapist, he need this one. I go talk say these people not really. And the thing, the funniest thing when they pay me say now Faithfuls when go they say he requested for therapist and people don't. He doesn't need any fucking therapist. Faith is too perfect. Get that is all Faithfuls should get it into their head. He does not need therapist. The only therapist where that boy need now how to handle gullible, that is people who know. I know want use strong word make you know be as at they go extreme. You understand? Now waiting Faith need, he needs someone to show him how to treat Nigerian people as a lab rat. You understand? You understand? I they tell you, treat them as lab rats. You understand? The waiting we need, the way Tinubu they treat us. Now in fact the therapist where Faith need now person like Tinubu, where we say go teach them how to handle Nigerians, where we say they no go fit talk, where we say to talk now. See, all these people where they criticize Faith, all these people where they criticize Faith. Now what did they do for Goodluck Jonathan? Where that Jonathan day when they insult and say, oh, is this, is that, is that, is this, is that. They tell people say the one will go enter politics, we go enter this office, go worse past this man when they criticize like this. And they tell say he go show now fire for fire, hell in broad daylight. You understand? At least now, maybe you remember that time when they say Buhari enter, nobody fit talk. All those people where they say I go see for beer parlor. For beer parlor, they go they drink beer. You understand? They go see the insult Goodluck Jonathan that time when in the office. You understand? That time when Goodluck Jonathan the office. They go they drink beer, they fart. They go see the insult them. But this one, I go beer parlor. Those same people where we say Buhari, where we say they support Buhari. we say they did for beer parlor, they don't even afford bottled water, and they don't fit talk. They don't get mouth to talk. But for it can't be Tunubu regime. Where we say this that they don't even get level. Say they don't they won't die. Say you now want staff. The more you complain, the
Months
more
not
you
dey again,
starve.
months not. I won't finish person.
For
Person no fit talk again.
I they tell you, you
Thank
want staff
you,
for Tunubu
demigod.
regime.
Thank you so
Gloria,
much,
thank you. I really
demigod.
appreciate you.
Thank you.
I really appreciate
Yeah,
you. Keep doing what you're doing. Keep moving.
yeah,
Never. So always stand for the truth. Always stand for the truth and nothing but the truth. I really love you so much. I love your
absolutely.
analysis. I love your.
Thank
You are
you.
very intellectual. You're very sound. You stand for brilliance, intelligence, eloquence. As in, you stand for pure justice, not just intelligence alone. There are some people that can be intelligent and still be be unjust, like they still do
Yes,
injustice, but you stand for people who are intelligent, who are brilliant, and who are just. That is
yes,
that is they have a good heart towards
yeah,
humanity. You understand?
yes,
Not for their selfish aim. That is what you
yes.
stand for, and I really commend you, and I really
Thank
appreciate you
you.
for it. God will continue to bless you, bless your family, bless all of us, bless all
Amen.
of us, the faithfuls for life. God will continue to bless you because me, I'm a proud, faithful fan, and I will be
Yeah.
faithful till I die. Thank you. God bless you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And I want to especially appreciate you for speaking the minds of a lot of people. A lot of people want to speak their mind, but they don't get power to vex. You can't carry all the energy. Can't help people vex.
I just they look them. I say this one don't know where I come from. I dey say am for the I go say am for your front. Nothing goes up. You understand?
Thank
And they look there,
you. Thank you so much.
they go they chew their mouth. Say
Yeah,
the truth shall set you free. Nothing goes up. Say it as it is.
absolutely.
Ah,
Absolutely. Thank you so much,
now once
demigod.
person they die you. Thank you.
Abio.
God bless you. Love you.
Thank
Love all of
you.
you.
Yeah.
I'm your
Thank you
biggest
so
fan.
much.
No
Thank
shaking. I did your
you.
side.
Thank
I did
you.
your
I
side, though.
appreciate you. Thank you so much. Wow. That was such a breath of fresh air. That was, see, if you want to picture how angry a lot of people are, that is the representation right there from Demigod. And I'm glad we had somebody that would, really vent the way everybody wants to vent because of everybody para. Okay, that was amazing. That was amazing. Let us quickly speak with what is his name? Where is this guy? Okay, let's speak with Regina. Regina on Twitter. Regina, you're welcome. How are you? Hello, welcome.
How are you doing?
I am fine.
I'm
I'm
fine.
fine.
Amazing. Very good. Yeah. Nice. I kept laughing. So, let me just rush. I want to say something, but I would not tell you how I know it. I'll just say it though. Everything
Good.
I have here, hear it though.
Okay.
So let's talk about immediately the fan base and the hate we see coming on for faith. The hate we usually see when we look at the blogs and everything. Let's explain that.
Oh.
So Emisi was one of the first people that was put on eviction for probation. What's it called? Not for eviction. Very quickly, the people that were behind us created a WhatsApp group. They added some people, whatever. So they started monitoring, online profiles. Immediately you are talking or moving for Missy, you are added, the link is being sent to you. In fact, the link was forwarded among many people.
Yeah.
So, so very quickly, they had a WhatsApp group that was very solid. Very quickly. In fact, that time, I'm not even sure Faith Handler was even understanding the process. But anyway, let's leave that. So what they do is this. Wherever you see a blog or a post that is about faith, They send it to their WhatsApp group and they agitate them that immediately everybody go there. So that's why you will see a post about faith, you will see thousands of hate comments and likes, multiple likes on that hate comment. Because they send it to their group. They send it to even this your life. When you started this your life, it was sent on that group.
Hey!
Yes.
Hey!
Drop this evening. Yesterday evening. That video that the Faith that was dropped on Faith's platform.
Yeah.
YouTube and whatever. Yeah. Immediately it was dropped. It was also forwarded there. Now, when Instablog posted about Faith's video, they sent the link straight to the group. Everybody go there, go and attack. You are talking about Faith. This is that. It is orchestrated. These people are not getting like people are behind. Oh yeah, go ahead. Oh yeah, fire. Oh yeah, move. You go and say this. That's what sometimes you don't see the same words used because at times there's a word of the day to use. You understand? So
yeah.
There's a word that play that people don't get.
Regina, do you know that this thing you just said now, yeah? I have a friend, my only friend that is into tech stuff, right? All this back-end stuff, IT and whatnot, yeah. And he's very good at it. He told me this thing last year that every time I put out a tweet and people attack me like that, I should check at least 90% of the accounts that are attacking me and insulting me, that I will notice that they are all new accounts. And I did that and I checked and I realized that, oh, that's true. And then he explained to me that this thing you just explained, that's what he explained, that these people, they create multiple social media accounts. So exactly as you explained it, yeah, anybody that is speaking the truth or maybe exposing what their faith is doing, what they do is the moment you put out a post, whether it's on any social media platform, what they do is they immediately send the link on their WhatsApp group, and the catchword is go there and type you are biased, you are biased, you are biased.
The person that told me it's accurate. That's what's going on.
That is what is going on.
I'm telling you, yes, with confidence.
Yeah.
I don't think. So most of those comments you are seeing is a psychopath. It's a kiniko. The one saying it to me, this one is pre-planned though.
Mm-hmm.
But the thing is that all these blogs, like Instablog for instance, behind their own thing too, they are noticing that whenever anything about faith is posted, they have engagement.
Of course.
Engagement. So they too are tapping into it that, anytime there is something about this guy, the most controversial part, please, we have to prioritize it because we must get that engagement.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like a chain, or is it a cycle? I'll call it like, these blog posts, they forward it to their group, like, everybody go and attack. The attackers go and attack. So they keep perpetuating. And you who is not watching the show, you just see the comments and say, people are always talking bad about this person. This person was being bad.
Exactly.
So people need to understand that part because I don't think many people know this thing. No. I don't think many people. This is your life right now. When you started this life, I was not on this life when you started this life. It was the let me not say that. Let me not blow the cover yet.
Say it. Let us expose this mother effers. Say it.
No.
Hey.
What I'm not realizing is that all the social media platforms have an algorithm that works with them. Like, if you keep listening to or viewing hate comments or hate videos about a particular subject, that is what the algorithm will keep popping up for you. So if you are saying, bad comments or bad videos about faith, or people always bashing faith, your algorithm, the app is doing what it's supposed to do.
Yes.
So that's what many people don't get. So some people, they just don't know that. They just start seeing, they see these one video from somebody saying things about Faith, they go to the comment section, see all the bad comments that the people who are doing what they have to do are doing. You know, they keep looking at and the algorithm picks it, and every time that work comes up on their feed.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
It now creates a bubble. So those people start feeling that this Faith is a bad person and does not have fans.
Mm-hmm.
That is the reason why many Mrs. fans don't know that Faith has actual fans. Because the algorithm keeps giving them their content, their own content.
Yes.
So they don't get to see the other side. There's a lot of things at play. And it's such a pity that many people don't understand these things. So it's so funny.
See, Regina, why do you think, people ask me, "Oh, how do you have a tough skin?" Aside the fact that I do not give an actual fuck about the actual people that don't like me, but I also know this thing you're saying. I also know that it is all orchestrated. And guess what? I know some of the people that own those what do they call it, those fake accounts, because when you check their followers, you will see the so-called influencers that follow them. You will see one particular influencer that will be following about 10 of those brand new accounts, and then you now be wondering like, how did you know this person?
Exactly.
And they always have very, very funny names, you know. And do you know the most ridiculous part? They will still have the temerity to come under my post to come and act like people that have sense, whereas they don't have sense. I'm telling you, the tomfoolery. Oh my God, it is so starkly blatant there. It is ridiculous. And oh my God, this thing you're saying, sister, see, God bless you for coming to say it. Me on my own, no, I wanted to show they should just be fooling themselves. Let's just be watching. And you see the thing you said about social media algorithm, it goes to show you that a lot of these people, they're not exposed. But the thing is, what you don't know, you don't know. What you don't know, you don't know. Where you think you are actually trying to bring down an individual because you are constantly searching for negative news about that person, you are actually promoting the person without even knowing it. You are.
So finally, I just want to say, I have two more things to say. So one is for you, one is for Faith. Now the one for Faith is this: Faith and his team. I don't know if there's anybody that directly in contact with Faith's team and Faith's people. Like, I think I saw one of the profile of somebody that is with Faith that bears M as a name, you know. Please tell Faith that this is his time. The popularity, the whole viral moment, this is his moment. See, in fact, if I was Faith, I would wake up in the morning and I'll just set my ring light and just start coughing. This is not the time for me to go back. Like, this is the time for him. Just wake up in the morning and just stand up and just say, don't sneeze. He should just put on his phone and sneeze. I just want to sneeze and see how far you people can take this machine. Like, this is the time. It is not time for him to go. As in, I don't know whether they are getting it. So give other people that say, is this, is that. People that know what is. People will get sense. People will get sense in this country. Forget. I just want him to understand that, and him and his team to understand that this is their moment.
Yeah.
They can turn this entire thing into something that is be far bigger than Big Brother itself. And also, you should not let this whole thing maybe like create a situation where he won't be able to collect his prizes from Big Brother and whatever. You know, it shouldn't. There should be diplomacy. Diplomacy needs to be applied in this whole thing, and it still just needs to package it in a different way. And Faith himself also, he needs to know that he is the moment. Like, this moment, Faith is you. You need to own it. He needs to own it. And also, Glory, for you. So thank you. Everything you do, as in, Nobody can pay you back. It's just God that will pay you back.
Thank
You are
you.
awesome. In fact, you're amazing.
Thank
And
you.
then thank you for all you do. Just thank you. And also, please, still keep the connection with Faith Team. I don't know what really went. I'm not too sure, but what really went wrong. But please, just keep the connection. Still try to have him like that interview. Please, whatever it takes, let it happen.
All right. Thank you so much for that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Regina. Hey, Regina has come to come and blow people's cover. Thank you, Regina Spices. Thank you. All right, we're gonna speak with John King, I guess.
Glory, I'm here.
Hey, Jesus.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Okay, Bokua, please just allow John to go and then you go. All right. John? Yeah. John, you're welcome.
Can you hear me? Good evening.
I can hear you. Good evening. You're welcome.
Okay, so I just feel like Faith was misunderstood a lot. I feel like why they disqualified him, part of it was because of so much pressure from social media and because it was against the woman who did that. And if you're looking at even some past seasons, if you can remember in the All-Stars, that time Pere pulled the mattress, Alex fell on the floor. I even feel like that case is worse than this, you understand? Because the intent was, that was much more dangerous than this. Faith did not get any warning before he was disqualified. He just got disqualified just like that. So that is why it came as a surprise to me. I never saw that disqualification coming. Even when Big Brother was asking him some questions in the diary room, why was the onus on you to I've forgotten how he asked him why was the onus on him to chase Sultana or to drag the bucket with Sultana, something like that. So did this man not see what Sultana was trying to do? Like he made it look like Sultana was right there and he had no right to do anything or react the way he did. That kind of, that's what I mean. So as for this him and Mrs. issue started when people were ganging up against Mrs. Then she moved food to feed for comfort or something like that.
Yes.
It seemed like he developed feelings. At the point she was forcing herself to kiss him or something like that. That is actually sexual harassment.
Mm-hmm.
But her fans say that she was playing or something like that. I don't understand that.
When she meets a man in the real world and the man holds his mandingo and is telling her, come and touch it, let her call it a play.
Okay. So I really liked Faith, and I feel like Faith is going to use this. He knows how to get engagement. Did you see that caption he used? Faith I feel like
of course.
I feel like he knew he was going to get engagements, and
absolutely
17,000 subscribers or 16,000 subscribers the last time I checked. He's going to do well outside the house. But what I'm not sure of is if he's going to get his winnings, the car and everything. I don't know, because I've not been seeing him in their presentation when different brands called them. So that's just it.
We will see.
As for what do you say?
No, I said we will see about that. We will see if he gets his winnings.
Okay, as for Sultana again, I said in the beginning, I don't know why she wasn't cautioned at all for provoking Faith. I don't know why. I don't even understand that. Faith was the one made to look like he was just overreacting, taking things too serious. I don't know whether it's just fans and production that had that problem, or I was the one watching a different show, because Faith was painted to be a demon, whereas he was just like a normal human being. I know how many people in that house tried to insult him because of his size. Gigi called him 3 feet tall and even called him a leprechaun. I don't know if you remember that time.
I remember.
When he was after one task. I don't know what even caused that problem, but I saw when they entered the house, Gigi was in the kitchen. Faith was a bit far from her. Before Faith and K-Bobo had that belt that I always win, something like that.
Yeah, I saw that, yeah.
So that's just it. And I don't know how the dynamics of his relationship with the rest of the housemates would be in some months and the rest, because I feel like they were even jealous of him a lot. They looked like they were jealous of him. How in that cigarette case, how can somebody buy cigarette with his money and people are saying he's the one that provoked Bride to get strike when he used his money to buy the cigarettes and he wanted to just exchange with people, with the smokers in the house, because it seemed like he didn't see any good thing he liked in the shopping list again, so he just used that as a means of exchange with the smokers in the house, and from that threatened him to beat him up or Bright pushed him or something. And to me, I don't know what I would say was the harshest thing in that house. Bright getting to, because Zita, if Faith was disqualified, Zita was meant to also be disqualified, because I don't understand why your reason for Zita not being disqualified is because she was remorseful. If somebody murders somebody in real life and shows remorse, does it mean that the person will be forgiven for that, or a kidnapping or that kind of crime or offense? The person will be forgiven because of the person is remorseful. So I put all these things in consideration. Those things in consideration. I felt like it was just an appealing scapegoat for the production.
All right. Thank you very much, John. I really appreciate your contribution. Thank you very much. All right. We're going to quickly move on to the last speaker for tonight, and that is Bokwa. Okay. There's Bokwa. Bokwa, you're welcome to the... Bokwa,
Can you hear me?
Bokwa, you're welcome to the conversation.
Thank you, Glory. Thank you so much. I have been sleeping here all day.
I am sorry.
Oh, don't worry, that's fine. On behalf of everybody, I want to say thank you. Thank you for giving us regular updates and everything. And unfortunately, the day he was disqualified, it was my birthday, and I was having my birthday lunch.
Oh, wow.
So I just had a nudge in my spirit that, check your phone.
Wow.
So I just lifted my head and I checked my phone. I just went to Twitter. I think Fate, this 10/10 season reactivated my Twitter, actually. So I just went to Twitter and then I saw your tweets. I was like, this can't be true. So then I went to Instagram and then I went to check. I was like, okay. So like everything just went down because I'm a bit petty on my birthday. So I was just planning what I was going to tell my friends that didn't wish me a happy birthday till that time. So I was just planning. I was like, okay, let's see how it goes. But everything in me just died. Like I was like, okay, it's unnecessary. And I was really devastated, but then we moved. And then I wanted to talk about like fan base behaving like their faves.
Yeah.
So I actually got drawn to Faith because of the way he behaved. And I kind of realized that, okay, there's a bit of similarities in here. And that's how I took likeness to him. And then I was comparing various fan bases and then their kind of people and everything. And I was like, see, there's so many discerning people on Faith's fan base. They wouldn't even attack you. They wouldn't do anything. Like you say something, just go with it. We don't care. I don't care. I'm not going to pursue you.
Mm-hmm.
And then just yesterday, I was talking to a friend and I was telling the friend how growing up, I found myself like in the same Faith situation where you have tons of people liking you, tons of people hating you.
So like, so till today, I tell people that if I meet somebody and the person says, I don't like you, then I'm like, what's wrong with you? Like, you might be a witch. That is all. But now that I'm a bit grown, now that I'm grown, it's not like a bit grown. Like, we have 4 more years to be 40, so we're grown. So now that I am grown, it's just like, okay, I understand how people behave. I understand how people react to certain situations. And I'm like, okay, that's how life is going to be. You're not going to have everybody liking you because I realized that over a period of time, I tried to overextend myself just to be able to get that likeness from people. Like, you're trying to do more. And I saw that was what he was trying to do.
Yes.
Even when he has an issue with you, after he set his mind, he just would try and come closer to try, so that we can just have an amicable resolution somewhere. But I realized I used to do that. But now after a while, I was like, I didn't care. That was why when people were like, oh, he did this to Sultana, he did that to Sultana, he did this. I was like, after a while, you wouldn't care about what anybody says because you have overstretched yourself. And that is what is happening here. So I was telling the person, I was like, so when I meet people that say that I don't like this person because of this thing, I don't have that hate thing in my heart personally, because I wouldn't want anybody to treat me that way. Because you just don't like me because you don't like me. No, I wouldn't want you to treat me that way. So I try to give everybody grace and love at the first instance. I don't meet somebody and just go like, I don't like this person. My spirit, my energy doesn't. I don't even think about it that way. I try to give you the love. But if you show me 1 or 2 things and I'm like, okay, then now I become a bit guarded. That is what I felt that was what happened with Faith. And then I think before I joined this live, I was checking something on Twitter and I saw there was an interview with this one guy. He was asking the housemates, I think it was a TikTok live or something. So on that live had Dede, it had Emisi, it had Konye, and then the guy. And then he asked that, okay, so what part are you guys coming out? There was somebody that was disqualified. Have any of you people reached out to him? And they all didn't say anything until Konye said that, and because they've been going on media rounds, yada, 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 they have not had their phones. And I'm like, okay, why are people not seeing that there was so much hate from these people? Because believe you me, I want to believe that none of the 28 housemates have even reached out to this guy to find out how he's faring. And I'm like, if you live in an environment where you have almost everybody hating you and people not really showing you genuine love, the only person that came closer to showing this gentleman some love was Joanna. But even at that,
Joanna was not showing love, please. Joanna, I'm sorry for interjecting, but I have seen some of Joanna's interviews and I am so disgusted. The gaslighting is real. I saw a particular interview where Joanna was responding to a question about Faith. And this girl opened her mouth and said that Faith put himself in those situations. It's the arrant gaslighting for me, that he put himself in those situations. And when she was to give an example, she said, if white is white and black is black, and people are saying that no, white is black, Faith will want to correct it, that why did he not leave it? I'm like, you see, this is the stupid, disgusting, backward mentality that we find in this society that we live in. Because people are so used to death, they expect that everybody around them should fall in line and open their mouth and swallow that dirt. When they see one person that decides to stand out, someone that decides to be a divergent and not be a conformist to the stupidity that the society is used to, they say that person has put themselves in a situation to be disliked or to be hated. Listening to Joanna, I was very disappointed. But then what do we expect? Someone that never stood up for Faith, only when she started receiving the same brunt and toxicity from Emisi, and that was only when Joanna started seeing what Faith had been complaining about. So Joanna was never a friend. and she's not a friend.
Yeah, I can agree. Yeah, that's so true. So I was just like, so if this person had they hated this guy like all through and through, how would you expect the person to react? Imagine you have a child where there's like, you're always telling your child, you were a bad boy, you were a bad boy, you were a bad boy, you're a bad child. How would you want that person to react? So it's just the same way where like people are always casting aspersion on this boy that he's this, he's causing this, he's that, but it's just the reaction that they mostly would see. And talking about where people would always want to, people having the heads mentality, and I think that's what is happening in our society. Personally, I'm a Ghanaian, and I was having a conversation with somebody on the political landscape where I saw a post and then the people were like, oh, they're pleading with our current president to come and rule Nigeria briefly. And then I have most of my friends are Nigerians. So I had a conversation with one guy and he was like, we have people who can do the job, but Nigerians don't want people who can let them align, who can let them work and do the right thing. So I feel like so looking at the numbers of the people they voted for to win this Big Brother Nigeria, you can imagine that it's going to be a bit difficult because I'm Ghanaian, but then I cry for Nigeria more than I cry for Ghana because I feel like you guys have got so much potential that you guys need somebody that can help you people get to the right part because it looks like it's a very big and a beautiful thing, but it's only the individuals in Nigeria that are winning, but the country is not really winning. And it saddens my heart because we are all Africans at the end of the day. So, and then I also wanted to talk about Faith's team. Like I'm on various groups on Faith's, like on Faith's fan base group. But then I was having a conversation with someone in the group and I was like, hey, I think this guy needs to hit it whilst it's hot because it's going to die down. Everything after the initial gra and everything is going to go down. Yeah. And people would want to move on with their lives. Yeah. So you can't hold us in suspense for a very long time. And then for the most part of it, people had engaged you and done stuff for you. If for nothing at all, you can just send voice notes. Just the day I said that day he sent a voice note. The next morning when I woke up, there was a voice note. And then yesterday when I was talking about this thing, later in the day, I saw he had done a video. I was like, okay, thank goodness. But now that he's gotten the attention of people, I think we need to start rolling out things. So if anybody is listening, anything they can roll out, they should just roll out, even if it's a live or something. I don't know the agreement he has with the Big Brother franchise or anything, but then, or probably they're not trying to stir up things that could hinder him from getting his wins. So I can't speak much to that, but then if it's not going to affect anything, I think they need to start rolling out things.
Yeah, I hear you. Yeah, makes sense.
And then so yesterday when he posted his video, this morning I was checking something on Twitter again, and then I saw someone saying that Faith really hates Emisi because he just decided to take this girl's shine. And I'm like, are you for real? Because this whole thing, like since Monday through to the day Faith released this thing, the person, to be honest, who has been taking this, aside Faith coming up in almost all the conversation, even though he had not shown himself or said anything, being in every interview, like almost the line of questioning was about Faith this and how they fit this, that. Like, I'm like, okay, he didn't win, but why are you guys having like this whole thing? Like there's much relevance on this guy. Obviously, he was the show. But the person who, in the natural sense, like mentally, has stuck on my brain is Dede. And I was like, hey, you guys, you're not seeing something. Somebody who is really taking the shine of your fave is Dede, because today, this babe is wearing something else. Today, she's doing something else. Today, she's wearing, it's stirring up conversation in almost all the platforms. So you people should look at that and stop focusing on things that are not really necessary, or stop focusing on faith, because even if this guy breathes, it's like the air you guys breathe. Even if he coughs, this, you guys should look at it in a different way. And then,
all right.
Thank you.
All right.
I guess
Thank you so much.
Glory, you have to let me speak.
Thank you so much, Bokwa. I really appreciate your submission. Thank you very much. And I want to say this, right? Okay, so personally, I desire that I did not really want to follow the Housemates media rounds this season. I think I've actually been doing it for some seasons now. I just deliberately detached myself from all their media rounds. And the reason is because I watch the show. Like, you guys know how I watch the show and I analyze the show. So I'm going to get really triggered and irritated when I watch their media rounds and then the interviewers are not necessarily asking the very important questions. And then with the little questions that the housemates are being asked, they just keep lying and twisting narratives and just twisting the whole thing. And even whilst they're lying, because some of the interviewers did not really watch the show, a lot of them actually ask their questions based on prepared questions that were given to them by God knows who, right? They can't really call them out on their bullshit, and they can't really provide receipts right there and then to say, oh, but this thing we're asking you, here is a video to it. Here is a video where he said XYZ. So for me, it's like a clown show, like a circus show. It's like the housemates are fooling the interviewers. The interviewers, they are lost. They don't know what to ask because they have no freaking idea, right? It's only a few of them that actually have the balls to really probe and, push the housemates to really answer questions, But I mean, when it begins from someone like Ebuka himself, because of course their media rounds begins with Ebuka, and Ebuka is shying away from asking certain questions. And then even the few questions that Ebuka would ask, and then the housemates are lying and lying and lying, and Ebuka would just be quiet and looking at them like it's annoying. So I just literally decided, you know what? I'm not following their media rounds, because if I follow any of their media rounds, what I'm going to end up doing is, if I watch this one, I'll make a video to counter it. If I watch this one, I'll make a video to counter it. And you guys know I'm going to go all out with the receipts. And if I do that, it's not going to look like, oh, glory, the show is over. Let them breathe. The show is over. Oh, allow them. Let them live their lives. And I'm not going to do that, because I've always told you all something in this community, that for me, when they are in the house, I can say what I want to say based on how they portray themselves, based on every single event that plays out on TV, and also, more importantly, based on what the camera showed us. I can formulate opinions, I can report what they did and whatnot, right? But the moment they are out of the house, I try as much as possible to restrict my analysis of these housemates, because for me, it's to just give them grace, right? And to understand that, okay, fine, when they were inside the house, they had to go extreme to play the game. So I give them that particular grace. But you see, their media rounds, I try to avoid like a plague, right? So why am I saying all of this? For those of you watching the media rounds and you keep on getting shocked that, oh my God, they lied about this, they lied about that. Well, don't be surprised that when it comes to faith, that they are going to stick together and tell one big lie. You know why? Because even production themselves knows that they fucked up. Production knows that they cheated Faith by the way they unjustly disqualified him. They know what they did. So there's going to be some sort of gag order, even though there is none, but there's going to be some sort of invisible gag order on all the housemates that, hey, silence, silence, silence. And I bet you that none of the housemates, of all 28 of them, none of them will come out and speak the truth to power about how Faith really was in the house. Almost all of them, if not all of them, I'm telling you to prepare your mind so as for you not to be shocked. Almost all of them in their subsequent interviews, they're going to come out and they're going to be peddling the same negative and toxic narrative about Faith. And let me put this disclaimer out there. Faith was not perfect on the show. There were things that he did that we criticized him for, but you see those things that he did that was never his fault. I am telling you to prepare your minds that you're going to see interviews from his colleagues where they are going to put all the blame on him. They are going to, even the ones that would choose not to say anything so as not to be implicated, they will keep quiet. They will not say anything to defend him. They will not say anything to be on his side. Why? Because they are afraid of being cancelled, either by production or their fellow housemates. And that is why you will see that when most of these people come out, right, during their interviews, and they ask them, oh, what do you think about Faith's disqualification? Do you think it was justified? A lot of them will say it was justified, even if they know the truth, even if they know that Biggie's decision was biased and unfair, they will still stand and say, yes, it was justified. And the reason for that is because a lot of these housemates, they are just coming up. They want to build a career. They want to build their own platform. So they know that if they speak against the hand that fed them in Big Brother's house, they know that they will be cancelled. They know that certain opportunities that they probably could have, they might not get it. So they will not want to speak against the organization. It happens. It's just like you working in an organization. You cannot come out and start criticizing your boss. You cannot come out and start criticizing your management or your board, your board of trustees. They're going to kick you out. The only way you can speak up against the unfairness and the bias in that organization where you work is if you have a plan B, is if you have an alternative. All right. Is if you have an alternative. So I'm saying all of this once again for all of you that are probably going to be disappointed, or maybe you're expecting the housemates in their subsequent interviews to defend Faith. I'm telling you that do not be shocked or surprised if they do not defend Faith. Number one, they do not owe it to Faith. All right. They do not owe it to anybody. Number two, just know that it is what it is. All right. So I'm going to leave it at that. All right. We've spent too much time here. There's someone who has been here waiting for the longest time, and that is Neria Ima. So Ima is going to speak. Dr. Kate is going to speak. All right, and then we're going to speak with the last person on Twitter, and that is Taros. Okay, there's Taros. There's also Edward. I don't even know how we're going to do this because I need to leave this place right now. So please, let's keep it short. 10 minutes max. Ima, please, the floor is yours. You're welcome.
Hi, Glory. Good evening.
Good evening, Ima. Ima, I am so sorry. I know that you've waited for so long, but I wanted to bring you on, and then I think you got disconnected. But I'm glad you're back.
I went to sleep and I woke up.
Hey! No, I was looking for you. I was looking for you, and then you dropped off.
I went to sleep. My phone was hitting up, so I woke up and I'm like, can I still join or something? It's okay.
Welcome.
Hi, everyone. I'm glad to be here again since 2022. Okay, so that's a long time. I didn't really watch the show, but I watched it through your lens. And the funny part is that the parts that the media showed to the public, those are the parts that I could actually even watch myself, right? And I'm actually disappointed that, but I'm not really disappointed. Now he's Nigerian, so we'll just look for something that will fit the so-called algorithm, right? And place importance or something on that. Now to the guy that was talking, demigod, may God bless you actually, because I think he said a lot of things I wanted to say. And then I just want to say something that though he was disqualified, Faith was disqualified, I liked the fact that before the disqualification, he actually said to Sultana, I hate you. That thing really, like, I don't know, but then I really loved it because it's like I've seen through all of this, but then I just, that there is this time in your life when that 1 minute madness, you just have to, like, you have to vent it. I think that was what happened to Faith the day or before the disqualification, right?
Yes.
Now, why am I saying this? this is personally my story, so I can relate in every form. So just before Faith's disqualification, or I think no, yeah, the week Faith's disqualification, I was sacked from my job. And same thing happened to me. So
Wow.
you see how I don't know how to tell people like this is just a gang up. Like it has been brewing since, and they didn't do anything about it. And Faith had to take the fall because like there's a lot in my mind because no matter how I want to try like this the unsane part of me wants to say, okay, Faith, okay, you are at fault or something, because I'm trying to put myself in that shoe and okay, what could I have done better just before this thing happened? And but there's just nothing because they don't like you and you need to be out for the person that they are rooting for to be there. So no matter how much that you have done, how much good that you put into that, how much of your effort that you put into it, how much efficiency and all of that, it's really not going to count because at the end of the day,
Mm.
it's the person that they want to be there that has to be there. Because tell me
Yeah.
how. Now let me use myself as example. Just before I lost my job, I had to put in my all to work for these people. I had to go all out, think of ideas, bring it to the company, do this and do that. And I did not mind how much they were paying me. I had to sleepless nights. I most times when we are on this live, I'm at work, like I'm working, like I don't have time. My fellow blacks that are with me, they don't put in as much work that I do. I change a whole lot of things at my own place and where I'm working. But then it pleased them to call all other blacks, tell them that, oh, you're not putting in as much effort as you should put in. Nobody called me
Mm-hmm.
because they knew that I was doing the right thing. I would meet up my target. I would do everything that I needed to do. And I was adding to it. I was going to tell them that, oh, look, we don't have this. They're requesting for this. We should do this. We should do that. I was bringing in a whole lot to the company. And then just one day, nobody sent me any message. And they're putting out the next names and my name is not there. And people are calling me, oh, what happened? It's a mistake. It can't be. It can't. And I'm like, okay, I don't know, but I need to be there to ask them. And then and everybody's feigning they're clueless. Oh,
Mm.
we don't know what happened. Oh, we don't know what happened. It's from the top. Who are the top? Did you check? Like, it, I don't know how to put this. Who exactly? You guys are seeing me every day. I'm having to put in everything to work. And then when I was dropping my card, they are telling me, oh, well done. You did a great job. Really? So why did you tell me that I was not? Why did you, at the end of the day, send me a message that, oh, you didn't meet up to target? Me personally, that you have. God, see, I don't know how to scream. So when I saw Faith's disqualification, I was like, geez, they are still doing this to us. No matter where we go to, this is still happening. Oh God, I feel for the guy, but then we are moving on. And I think that's just what I wanted to say. But then again,
Thank you.
there's just one thing left. Sorry, Glory, please. Why
Mm.
has Bobo not been asked for that wager paper that he packed? Please, I don't know why. That thing is really in my heart. They should ask him. Somebody should ask him during the media rounds. Where is that paper? Why did he pack that paper for the whole world to see? I know that
Yo.
somebody should ask him that question. That's just it. All
Yo.
right. So thank you very
Thank
much,
you so
Glory,
much,
for
Ima.
all that you have done. I hope I did not take your time, please.
No,
Thank you
you
so
did
much.
not. And I'm so sorry about your
No, no,
situation.
no. It's okay.
I
It's
hope
fine.
something better comes up. Thank
Yeah,
you so
amen.
much for telling me.
Thank
Thank you. All right. We're going to speak with Dr. Kate. Dr. Kate, please, just 10 minutes so that we can wrap up. You're welcome.
Thank you, Glory. Thank you so much.
Welcome.
I've been waiting to talk. This is my first time to talk in your. I'm from
Welcome.
Cameroon, and we were watching from Cameroon. I watch
Wow.
Big Brother. My first son is 31 years old, so you can imagine how old I am.
I can.
I love social experiments like this. When I watched this show, I wouldn't say in the past Big Brother editions I watched everything, but this one I watched a lot of it because I was on holidays and I needed something. So interesting. What I would say is first to production. It's so sad the way Faith was treated. They tortured him. They ganged up against him. They bullied him. That was mental torture. When you take a set of individuals and you put them in a house, you're supposed to think of their mental health. The housemates were in that house. They also, Big Brother has to protect them. Because when they leave the show, they have a whole new world to face. They were not known. Some were known before, but I think Big Brother gets people to be known all over the world. Big Brother tarnished Faith's image. This is a young medical doctor. People think medical doctors are just bookworms. We are all human beings with feelings. You will not expect to push anybody's back to the wall and you think they're not going to retaliate. I have 3 sons and I raise them to stand up for themselves. I don't raise them to bully. I don't raise them to be violent. But when we come to that word violence, Faith was not violent. That's a narrative. That's something they're trying to make out on this poor young. When I say poor, not because it's a poor person, on this young man's head. It's not funny at all. I have the feeling that as that Big Brother had this script and had given it to Sultana. Sultana had started provoking Faith when she said she was going to take the food up to the VIP lounge or whatever they call it. She premeditated everything. I'm sorry to say that at the beginning of the show, I loved Sultana. First, one thing that got me a little bit tied to Sultana, she had Cameroonian roots. I think many Cameroonian blogs and so on talked a lot about Sultana, but the way she turns out, I don't want to be proud of that. She's a mother. She has 2 children. What the children would have watched if they came on. You can't stop children from going on TV. It's just like when you go on Big Brother, it's everywhere. It's on the YouTube, it's on Facebook. You can't stop children from watching. But what Sultana did was really, really wicked. And what she did even after they had this tussle, if I am as a mother, Big Brother should understand one thing. If my children are fighting and I have one of them pulls and the other one pulls and there's a problem, I'm going to put my children down and I will punish them if they did something wrong. Are you supposed to be fighting? I will punish the 2. Many people talk about 2 strikes for Faith. I don't think, for me, I wouldn't have given, if I gave Faith 1 strike, I would have given Sultana 1 strike. But looking at all the things that had gone on in the show, Faith should not have even had 2 strikes. What what's her name again? The one who threw the ball on what she did. Zita. If Faith was to be disqualified, she would have had double disqualification.
Yes.
I don't see, because there's something about it. I really hope Faith's handler and Faith's people, they have to wipe away this tag that has been put on Faith as being violent. He's not a woman beater. Why do you label a person as a woman beater? He's the sweetest individual I saw in that. For me, give me Faith. I mean, if Nigeria doesn't want Faith, send him to Cameroon. We love him. Faith is an amazing, intelligent, caring young man. If you push for mental health, it's a difficult thing. It's a very, very difficult thing, because when you put people in that house and you don't put any mental health specialists to be available for them, these are the consequences. The consequences are huge. They can be mental, emotional, social, physical. Do you know from this point onwards, Faith is a medical doctor. I'm happy he's a medical doctor because we all go through training on, we all are strong because of what we learn in school. But the reality is that, do you know this could lead to suicide? Do you know this could lead to post-traumatic stress disorder? Do you know it could lead to depression? There is a lot that can follow. And even for the housemates who were in the house, all the sexual content, when there is pressure, because the way I see it is that a lot of the ships we saw in the house, they've gone out and there's nothing happening. What does it show? Was it that they put it in their mind that they had to keep people entertained by having the sexual content? How do you face the world? Have they put in mental specialists to talk with them, to get them to face the world, not be able, because what is going on in all of their minds? Let me put it, those who were not evicted and even Faith, who cares? We serve one God, and it is not the end for Faith. It was very sad. I had tears in my eyes because I saw my 25-year-old, my second son, in that position, and I cried because I would not imagine what Faith's mother would have gone through. It was too unjust, and the whole of Africa saw it. And I think bit by bit, the fact that they're going to give Faith all his winnings, it's already the fact that even in the Big Brother production, they are not calm. Whoever, and Faith, it's very interesting the way he was disqualified. They didn't give it time. In many of the other cases, they waited. They must have done some work to think about it and so on. I wouldn't have given Faith more than one strike, or even just, I would have given him a warning. Looking at all that had happened in that house, in this house, in the Big Brother house, in this season. And then Sultana, I will still go on Sultana. Sultana is a pathological liar. I have internal bleeding. Does she know the internal bleeding where you just kind of, did they check whether Faith's arm was also hurt, or it just didn't matter? It just doesn't matter at all whether Faith was hurt or not. What I'll say is that this is the beginning for Faith. There's a beginning for Faith. When you talk too much, when you try to push, you cannot push somebody's destiny down. This guy is going to be greater than all the housemates in Big Brother. Because Faith showed us another thing. He showed us what we want our children to be like tomorrow. He showed us something, and you don't do that. When I look at Big Brother, I wonder, because what they did, they shot themselves in the leg. That's the way I see it. What was so wrong? They could just have let the last days go. Who knows? Maybe Faith will not have won. But the way the amount of people were voting, I voted for the first time in Big Brother, in any Big Brother. I've never voted. The way it was going, he would have won. But again, there's a chance that he might not have won. But for Big Brother, they lost future partners. They lost future voters, because I will never vote, and many people will never vote. They lost future viewers. Times have changed. The social media, in the few days after Faith, the next day after Faith was evicted, I think most of his fans were beaten. Nobody could speak. And that is when all the negative narratives flooded the internet. What I would say to Faith's team is clear his name. Big Brother has to apologize to Faith. You don't tarnish a person's image like that for no reason. Even if they wanted to work it out so Imisi could win, I have nothing against Imisi. I would never, if I was part of the jury, if you ask me, I would never vote for Imisi. There's no point for somebody to say, I'm going to get into the house and I will just act and then I'll win. We want to see real life. Look at Imisi now, the way she dresses. See how Imisi, is it the Imisi we saw in the house? Is that the winner? Is that what we call our winners? It's the same problem. The problem you have in Nigeria is the same problem we are facing in all African countries, including Cameroon. Faith will be all right.
He will.
And they ganged up against him, and they're out of the house now. Just one person interviewed them the other day and asked, has any of you called Faith? Have you just checked on him? You could see that the housemates, be very frank, these are all young people, they all want to succeed. But the way I put it is that what happens to A would happen to you. in your own life. When you gang up against somebody, there was so much jealousy that the moment Faith was evicted, it was a sigh of relief from the housemates because they had seen him rising like a star. Even the day they were doing I watched everything. The day they were pulling, the day they were doing the innocent car competition. Imisi was supposed to be out before Mensan, but they kept her going. So, Big Brother, the world has seen what you are doing. You know, I loved the show, but honestly, what has been done to Faith leaves a sour taste. I've not watched the show from the day they eliminated Faith because I asked myself, why do you watch this kind of nonsense? Would I just stand like the crowd, like when Jesus Christ was being crucified, and you just keep on saying, crucify him, crucify? The worst part, it's already over. The show has ended. But this, you know, I look at people and I say, why are people so mean in this world? Why do you want to constantly push this young man down as if did he kill somebody? He just dragged a bucket. And if he had fallen, Big Brother would have done nothing. It is shameful to see that we want Africa to change, but we are ready to do everything to make sure that we stay in the same position. And the worst is those who are standing by, who would profit from Africa changing, do not want to change. They don't want it to change. It's sad. Glory to you.
Thank you.
I'll say thank you for the job you're doing. In Faith's father's words, the top is always lonely. You are rising. You are good in what you do. And you would get a lot of jealousy. And because you speak the truth would always set anybody free. Because you speak the truth, many people do not want to hear the truth. They want to hear what they think should be said. I will end by saying, he who laughs last, laughs best. And Faith would have the last laugh. And you, Glory, would have the last laugh. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mrs. Kate or Dr. Kate. Thank you so much. I really appreciate your kind words. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Let's speak with Taras on Twitter. Taras, you're welcome to the conversation. How are you?
Hi, Glory. Thank you very much for the opportunity. For a minute, I thought I wouldn't even have the opportunity to speak. So let me just go ahead and talk. Like you, I happen to work from home, so I watch this show religiously. Like when I tell you I watch it from the time they wake up from bed, from their workout session to sometimes the time they sleep. That's how much I watched the show, and I watched it from day one till Faith got disqualified. Now, when the show started, Faith wasn't my favorite. In fact, I didn't even notice him, to be fair. My favorite when the show started was Queen and Isabella. And if you go through my old tweets, you will see it. I think Faith happened along the line. I saw a young man who was being ganged up on, especially during the secret scaffold. That was when I started noticing him. And then I started following his journey. So when the whole disqualification thing came, and then, even before the disqualification, when I come on Twitter and I see people saying, oh, he's a psychopath, he's this, then I ask myself, am I watching the same show? Am I watching the same guy? Or is it that people are saying something that I'm not seeing? And to be honest, I have a YouTube channel, and I sometimes stream for people to watch, and I know the number of people that comes on my stream, and sometimes if I don't stream, the messages that I get, and I just came to a conclusion that no, most of these people are not really watching the show for real, because they only watch when people are streaming, when you have time, and then and mostly I wasn't even streaming like events. I was just showing probably maybe tags and other things. I wasn't sure. So when I come on Twitter and then I see people posting small clips of fights, and they go like, oh, this person is evil, this person, I'm like, so I think one time a lady wrote something. It was very demeaning of Faith, and I said no. I asked her, do you know what really happened? And she said, and then I said, okay, explain to me what happened. And the lady went just numb, and I was like, and you are here now demonizing this thing. You don't know what even started the fight, and you are Talking as if we are watching the show. That was when I drew the conclusion that no, most people are not watching the show. So let me just, so if you check my, at a point I wrote that, look, I've seen that people are not even watching the show. So I'm not even going to waste my time to engage them when I tweet. That is what is happening to Faith now. To me, I saw a morally upright guy. When I looked at Faith, I saw someone who wanted things to be done right, but was living with haphazard people. You know, sometimes when you're living with a lot of people and then you are the only person who want things to be done right, and the others do not want, like the vast majority do not want, it sort of looks like, who is this person? Who does this person think he is? And also I saw a lot of jealousy on the, especially from Jason J. Like there were times that sometimes when Faith will be having conversation with this guy will be making faces, and I'm like, that is this guy really paying attention to the facial expressions of the people that he is communicating with? But I think Faith is somehow like an I don't care person. I saw a little bit of that thing in him. He's somehow like an I don't care person. When he's talking, whether you like him or not, he doesn't care. I mean, and I also realized that these are the people that are available to him. So somehow he has to coexist with him. There are times that I sit and I'm like, no, these people are really trying, because believe me, I can't even stay with someone who I know does not like me for even a second.
Yeah.
I'll go off, and I'm the type of person that if I'm mad at you, I don't even want to see you. So sometimes when I see the reaction that they give to him, and then at the end of the day he still goes to these people to go and play pool with them, then I'm like, oh God, this boy is really trying. This boy, because me that I know myself, I would have asked for voluntary exit.
For real.
So and the psychopath thing, I believe the lady who said these people have a WhatsApp group, and then because you could see that everybody is a psychopath. So I asked one person, what is the meaning of psychopath? No, but can't you see what is it?
They don't know the meaning, no.
In your WhatsApp group, when you go and then they tell you this week the way we are going to use a psychopath, you will see that it will be a trend. Everybody will be using that word.
Yeah.
Like a psychopath. So at a point I just said, I tell them, you people, that psychopath word is overused now. Find a new word for this week because we are tired of hearing it. I'm like, why? It's a woman beater. So what person said, Faith is a woman beater. I said, look, if you can give me 2 videos of Faith beating women on that show that me I watch, I will follow you guys. And she said, she never replied. I said, look at you people, your WhatsApp groups are deceiving you. We are not saying Faith was perfect. There were certain things that I also felt this guy should just overlook it. But also I understand him, especially when he was head of us. Sometimes when you are a leader, there are a lot of things that there are a lot of weight that is on, especially that bare minimum week thing. They didn't have enough. And I also felt somehow Emisi was wasting food. So when Faith was preventing her from doing certain things, I understood it. And you don't know how it feels like for you to be an authority and then someone has vowed never to follow your rules. See, if you have been in leadership position before and someone, your subordinate is undermining your authority, you will see how painful it is.
Yeah.
I have come to a conclusion that most of the viewers are young. Most of them, they have not really worked in an environment, like they have not been under authority. Most of them are students, so they don't really understand the dynamics. And one thing I also say is, I pray that a lot of people get the opportunity to travel outside. You see, when you travel outside, it opens your mind. You get, you see, Africans, we like meekness. We like people to be doing, oh yes sir. But you see, when whites are not like that. Be productive, do whatever you want to do. They don't like this yes a master thing. Africans are like that. That is why we are, oh, she's respectful, so let's give her this. Like, why? If someone is respectful, the person is not being productive, why are you wanting? See, I mean, I always call Emisi a con. I don't hate her. I've never treated anything bad about Emisi. In fact, I feel somehow she's funny. But I feel, see, I always say that I feel Faith took this show too serious. One thing I always said, I don't know, this guy is taking the issue too serious. Because if you look at the pattern, the behavior of he was the only person who was like, he was like the go-getter in that whole like space. And at a point, and I'm so sad that it went against him. If he had joined them to behave anyhow, maybe this wouldn't have happened to him. And like I said, I watched this show religiously. Like, if I can give you a date, I think at a point in time I was doing analysis and then I had to stop because I didn't really have time. So I watched it and I know the face that I watched. I can give you an account of all of them, their behavior. And they see, we were threatening to slap this guy. They were threatening to at a point I was like, why why is Big Brother not calling these people to tell them? So this season, the production was messy because someone can just say, "I'll slap you, I'll hit you," and Big Brother was not questioning them. I was like, is it normal for housemates to be threatening other house, even if it's a joke? Telling someone I will slap you, like how?
All right, thank you. Thank you so much, Taras. Thank you so much.
Glory.
Yeah.
Thank you. So I mean,
thank you so much.
Ignore all those people. They just don't know what they are saying. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Taras. Thank you so much. I wish we had more time. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, a lot has been said, and I really want to appreciate all of you. All right. To be very honest, the focus for today's conversation was actually meant to be about the gender bias in particular, in gender-based violence. I really wanted us to shed more light on that because this entire week, I've seen, aside the many comments I have gotten on my different social media accounts, aside the many attacks and many comments that I have gotten on my posts across all social media platforms where I have presence, on different blogs as well, blogs who have decided to leverage on the traffic of the show and, of course, of Faith's name, I have seen the very, very vile and uninformed comments and analysis that a lot of people have put there. And it is so shameful that when you check the profiles of these people, you will see that a lot of them are people that on a normal day, when you see their comments in the comment section of blogs, you would respect them. But then this time around, they actually failed. They missed it because a lot of them did not watch the show. So they just came on social media, joined the bandwagon, and then they started saying the most vile things about this young man. And it was also very glaring that a lot of them are not aware of the harassment, the sexual harassment that Faith endured in the house. A lot of them are not aware. And the reason why they are not aware is because most of these blogs, in fact, all of them, if we're going to call a spade, all of these blogs, none of them posted about it. None of them spoke about it. It felt as if someone sat somewhere and controlled the narrative that all of these blogs were putting out there. None of them spoke about it, which is really sad. Which is really sad. So the essence of having today's conversation was to actually highlight it, was to actually give focus to it so that people will know that these things actually happened this season. So you cannot just open your mouth and speak to what you have no idea about. If you do not know, do your research, do your findings. But don't come out and try to tarnish the image of one to glorify another when you do not have the full story. That is the danger of a single narrative. People are peddling a single narrative out there when the actual truth exists. So for me today, I said, nah, even if I do not have my interview with Faith today, we really need to shed light on this. And it wasn't just me. I told you all I received an email from a very, interesting person from South Africa. In fact, I've received a lot of emails from a lot of you actually from different parts of the world, DMs upon DMs. And I am so glad that these messages, these DMs are coming from people of high repute that actually made out time to do their own findings about what really happened on the show. So I have achieved that aim. We have achieved that aim. I am glad that once again, we have spoken truth to power because that is what this platform is all about. We speak truth to power. We call a spade, we tell it as it is. They can insult us, they can troll us, they can drag us. It doesn't matter. So long as the truth stands, so long as the truth prevails, that is all that matters. All right. So once again, I want to thank you all. for your great analysis, for all your great perspectives, for the energy you put into speaking truth to power. Thank you all. I appreciate you all. I also want to extend my gratitude to, once again, these amazing people that made our time to send in donations. I want to thank Abi Okoli. Abi Okoli, God bless you. I appreciate you for your generosity. Thank you so much for all you do. I really appreciate you. Thank you so much. I'm praying for you. Thank you so much for your generosity. To Zeni 2022, Zeni, thank you so much. I really appreciate your donation. God bless you. To Beatrice, thank you so much, Beatrice. God bless you. I am grateful. I appreciate your generosity. To everybody that's contributed to the conversation, thank you all so much. I appreciate your contributions. I appreciate the time that you spent enjoying these conversations. Guys, we've been here for over 6 hours and I've been checking my back end. There's just been so much of you. Over 10,000 or over, if I'm not wrong, because sometimes I don't get the figures right. It's after the whole live stream that I get the figures right. All across all the platforms that we are streaming live, you guys are so many and you stayed with us from the start to finish. Even right now as I'm speaking, more of you are still joining. We're about to end and people are still joining. I am grateful. I thank you all so much. To the silent viewers, the silent listeners, I appreciate you all. Thank you so much for your commitment. Thank you so much for your presence. Thank you so much for your contributions. God bless you all. I appreciate you all. For those of you who go around defending me on social media, I see you. I see you. I really appreciate you all for fighting for me, for fighting for the truth, for defending my honor. I see you people everywhere on TikTok. In fact, TikTok is a war zone. The moment they mention my name on TikTok, is like everybody remembers their problem from their village. But a lot of you are out there, you're defending me. The ones I see, the ones I do not see. I appreciate you people. You have no idea how much I appreciate you. As much as I consider myself a very hard nut to crack, but still, it gives me comfort and warmth knowing that I have people out there that really do see my genuinity, that really do see my integrity, and would go all out to defend my honor, defend my name, defend my brand. I appreciate all of you. Thank you all so much. God bless you. God bless you and expand you and increase you. And the way you fight for me and defend me, may God also send people that will fight for you and defend you like that. I appreciate all of you once again. On this note, we call it a night. All right. We're still doing our post-show analysis. All right. So I have, I think, 2 videos that I still want to put out with regards to the post-show analysis. If not one, I think 2. So I'm going to put out those videos this week. All right. I want to apologize in advance. A lot of you that probably expect me to be putting out videos 5 times a day as I would normally do, or maybe every single day. Please, I am trying as much as possible to get my body back. All right. If you follow me on my second YouTube channel, that is Simply Glory Elijah, I will tell you what I mean. I'll tell you a lot more about it. All right. But for now, I am doing a lot of work on my body. For every season of Big Brother, my body undergoes a lot of changes. My health undergoes a lot of changes. So once the show is over, I try as much as possible to replenish lost strength, to replenish a lot of things. So I am busy trying to get myself back. All right. So if you're not seeing a lot of me, or frankly speaking with Glory Elijah, it's not because I've ghosted you all. No, I am trying to get myself back. I'm trying to heal my mental health. I'm trying to heal my body. I'm trying to take care of myself. All right. Because trust me, it's a lot. Every season, it's like half of me disappears and I'm just here I'm fighting for my life. So I will share more about this on Simply Glory Elijah. That's my second YouTube channel. All right. So I will still put out like 2 videos this week to round off our analysis for the post-show analysis of the season. All right. And I told you all we're going to have a live stream about Game of Thrones. I'm giving people time to go and watch the show. I think there are 8 seasons of the show, so it's a lot. So I'm giving you people the time to go and watch the show. Go and watch it, catch up with it, so that when we begin to analyze it, right, it won't be alien to all of you, because I would really love to interact with all of you based on that show. All right. And yeah, so basically that's it, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you all so much for your time. And please enjoy the rest of your evening. Enjoy your weekend. Have a fantastic night's rest. And please take care of yourself. You only live once. Good night. Bye.